Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to Part 8 of What If I Was Reborn into the world of One Piece as Enel and conquered the pirate world. Let the tale begin. Chapter 211, Seraphim Project and Strongest DNA. Vegapunk's original body, Stella, scrambled to clean things up as it received contact from the Sky King, Enel, announcing an impromptu visit to his Egghead Island. Shaka, the NR.1 satellite or Punk 01, also helped in shutting down all defense and surveillance systems on the island. It was only a matter of time before the Emperor stepped on their island, and they needed to make sure to cut any and all contact with the outside world to prevent the government from listening into their conversations. It wasn't overly difficult to do, especially for someone with Vegapunk's intellect. The fact that he designed the entire island also helped, but it was still going to rouse suspicion regardless. At this point, it's only a matter of time before they decide we are not worth keeping around. Vegapunk's original body couldn't help but sigh in contemplation. They needed to prepare for the worst, sooner rather than later. All of their lives would be in danger. Both he and everyone else on that island would have to fight for survival. Some of the greatest minds in the world were all working under him. They would all have to either betray him or fight alongside him. And Vegapunk, despite his immense knowledge, had no way of being sure of what each and every one of them would choose. Any day now, one of them will inevitably betray us. It led to the current situation, where Vegapunk was no longer feeding those under him as much information regarding the Seraphims, which was their most important project currently. Everything should be prepared. Shaka sighed by his side as he slowly sat down. The other satellites were still hard at work. Most of them were constantly working on the Seraphims, a project that was already in its final stages. The only problem was the fact that they were still going to listen to the government and the elders first and foremost. Vegapunk couldn't alter that part of their conditioning unless he wanted the elders to act personally and kill him outright. Well, they were unlikely to even do it personally. They would likely just send the God's Knights to take care of him if things got too dirty. They had been completely silent despite the mess that the world was in. Vegapunk assumed that they were just at the elders' beck and call like usual, likely acting as the shadows of the elders at all times. As things stand, it might be better that Enel is visiting us this early. I can warn him about what is to come. Stella sighed as the automatic doors to his room opened up, and in walked the tall figure of a blond man, hair swept backwards, wearing a white shirt and deep blue pants, as well as a pair of black shoes. He walked around with a staff in hand, using it as a walking stick, and his earlobes were also abnormally long, which was his most defining feature. Sky King, your visit is a pleasant occasion. Shaka was the first to greet him. Stella only nodded in agreement as he looked at Enel. The Emperor also nodded, exchanging pleasantries as he walked forwards and eventually arrived near the chair that was prepared for him, one large enough to fit his size. I'm sure you're both quite curious about my purpose here. Enel eyed the two versions of Vegapunk as he spoke out, and finally sat down while maintaining eye contact with Stella. Curious indeed, but I was not speaking emptily when saying that it is good to see you. We do have certain matters to discuss as well, but we can touch on them later. Stella nodded slightly as he also maintained eye contact, his gaze a bit more careful. It was clear that he didn't fully trust Enel either, but at least the Emperor wasn't likely to attack anyone on a whim. They were still allies at the end of the day, although he may be angry when he finds out about the Seraphs and how large of an asset they are to the world government. I'll just get to the point then. Enel nodded, smiling a bit as his senses studied the entire island. Say, have you guys been dabbling in cloning all that much lately? Was the only question that the Emperor asked, for now. I see no reason why we should lie to you. Yes we have. Cloning, genetical remodeling, devil fruit cloning among other things. Why do you ask? Shaka nodded a bit as his masked eyes stared at the Emperor quizzically. Got it. And would you happen to be cloning members of the Rocks Pirates? Enel's smile vanished as he asked his next question, not answering to Shaka's in the process. And immediately, the atmosphere in the room took a turn for the worst. Did someone leak our internal documents? Stella was slightly panicking internally, his mind running a few calculations as to how Enel might have gotten his hands on such intel. It was a closely guarded secret that he hadn't let anyone else on the island know about. Only the upper echelon of the world government and Vegapunk himself knew what was going on. He wasn't worried about Enel attacking him or anything. But the fact that such information could be found out in the world was concerning enough on its own. No need to get worried. This was a rather accidental discovery. No one else in this world can find out about it easily. Enel seemed to understand his thoughts rather well. It wasn't hard for the Emperor to put himself in Vegapunk's shoes. He could tell from the panic in Stella's eyes that he had mentioned a touchy subject or some top-secret information. He doubted it was a touchy subject as Vegapunk didn't have much of a past with rocks, so only the latter option remained. I understand. This is a bit odd. Well, I was going to show it to you regardless. Would you mind walking with me? Both Shaka and Stella stood up. Enel raised an eyebrow, but decided to just shrug and follow the two of them. They walked through a few corridors and took an elevator down. They rode that elevator for a few good minutes. Enel clearly felt how they dove deep underground. The size of Egghead Island still baffled the Emperor slightly. As an island, it was pretty ordinary in size, sure, but the impressive part was that the entire thing was basically one huge laboratory with different sections. It was a marvel of technology, one that far surpassed the technological advancements in Enel's old world. No wonder people say that stepping into this place is like going a few hundred years into the future. Eventually, the three of them reached a small part of the laboratory, which was sectioned off. Inside, Enel could feel several other figures, seemingly observing several large test tubes filled with strange liquid. Shaka opened the door, placed his hand on the scanner, and walked through right after. Stella and Enel followed behind him, both entering the large room. Enel looked around with wide eyes. Around them were exactly 7 tubes, all containing children, with small black wings. These are the Seraphims? The project that the world government is currently making us work on? Shaka spoke out first, before nodding in greeting at the other satellites. The ones present were Lilith, also known as Punk NR.2, Edison, also designated as Punk 03, and Pythagoras, also called Punk 04. Lilith had the appearance of a young woman with wild light hair. She wore a light full-body jumpsuit along with a dark coat, boots, gloves, and an aviator helmet. She was the only human-looking satellite in the group. Edison and Pythagoras were both essentially robots. The three of them were overseeing the project, while Atlas, Punk 5, was working on some weapons, and York, Punk 6, was off sleeping elsewhere. Lilith turned her head towards the newcomers. She smiled when seeing Stella and Shaka, but scowled when her eyes landed on Enel. SK. Figures he'd come here in the end. She already found his visit annoying. The fact that he was snooping around in their business angered her slightly. The satellites had many duties already, and Lilith didn't appreciate the extra work that came with Enel's last visit. Working overtime to cover up after him was in no way pleasant after all. These are the Seraphims? If Enel noticed her disdain, then he surely didn't care enough to point it out. Instead, his mind was more fixated on what he was seeing, on the Seraphims. Why? Are they all the same? Enel's mouth trembled slightly as he looked around only to see the same silhouette in every single oversized test tube. Well, at first, we plan to clone the 7 warlords. The Seraphims are to replace them when the system is officially abolished. Shaka immediately started explaining the situation a bit. Not like the system is all that beneficial anymore. It's more of a farce at this point. Lilith also rolled her eyes and added her 2 cents to the conversation. She did shut up after Stella glared at her for a few seconds. Shaka also shook his head and continued. But after a while, we decided that it would be much better if we used the DNA and lineage factor of the strongest people we had at hand instead. That's how we ended up here. With 7 clones of fucking Zebek? Are you kidding me? As if one wasn't enough. Why not clone some of the Yonko or something? Enel rubbed his forehead in frustration. How the fuck am I supposed to explain this to the others? Holy shit, this couldn't have been any worse. Well, in all fairness, cloning the DNA of the strongest person we could get our hands on should have been the mission from the start. Getting Yonko's DNA isn't the issue. But Zebek was both stronger than all the current Yonko and works best especially since he had no devil fruit to speak, which makes cloning him a bit easier. At the end of the day, some devil fruits simply cannot be cloned, and almost all of the current emperors seem to possess one, you included. Shaka gave the most logical answer he could formulate. He did so without going too deep into specifics and how the cloning actually worked. But in essence, he still gave Enel quite a bit of information to digest all at once. 1. They weren't able to create clones of all devil fruits under the sun too. They had Zebek's DNA at hand, apparently, likely a piece of him held by the world government, or something like that. 3. They were cloning them faster than they would clone devil fruit users, which could only mean one thing really. Wait, so you plan to produce more of them? Well, yes, him and his first mate. Shaka confirmed as he turned and looked towards 3 other test tubes in the distance. They contained different silhouettes. Of course, they're cloning Francisco as well. Why the hell wouldn't they? Even better, it's a Lunarian Francisco. Haha. Should I destroy them now? Before they get the chance to grow into a threat. Chapter 212. Convictions, Departure, and Eternal Lightning. Vegapunk's satellites and original body could feel their spines fill with sweat. They had no way of knowing what kind of thoughts would be running through the Emperor's head. He clearly knew who Zebek was. He clearly knew who Francisco was. Hell, Francisco was reportedly alive and well, working under Enel. Enel looked at the floating bodies of the Zebek clones from around him. With a blank expression, he raised a palm towards one of them, and Shaka immediately jumped in front of him. The satellite's train of thought was relatively simple. I can't let him destroy the Seraphs. They are the next evolution for humanity, the rebirth of the Lunarian race. I need to talk him out of it. The Seraphims were not simply a tool for the world government and the genius scientists to use. No, they were an attempt at the revival of an ancient species, a species said to be the natural enemy of the world government. The government found quite a bit of pleasure in creating genetically modified slaves of that race, but Vegapunk's mind was set on something else, something bigger than some play on power dynamics. So he couldn't allow Enel to destroy what they were building, not when they were so close to success. Enel, please reconsider. They are far too important to simply kill off. The satellite shouted as his arms spread open in front of him, taking a selfless stance as he defended the Seraph behind him. Important? These things may as well be our downfall. Enel scowled a bit at Vegapunk. Who in their right mind would think giving these things to the world government is a good idea? If the Seraphs got the chance to mature before the war started, then Enel had no doubt that his army would lose. The Seraphs combined with the forces already under the government would simply crush all of the powers Enel had gathered. So the obvious solution in the Emperor's mind was to nip it in the bud. Get rid of the Seraphs from as early a stage as possible. No, they are our future. Think of them as the last nail in the coffin for the world government even. Shaka was unshaken as he stood in front of Enel's glowing palm. He met the Emperor's cold gaze with one of pure conviction. Last nail. The Emperor's face morphed for a few seconds. Are they planning to tweak the authorization settings or something? I can tell what is on your mind right now. And yes, we do plan to have proper control over them, at least of a higher priority than the elders. Stella, the original, spoke out as well, talking up to the tall Emperor and patting him on the leg. Aren't they going to be able to test and notice that rather easily? The Emperor raised an eyebrow as he looked at the other satellites as well. Vegapunk seemed completely adamant about protecting the Serpahims, to the point where Lilith had even pulled out a strange, futuristic rifle. We will make a temporary adjustment to get over their tests. After that, everything should go fine. If they don't get rid of us anyway. Shaka sighed as he looked back at the Seraphims which were still growing within their test tubes, unperturbed by the outside disturbance. So you suspect they will still kill you? Enel raised an eyebrow at that, unsure if the government was really willing to kill off the greatest mind within its employ. Inadvertently, the Emperor also lowered his glowing hand, giving the satellite in front of him some room to relax. We are almost 95% sure of it. We made many moves behind their backs, moves that they've been pretending not to notice for a long time, Shaka said as he finally let his arms fall to his sides and took a deep breath. Figures. I'll send some help your way. Just give the word. Enel shook his head and turned around, still looking at the clones surrounding him. We appreciate the offer. Any help will certainly be needed. Who exactly are you planning to send? If you don't come yourself, that is. The Vegapunks could finally take a breath and relax as the Emperor seemed to have given up on destroying their greatest creations. I'm still deciding between Shanks and Whitebeard, each accompanied by their crews, of course, most likely both. This is a rather important thing. Keeping you alive, that is. We'll see. It seems the Seraphs still need a few months in the oven at the very least. All of the satellites and Stella couldn't keep their mouths from trembling slightly as Enel casually spoke of summoning two of the strongest emperors of the sea and their crews casually. They calmed down rather quickly, though, as they realized that was just the type of man they were speaking to. I think this will be it for my visit. This was all I wanted to check on. You already have a way of contacting Dragon and the others. Enel ignored their slight shock and turned around to walk out of the room. He gave the Seraphims one last glance, narrowing his eyes as he did. It's impossible to tell which one holds the original Xebec's soul. At the end of the day, the Emperor could only shake his head and hope for the best. If he's going to become a Seraphim, then he should be under Vegapunk's commands regardless, so technically he's on our side. Even if not, then I doubt Xebec would side with the world government in any universe or multi-universe in existence. In the end, the Emperor walked out of the room unperturbed and disappeared, only waving goodbye to Vegapunk's satellites and original body one last time. The Emperor reappeared on a cloud a few hundred kilometers away from the island, lounging casually as he looked towards the technological wonderland with a conflicted gaze. That could have gone better. The Emperor felt slightly bad for putting Vegapunk in such a precarious position. He had no way of knowing how important the Seraphims were for the scientist and his satellites. Even so, the Sky King's concerns were nothing if not well-warranted. Thankfully, Vegapunk assured him that proper measures to not allow the government to control them were put in place. At that point, the Emperor could do nothing but trust the man's genius. He was right after all. Under the right circumstances, the Seraphims were truly going to be the final nail in the coffin of the world government. With them on their side, the only real concern left was IMU's power and ambiguity. But upon further thought, Enel could also realize that the Seraphims were unlikely to grow enough to become too unmanageable a threat regardless. They were essentially going to be child super soldiers at best, powerful, but not overwhelmingly so, not enough to ruin Enel's plans. So with or without them, IMU was really the only real threat to their almost assured victory. I guess all that's left is for me and Luffy to awaken, and for the third god to be found. The Emperor then turned around and pulled out a rather large folded piece of paper from a side pocket in his furry coat. He unfolded it carefully and opened it up to reveal a large map of the world. Without wasting any time, he mentally calculated and marked his position on the map, while also setting course for his next destination, Raijin Island, or the Island of Eternal Lightning, the supposed grave of the former god of lightning and originator of my power. Enel only blinked once, stuffed the map back into his coat, and turned into electromagnetic waves. He traveled at the greatest speed he could, and before he even realized it, he overshot the island by a few thousand nautical miles. I need to get used to this. The speed was hard to control, but it was also very disorienting having to find his position once more and set course towards the island again. He didn't bother going full speed again, instead just using regular lighting speed to travel through the clouds and head for the island. All in all, it only took him a few dozen seconds. Enel didn't immediately approach the island, though. He looked at it from a distance, judging it slightly. Purple lightning raining constantly on a seemingly barren and scorched land. The lightning storm was constant and plentiful. The bolts of lightning were so powerful that they surprised even Enel. He immediately decided to approach the island with caution and not from the clouds. He doubted that he of all people would get damaged by lightning, but he preferred not throwing caution to the wind when faced with what seemed to be Hockey-charged lightning. 800 years after his death, his grave is covered in hockey-charged lightning. Maybe that's why IMU's I hasn't nuked this island yet. Although Enel could sense everything in his surroundings, the center of the island seemed to be covered in a strange fog in his sight. Looking with an open eye, the middle of the island had a lightning pillar constantly in place there, which seemed to be the one negating his vision. His radar was also ineffective, as his electromagnetic waves couldn't really penetrate the strange lightning. Even worse, they seemed to blend into the pillar and get lost in there, only serving to confuse Enel's senses to some extent. Is this the kind of power I will be capable of after awakening? Permanently transforming an entire island into a constant hockey lightning storm was simply a demented feat in the Emperor's eyes. He could apply armament hockey to certain attacks. He had done it before. Specifically, he had developed an upgraded version of the original Enel's Thunder God move, turning it into the true Black Thunder God. Under that form, Enel was stress-testing his Devil Fruit and armament hockey to their limits. He had done it before his training, so he could likely do it with much more ease now. But he was sure that using hockey on an attack like Sango, Momaragan, or Rego to cover an entire island in lightning was not something he could do. I need to check out the center of the island if my intuition is to be trusted. Then that's obviously where the tomb is located. How come there are more people on the island, though? The Emperor narrowed his eyes as his senses spotted an entire pirate crew walking around the edges of the island. Isn't that one of the supernovas? The Mad Monk, was it? The Sky King slouched a bit as he looked over at the strange man, a supposed resident of an unidentified sky island. A large, hulking man almost the size of Kuma, with a permanent smile on his bearded face. His hair was black, short, giving his head a rounded appearance. His clothes somewhat resembled those of a Buddhist monk, but with a much darker color palette. He also wore a long string of prayer beads on his neck and carried around a large metallic pillar which he presumably used as a weapon. He also held up a large umbrella, which seemed to stop the lightning from striking him and his crew. It was a strange scene for Enel, to see the gigantic Mad Monk meekly following around a small, white-haired old lad. I guess I'll approach them and see what's going on. Chapter 213, Mad Monk's Plight, Old Lady and Prophecy. POV narration. The Mad Monk sighed as he looked down at Casa, the old lady that had helped them get on the island in the first place. She was the one that gave them all the umbrellas that allowed them to approach the island. She had helped them a few months back initially, and they had been stuck on that island for a while. Instead of settling, their log pose went completely crazy on that island. The magnetic field of the island was so fucked up that even Casa herself was confused as to what was happening. She said that the storm was a bit stronger than usual when they arrived, but it seemed to be something even worse than that. Casa herself was kind enough to invite them into her home and helped them set up tents made out of the same material as the umbrellas, rubber. The monk was grateful, but he also felt like he had walked into a trap. He could see no way out of that island. He didn't have any eternal pose or vivre card to follow either. Still, Urij couldn't bring himself to get mad at the old lady for helping them get on the island. He was just upset at the circumstances. His fallen monk pirates were now stuck at the beginning of the new world, a rather shameful end of the journey for a supernova crew. Well, it could be worse. At the very least, they had not collapsed because of the Marines at Sabaody like the Straw Hats. Urij had used the time to get stronger, knowing that he'd eventually end up facing people like Kizaru and Kuma again. He didn't want to be taken out so easily again. The way Kizaru had toyed with him had really left a mark on his psyche. In that time, he had grown stronger, to the point where he was sure he would be able to defeat Kuma at the very least. But Kizaru still felt like a mountain he couldn't climb. At the very least, he had the comfort of knowing that most of the admirals had died. That didn't mean there wouldn't be more like them, though, which was why the monk refused to let down his guard anymore. It seems the storm is not calming down today either. The old lady broke the monk out of his thoughts. The large pirate had already gotten used to her eerie voice and demeanor. But lately, she sounded more and more confused. She had apparently lived all of her life on that island, tending to and worshipping some god of occult religion. A god of thunder. It wasn't all that uncommon for natives to worship strange phenomena and consider them the work of deities. Entire religions had been built on such things, and the one Casa was following was just one of many. The monk didn't really share her beliefs, but he could always respect someone's piousness. It seemed that Casa was used to the weather being a certain way. From her words, the storms used to have some sort of rhythm to them, as if they were a calming melody. Casa had said that the calming melody usually spoke of how their god was sleeping, but now things were different. Casa apparently interpreted the rhythm as an awakening or some sort of uncertainty for the future. Urij had absolutely no clue how she could find a rhythm in such a devastating storm, or how she could tolerate those things to certain emotions, but he did not mock her beliefs. In all the time they had spent together, the mad monk had come to respect the creepy old woman that seemed to only want to spend her days listening to the thunderous clapping of the clouds. As the mad monk looked at the old lady, a question rose up in his mind, and he couldn't help himself from asking in the end, "Granny, have you ever seen the sun?" The old lady seemed taken aback for a second, looking at the mad monk with wide eyes, before she turned her head and started rubbing her chin. "I can't remember ever seeing the sun. I was born and raised here, to carry out an ancient tradition and to tend to this land," Casa answered honestly, her eerie voice gaining a melancholic tune. The mad monk was about to change the subject, ask her more about her life, but the old lady seemed to want to continue on the subject of the sun. "I know of its existence, but I never felt the need to seek it. I have all the light I need under the clouds of my Lord's final resting place." Urij sighed when hearing that. He considered her to be a rather tragic case of a person that was too pious for their own good. The sun did provide one with a lot of benefits and nourishment. The mad monk had to reconsider that evaluation of her, though. Despite the sun being necessary for survival in most cases, the woman he was speaking to was old. She was already old. It was clear enough that she didn't need the sun to get to that age. It somewhat made the monk wonder if there truly was something special with the woman's religion. Her next words solidified his suspicions, though. "It's kind of you to worry for me, but you don't need to. I am not that closed off from the world. People like you come here all the time. Well, not everyone is this kind, but my God always protects me." The mad monk's eyes widened as he looked down at the old woman. "Protects you?" The very notion of a weather phenomenon protecting someone seemed to weird out the monk. Casa seemed to be oblivious to his odd reaction. Instead, she just closed her eyes and smiled, almost as if she was remembering a good moment. "Pirates, weak and strong, government agents. I welcomed many on these islands. Those that tried to harm me met their end here, on these scorched lands. But the umbrella you're holding above your head is not ever going to be able to protect you from my Lord's wrath. His lightning will melt through any defense you could ever muster." The mad monk's crew all overheated that conversation. Many of them could feel some sweat on their backs as they imagined the scene of a large lightning bolt swallowing each and every one of them. Urij himself was not much better. He turned his gaze towards the clouds, his eyes narrowing. "Is this a sentient storm? Is the lightning itself sentient?" "This is." The mad monk didn't have a lot of time to consider that, though, as before he realized it, a blue lighting bolt landed at his side, startling him and causing him to jump away. In contrast, Casa was not even perturbed. She merely looked at the newcomer with a smile on her face. "Oh, a visitor with lightning abilities. A joyous occasion." Her eyes seemed to light up. She immediately lost her eerie disposition as she looked at the tall newcomer with hope. Enel looked down at the old lady and smiled. He then crouched down and greeted her on a more even level. "Hello there. Thank you for receiving me with such a joyful disposition." The emperor's voice and presence seemed to startle the mad monk's crew. They all took a few steps back, their hands already reaching for their weapons, swords and guns, all at the ready. But they knew such things wouldn't make any difference. They recognized who they were looking at, the Sky King. Urij's spine trembled at the very thought of facing such a man. No monster. The old lady seemed to once again be oblivious to their feelings, however. Instead, she seemed to be caught in her own world, and the only person that she could see was Enel. Joy. How could I feel anything but joy? Cass's bright smile was a stark contrast to her previously confused and eerie disposition. It was almost as if the fallen monk pirates were looking at a different person. Finally, with you here, the prophecy will be held true. Finally, the usurpers will pay for what they've done. Cassa seemed to be so excited that she was unable to control her arms as they flailed around while she spoke to Enel. Pay they will, if I am to succeed. What exactly is your job, however? What is the tradition you are upholding? Also, can you tell me a bit more about the storm here? The emperor clearly had many questions. He had obviously heard the mad monk's conversation with the old lady. He was so enraptured by what the lady was saying that he had even forgotten to introduce himself to the pirates, though it seemed that there was no need for an introduction. Regardless, he had a lot he wanted to find out about the island and Rajan's tomb, and he was now sure that the old lady in front of him was his ticket to those answers. Cassa seemed more than happy to answer the emperor's questions too. She only spent a few seconds thinking further before speaking out again. It is my job to lead you there, to the center of this storm. The tradition is of the shrine maiden of the thunder god. The prophecy spoke of a brave warrior, carrying hundreds of years of history on his back, flinging down the gauntlet in front of the usurpers that stole my lord's throne. A war. The world will be swallowed by unrest as a war will embroil all powers and decide the dawn of a new world, and the destruction of the current one. Enel blinked a few times, not expecting to hear that much information in one go. The old lady seemed to be rather knowledgeable on the subject, and she seemed rather willing to share. The emperor felt something that was familiar about her words, and after a few minutes of pondering it finally clicked for him. Whitebeard's speech. The last speech of the strongest man alive while on Marineford. While it hadn't happened because of Enel, Whitebeard was supposed to give one last speech to the world before his demise, to fan the flames that Roger had created, to drive the age of pirates forward to the next generation. It was one of the most memorable moments of the entire show, which was why Enel could still remember it. The old Whitebeard spoke of a very similar prophecy as the old lady. He said that Sengoku and the world government feared that prophecy too. I may have forgotten about it, but have I been technically following this all along? It's not like this is a bad thing. I already knew I was a main actor in the prophecy because of my fruit, but did I inadvertently usurp Luffy's role as the one to fling the gauntlet in front of the world? Not that it mattered too much. The Emperor wasn't concerned about Luffy's role being taken. He was more intrigued by the concept at that point. Luffy was still the incarnation of Nika at the end of the day, a man with a great destiny of his own. I'll have to ask Whitebeard about this at some point. His words were too similar to this old lady's. As he was pondering that, the fallen monk pirates were all trying to process the old lady's words. They considered her mad for a second, but the fact that the lightning was protecting her gave her words a lot of credibility as well. There was also the fact that the lightning didn't seem to want to hit Enel, despite the fact that he wasn't using any umbrella. Well, Enel's reputation did give him a lot of credibility when it came to being the man of prophecy. Thank you for that, old lady. Enel nodded towards the woman, before opening his mouth again. However, the last question was left unanswered. Is the last Raijin still alive and protecting you? The old lady seemed to be taken aback by that question, blinking a few times before tilting her head. She eventually chuckled and answered the Emperor's question with the same amount of energy as the rest. My bad. It must have seemed like that. But no. My lord had long since passed. But his will is undying. A wisp of his soul managed to linger in this world. It awaits you in the center. He will be the one to guide you through awakening your full potential. The Emperor crossed his arms as he sat down in front of the old lady, his face morphing a bit. He was both impressed and confused at the concept of a soul sticking to the human world. Alas, it seemed that he still had a lot to learn about souls. I understand. Well then, can you guide me there right away? Chapter 214. Lead, Trials, and Raijin. I understand. Well then, can you guide me there right away? I certainly can. But are you sure you are prepared? Cassa's voice took a more eerie undertone as she responded to the lightning user. My lord will test both your will and body to make sure you are capable enough to inherit his strength. If you are not, then your life will certainly be in danger." The emperor smiled when hearing the old lady's warning. He had already expected that to be the case. "I am prepared, more than I will ever be. I also don't have the luxury to prepare further. I need to awaken and get used to my new powers in a rather short time frame." Enel's response made the old lady tilt her head, her smile dying down a bit. She gazed into the emperor's eyes. In them she found determination, power, and most importantly, the will of a conqueror. The old lady gazed into the window to Enel's soul. Inside it, she saw exactly what she was hoping to see. "Good. I didn't get my hopes up for no reason." Old Lady Casa smiled once more after looking into Enel's eyes for a few more seconds. "In that case, it will be my honor to guide you, so you may fulfill your destiny." The short lady bowed slightly, her back slouching over as Enel slowly stood up. Enel and Casa both turned to the fallen monk pirates. "Apologies for ignoring you all." The emperor waved at them in a friendly manner, and all of them flinched just from seeing him move in their direction. The only one that was composed was Urij himself, who slowly stood up and looked the emperor in the eye. The mad monk realized something crucial at that point. "He may be our ticket out of this island. Emperor Enel, your character is certainly better than how the government painted it, though I guess that's to be expected." The mad monk crossed his burly arms as his gaze angled downwards towards the slightly shorter Sky King. You also seem to be a lot less mad than rumored to be." Enel smirked at the not-so-mad monk. "Haha, I guess that does seem to be the case. Even I am not mad enough to act up against an emperor." Urij sweated a bit as he clenched his fists. He had actually considered fighting the Sky King for a few seconds. He did wish to prove himself in the new world after all. But now that he was faced with the pressure that an emperor could exude, he didn't even dare to move against him. Instead, he did the opposite. "Would you be able to help me and my crew leave this island? We would be indebted to you if you are able to." Enel raised an eyebrow at the mad monk. "Should I help him? There's not much he and his crew can do for me. But I also don't know if this island will be safe during my awakening. I assume it will be quite destructive. Well, it may also not be destructive at all. Who knows? Just to be safe, though. I will help you, however I can. But first I will be going to the center. I recommend you all to sail further away from this island. It's very possible that the storm will become more violent. I will be protecting Old Lady Casa, but I cannot assure your safety in the same way." Enel didn't really know how the storm would react. He couldn't know. But it was the safest bet at getting the pirates to leave the island right away. Casa, the one person that could best interpret the storm, was also not refuting any of his words, which gave them a lot more credibility. "Understood. Thank you for the warning. We will be anchoring ourselves a bit further away from the island." Urij bowed his head slightly, closing his eyes as he did so. The pirates behind him seemed to already get to work. The very notion of the storm becoming stronger was enough to make them want to run away. They had enough provisions in their ships to last them a bit, so they weren't worrying about food for now. They packed their things, but left the tents they had built behind. They were quick to step back onto their ships, leaving only the mad monk behind. "Well, I guess that's that. I wish you good luck in your trials, Sky King, Granny Casa." Urij bowed once more to the two people that were to remain on the island. He brought his palms together in front of his chin as he spoke his farewell, giving them his blessing before departing. Enel nodded at him, while Casa waved him off. "Just go, you brat. You're delaying the king's return." Sorry." The mad monk's eyes widened as he stuttered out an apology and then scampered off, leaving behind a slightly irritated Casa and an amused Enel. Casa waved at them as they left the shores, and then finally turned around and looked at Enel. "Well then, now we're on our lonesome. Let us get started." Casa wasted no time, tapping her wooden cane on the ground as she started walking straight to the center of the island. "Of course. Are you sure you are going to be safe? I don't know how this awakening will look." "Oh, don't worry about me, sweetie. I know that whatever happens, my lord will protect me. I also can't know for sure how this will happen, but I do know one thing. Enel looked at the old woman's back as she spoke while walking forward still, curiosity gripping at his mind. When you awaken, your heart will send a thunderous roar to the world, signaling your return. There won't be anyone unable to hear it. Enel blinked a few times, remembering the way that Luffy had awakened, how his heartbeat sounded the drums of liberation to a similar effect. Does that mean I have to die in order to awaken? He wanted to ask further questions, but the old lady became focused on leading the way and seemed to ignore any other probing questions he may have had. In the end, he would find out during the ritual anyway. He was going to do it regardless of what was required of him. The journey to the center of the island was surprisingly easy. For Casa, that is. Enel, however, became a target with each step he took. The old lady called it the trial of resilience. His lightning clashed with that of the clouds, as he did his best to block the hits. In the process, he exerted himself to the point where his own lightning took a black color. Imbued with haki, his lightning was a lot more effective at blocking the Thunder God's tests. Enel also couldn't teleport away. His test included following the old lady, step by step, and she seemed to slow down at points too, panting slightly. "My old bones need some rest," she would say before patting her knees. Meanwhile, Enel was locked in a struggle, constantly deflecting and blocking lightning strikes that seemed almost endless. Thankfully, his training with Garp had tempered him properly. He was able to go through the trial of resilience without much difficulty. Eventually, they came to the second trial, the trial of power. "You need to create a pathway for us to reach the tomb of my lord. He will not give us access otherwise," Casa told the Emperor as they reached the pillar of lightning that engulfed the center of the island. She didn't give him any more specifics, but the name of the test told him everything he needed to know. His task? Blow away the clouds above the tomb. It was simple enough, right? Well, the first Thor that Enel used seemed to get absorbed into the pillar, not doing anything at all, and not even getting close to the clouds. The second and third weren't much different. Even when Enel tried using armament haki, turning his lightning black, the same issue persisted. For a second, the Emperor even considered using his final move, the true Black Lightning God, and clashing with the beam directly. But it just felt like the wrong way to go about things. Pure power seemed to be the approach of the trial. But Enel's strongest move, the Rego, couldn't be used under those circumstances. Enel could likely perform a smaller Rego from his own body, but it was going to be both tiring and likely ineffective. Instead, the Emperor opted for the easiest option. It wasn't going to be easy, but it seemed like the easiest way for him. Exerting himself further, the Emperor impaled his staff into the ground and brought both of his palms together. He charged up lightning in his hands for a few moments before he forcefully disconnected his palms, revealing a thick string of black plasma. 60 billion V Black Jamble. Black Thunder Dragon. From the string of plasma rose a gigantic eastern dragon. It flew towards the skies, creating a magnetic field of its own as it coiled around the pillar. Instead of touching the pillar, it was getting repelled by it. Enel smiled as he controlled the dragon to fly into the sky and, boom, a gigantic explosion that shook the seas around the island broke the clouds above. Light shone through them, as Enel's charged dragon coiled around the hole it had created and forcefully sought to keep it open. "So that's the sun. Huh." Casa smiled when seeing that. She had taken quite a few steps back. She was impressed by the Emperor's creativity, but what shocked her the most was the scene in front of her. A ray of sunlight shone brightly upon the middle of the island. The tomb shone as sunlight reflected off of it for what must have been the first time in over 800 years. A tinge of hope in the darkness. It was exactly as her lord had prophesied. "Good, you've passed. Let us proceed." Casa didn't dwell on the view for too long, no matter how much she wanted to. She needed to see things through first. She would be able to dream about the sight later. For now, she started walking towards the tomb. "Gee, great." Enel wiped the sweat off his brow as he followed right after the old lady. The tomb reminded the Emperor of Shandora, the Golden City in the upper yard. It was similar to the structure he and Crocodile had unearthed in Alabasta. It also seemed to be made entirely out of gold. Gold that seemed to have turned black over the years, likely as a result of being basked in hockey-charged lightning for centuries. We're here. The door to the tomb was mechanical in nature. The old lady pulled a lever, and it opened up for them in seconds. The Emperor smiled as he continued following his guide. His fists clenched as he expected the upcoming challenges to be even more difficult. So it seems my successor has walked in, following the 33rd Shrine Maiden. An ancient voice greeted them at the entrance. Enel looked forward to see several golden statues and plants lining a hall with a red carpet. Statues of skeletons holding up flags with symbols that the Emperor couldn't recognize. And in the middle of the hall was a throne with a black skeleton on it. The skeleton wore fancy clothes, its hands adorned with various rings, and its neck wore a golden necklace. It even had ankle bracelets made of gold. The garb it wore was reminiscent of those of the original Enel, with a few differences. A pair of loose yellow pants, as well as a golden breastplate, shone in the artificial light given off by some strange crystals that clung to the ceiling. Silent and observant, taking in his surroundings carefully. "I like this one." The voice spoke out again, clearly coming out of the skeleton this time around. The skeleton's eyes shone red as its fingers started taping the arm of the throne. "This must be Reborn." Chapter 2:15. God of Thunder, Frustrating History and Awakening Start. Enel looked at the skeleton in front of him with a wary gaze. He did know that souls could technically possess their bodies after death, but that was usually in the context of a devil fruit, like Brooke's revival fruit. I guess he's not called a god for no reason. Maybe he'll be able to give me a few answers regarding the gaps that have yet to be filled. Enel rubbed his chin as he looked at the skeleton. He and the revolutionaries had already built a pretty good picture of what had occurred in the Void Century. All they were missing was the actual end of the Great Empire and its 3 kings/gods. I can sense you have a lot of questions. There's no need to be restrained. You made it this far. Reborn noticed the silence that stretched on into the room. He broke it immediately, almost as if he was in a hurry. Enel nodded, thinking for another few seconds before he asked his first question. "How were you able to hold on to this world?" was the first question that Enel had. "Well, that's a bit of a strange story, really. I remember scarcely that I had found some strange disappearing city. It submerged to the bottom of the sea, but the residents were regular humans, not merfolk. They taught me one of their rituals as a sign of new friendships. I never found them again after that." Reborn's eyes flickered as he remembered those days fondly. Enel was able to tell that much just from his melancholic tone. "When I reached the end of my lifespan, I decided on using that ritual, and I ended up sealing a part of my consciousness in my bones, which I assumed would persist the most throughout time." Both Casa and Enel listened attentively to the god's ramblings. He proceeded to go on about creating a tradition on the island of appointing a shrine maiden before he engulfed the island in lightning to serve as protection for its residents. Sadly, most got scared off by the constant storm and darkness, so they took off to the sea. Only the ones I had appointed as shrine maidens and few of their relatives remained. The skeletons sounded a bit disappointed, saddened even, which was understandable. But Enel couldn't blame the people of the island for leaving it, especially since most regular people didn't understand much about devil fruits, and probably thought the island was cursed or something. Those people couldn't see through our Lord's intentions. It is shameful for them to abandon the protection our God provided for the cruelty of the outside world. Casa was less sympathetic to the ones that had left. She likely already knew this story, or most of it, from her predecessors. Her opinions were already formed on the matter. Given her devotion, it wasn't even surprising for her to think like that. Anyway, that about sums things up. I could go on with a few more details, but frankly, my lifespan is limited. The god's words seemed to worry Casa greatly. Enel also raised an eyebrow. "Limited lifespan? You are not alive." Enel was quite direct in his inquiry, something that managed to stir a hearty chuckle out of the skeletal god. "Trust me, I am about as alive as you are." The skeleton's words felt menacing. Enel could feel a pair of eyes on him at that very moment. He looked into the lights that appeared in the thunder god's empty skull. Those lights peered into the mangled abomination that was his soul. A fascinating fusion, one that fate had not predicted would happen at all. I guess you are the sole reason that snake, Orochi, got involved. Orochi? The mythical creature that spoke to me. Unfortunately, before the emperor was able to ask the god to elaborate further, the god decided to move on. Honestly, I wish we could talk more, but each word wastes more and more of my energy. I will grant you one last question, after which we will have to proceed with the awakening. One question. Huh? Enel muttered to himself as he racked his mind, trying to think of the most relevant and useful information he could ask of the god. Yep, one question. That's it. Now on to the awakening. The god, however, answered as prompted by the emperor's muttering, his tone becoming cheerful as he slowly sat up from his throne. Wait, that doesn't count. Enel was having none of that. He immediately waved his hands around, frantically asking the god for another chance. Kassa only watched the scene with an amused smile. The skeletal god was even taller than Enel, at least by 2 heads. The skeleton's back bent slightly as he stood up and cracked his neck. Oh, relax already. His relaxed tone seemed to pacify the frustrated emperor. I was joking. Ask that last question. Seriously this time around? The god's tone immediately went from amused and cheerful to dead serious. Enel nodded and immediately asked the question he had been cooking up in his mind. How did the 3 of you lose that day? It was certainly a loaded question. The thunder god's shining lights became larger for a second. He didn't need some further explanation to understand what Enel was referring to. It was clear that the emperor wanted to know the fate of their grand empire, as well as the way they had lost. After all, a good way to not repeat the mistakes of the past was to actually know them. He seemed to be emitting a strange pressure now, as if reminiscing about things he found distasteful. We didn't lose, but we were not allowed to win either. Rajan's tone was filled with anger and frustration as he spoke out. Such an attitude, Enel had expected. The war of those gods had been the most important point in their lives and in history. It was the very point where the world government first rose to power. The 3 of us fought for 7 days and nights. Allies fell day by day. First went out trusted retainers, then Joyboy's lover, Poseidon. It was a bloody affair. It was as if we were fighting against the tides of history itself. But we won anyway. By the end of it, the broken and mangled corpse of our enemy lay in front of us. Enel's confusion skyrocketed when he heard that. So Imu died back then? Then, alas, fate had other plans for our enemy. On his side, he happened to have a user of the Op Nomi. As we were hollowly celebrating, relaxing a bit after such a long affair, he rose out of the rubble and revived our enemy, giving his life in the process. Enel blinked a few times, as the picture became clearer in his mind. So that's how he gained his immortality. Then, the fight restarted. Tired as we were, our opponent was now full of energy, renewed. But we were strong. We were not called gods without reason. We managed to prevail once more. Our opponent's body fell once more, plucked out of the sky by my lightning spears. At that point, Enel's head was imploding in both confusion and frustration. What the hell? They killed him / it twice and still fucking lost? The personification of the sea fell on top of a strange altar, its blood spilling out everywhere. The blood returned to his body after that. Turns out, the altar we dropped him onto was Uranus, the sacrificial tool, which essentially combined him with Uranus forever, something we weren't aware was even possible. At that point, Enel felt like pulling all of his hair off. What the hell? It's almost as if they were fighting the main Cha. Oh wait, we lost after that, forced to flee to different corners of the world. The personification of the sea couldn't actually kill us. It didn't even try. It knew our injuries were too grave to survive for long anyway. So here we are. 800 years in the future, this person calls themselves Imu now. So, let me get this straight. You gods killed Imu twice over, but by some contrived bullshit, he somehow survived and won. Enel scowled as he summarized what he had heard. That's exactly what happened. It's as if fate itself made the world more convenient for our opponent. We stood no chance from the beginning. The Uranus altar was not even supposed to be there, to begin with. It was a living relic that rose from the ground at the supposed exact time as Imu's body fell. Enel could feel his brain hemorrhaging. Casa also seemed to be quite shocked by the unfair way the world had treated her lord and his peers. It was almost insulting even. It was no wonder that the last texts he had found from Raijin were complaining about how fate simply wanted them to lose. The only question remaining, will fate try and save Imu this time as well? It felt unlikely from the way things had occurred. Fate was either confused or wasn't too keen on helping Imu anymore. Regardless, it was impossible to know until the day of the war came and went. At that point, the results could speak for themselves. Enel still had plenty of questions. Like the nature of devil fruits, Imu's skill set and powers now that it was essentially a combination between personification of the sea and ancient weapon. Unfortunately, Raijin no longer had the time. Your trial, as well as this talk, have been tiring enough. If you wish to find out more, just seek out the truth like you've always done. Or ask Orochi, that stupid snake owes me a lot. Just tell him to help you 'cause I said so. Enel couldn't help but sweat a bit at the casual way the god in front of him addressed the mythical creature he had met. Orochi didn't seem like the type of character that Enel would be able to request anything of. But it was worth a shot. But first things first, awakening. A strange concept to the people of today, same as devil fruits. Raijin stepped forward, standing right in front of the Emperor, its shining orbs staring into Enel's soul once more. Yes, awakening. To this day, there isn't much information regarding it. I know nothing about it either. Enel nodded as he confirmed the god's statements. Indeed. It's not a complex thing, however. There are two ways of awakening that I know of. Raijin's skull turned and looked to the side. Casa nodded and took a step further away from the Emperor, in preparation. The first step is the safest one, awakening through sheer mastery. This, however, is impossible for powers like yours. Raijin's skeletal palm glowed slightly as Enel's eyebrows rose. You might have noticed by now, your fruit does a lot more than control mere lightning. You control its density, control ionized clouds, ionized water, electromagnetic waves, and magnetism itself even. You can even tap into sound waves. These are all practical applications of your devil fruit. Practical applications of my power. The god's hand clenched, his bones crackling slightly, sounding as if they were rusted over and he was forcing them to move. Enel nodded at the god's words, having already experimented enough with his fruit's powers to know it wasn't just lightning manipulation and creation. They're too much for one man to master in one lifetime. Many fruit users, even talented, will spend decades mastering their abilities much simpler than yours. Now, the other method for awakening. Enel's gaze immediately moved to the god's sparkling skeletal hand, his eyes widening slightly. It's a lot more risky. Without any warning, the skeleton plunged his hand into Enel's ribcage. The Emperor made no effort to dodge or move out of the way. He made no effort to resist at all. Just like Nika's awakening, was all that the Emperor could think. Raijin nodded in appreciation when seeing Enel's lack of resistance. Blood came out of the Sky King's mouth as his staff fell off to the side. He felt his heart get pulverized by the skeleton's arm. Raijin then pulled his hand back, letting Enel's body fall backwards. The god looked at it with its lifeless orbs. It's all up to you now. A test of will and determination. I wish you the best. Chapter 216. Void, Truth, and Wheel of Fate. The next time Enel opened his eyes, he was in a strange place. A darkness that he could not see the end of. One so deep that it had no light shining through it. The Emperor was confused at first. It was as if he hadn't even opened his eyes at all. His senses were also closed off. His body was unable to move. He was in a void. It was then that some light came in the form of a large eye which appeared right in front of him. A bloodshot red eye looked at him with what could only be called hatred. Enel chuckled a bit when seeing that all-too-familiar eye. He could finally move his body enough to turn his head. The pupil in front of him covered his entire field of vision, unfortunately. Thankfully, Enel no longer needed to look around in order to know where he was. Regardless, the Emperor didn't panic. Instead, his eyes twisted upwards as a smile rose on his lips. I died. So you finally took the opportunity to pull me here? His voice sounded amused, not scared at all. After all, he trusted he was not exactly dead yet. His mind was strong enough, his body prepared as much as it could be. If he was to fail, then something truly unusual would have to happen. His will refused to believe for 1 second that he had failed. Such was the mindset of a true conqueror. The god's rage grew when he felt the assurance of the human that stood in front of him. Enel could easily feel his rage. Maybe in the past, he would have been scared. Maybe he would have faltered. But now? Why should I fear him? What has he done to deserve the fear of someone like me? One could be cautious, but never afraid. That was the difference between phonies and kings at the end of the day. However, his confidence was clearly perceived as arrogance by the god. Why? Why couldn't you just lay off? Why must humans strive to follow their fleeting ambitions so vehemently? Its rage was on full display now as the eye grew countless tendrils, which immediately wrapped around the still-smiling emperor. Oh, are you referring to our last talk? Your inquiry was a bit confusing at the time. Asking about ambitions and asking meaningless questions, Enel's confidence didn't falter even when he felt his body, soul, get squished in the god's arms. Meaningless? I asked you exactly for a meaning for those concepts. You gave me your exact thoughts at that time. You were on the right track. The god seemed even angrier, but Enel was now getting even more confident. One would expect an almighty being to retaliate when being mocked by something or someone they considered below them. Yet, the being that had brought Enel into that world, the one that had tried to shroud his will and soul in uncertainty, was now merely lashing out like a small child would. What? Did you think I'd just throw in the towel because you tried to nudge me away from interfering with the world? Just because I happened to spout some words you agreed with? Well, humans tend to change quite often. I am not different in that aspect. Enel shook his head as he slowly started regaining more and more of his feeling. He remembered the time when the god had approached him, 2 years back after the mess at Marineford. At the time, he had a very nihilistic and negative view of the world and humanity in general. His thoughts were constantly in a mess, his mind clouded with plenty of emotions after having just betrayed the friend he had made in the Navy. But things changed. Not only had he managed to salvage his relationships with those he betrayed, but he had also gained a lot of friends. He drank and dined with legends, and heard stories of men that etched their names in history. Even if history could be forgotten and changed, they had still left an imprint. They mattered even after their deaths. So, after the fragment of the god that shrouded his soul disappeared, Enel's mindset slowly started to shift. His negative and nihilistic view of the world slowly changed to a positive one. He knew that life was short, fleeting. He knew that in the grand scheme of things, one man's life didn't mean much, but that was okay. As he built more friendships and even a budding love, he realized that it didn't matter how fleeting his existence was. He was going to enjoy it to the fullest and fulfill all of what he had proposed to himself. He would leave a name for the world to remember. A footnote in the history of a far more advanced civilization maybe, but one that would bring a smile to the face of others regardless. So he couldn't fail, nor could he falter. The fate of the world rested on his shoulders, and he had decided to take on that responsibility. As Enel resolved himself, he stared at the god in front of him defiantly. The god's eye seemed to disappear as it stared more and more into Enel's soul. Instead of a giant eye, the god returned to Enel's old body, that of a well-built middle-aged man with black hair and handsome features, dressed in a classy black suit, which was oozing with black sludge that transformed into tentacles that were still wrapped around the emperor. He felt Enel's ambition, his will, his conviction, but he still could not understand them. Despite being able to peer into Enel's memories and seeing all of the changes he had undergone, you truly were a disappointment. I thought that maybe if I digested your mind and memories properly, I'd understand humanity better. But you have done so much wrong that I don't even wish to do so anymore. So much pointless friction, while doing nothing but bringing harm to me, your benefactor. The god's face twisted into a scowl as its tentacles tightened, even further around Enel, squeezing him quite well. The emperor's face morphed in confusion for a second. How had his actions harmed the god? At most, he had disagreed with him. Sure, Lin did eat a piece of him technically, But the Emperor doubted it was such a big deal for a god. You seem confused. You have yet to even realize how that world works. I didn't create it. It treats me as an outsider, so my very essence is crushed whenever I try to interfere with the world's fate. You, on the other hand, I integrated you into a person that was irrelevant to the world's fate. But you managed to completely change the fate of the world. It was my mistake to send you there. But by the time I realized it, I could no longer pull you out of there either. At that point, Enel just scowled. Changed? Irrelevant? Some mistakes must have been made. The body you sent me to is that of a person that had eaten a god fruit of all things. There's no way. Enel clenched his fists as he voiced out his confusion. The god merely gave him a burst of hollow laughter. You really think the one who you merged with would have ever awakened? No, that wasn't in his cards. He was going to die without accomplishing anything of value. You changed that. Enel scowled when hearing that. Did that mean Luffy was destined to lose originally? Or was the world government not his enemy in the end? The god's words seemed to be truthful. He had no real reason to lie about that. So they raised a lot of questions that Enel found interesting. Even so, the world he was in had morphed so much, to the point where one could hardly call it the same as the original. Too much had changed in ways that were simply inconceivable. He didn't need to worry about the fate of that original world, as it was no longer the fate of the world he was on. Interesting. But I guess that means you can't actually do anything to me. Well, I think you would have killed me already if you could, since I did so much damage to you. The god's scowl deepened when hearing the human's arrogant words. Honestly, since you're so almighty, you should have been able to see such an outcome. You've been observing humans and humanity for an eternity, yet your immaturity led you to not even having a basic comprehension of what human nature is. Enel didn't waste any time mocking the god. It was truly laughable to even call it a god at that point. It was much closer to a petulant child that made a few mistakes and blamed it all on someone else. Enough. I have heard enough. We will see if you can have the same energy on your deathbed when your fate is to run its course. I'll be here, waiting. The being in front of him still found it in itself to release a threat. It was at that point that a spark of lightning rose into that void. The god that had just threatened Enel seemed to recoil at the light, and from the light was formed the figure of an ephemeral skeleton. It was clearly Reborn, the god of thunder. His body sparkled with lightning as he appeared in between Enel and that strange god. In an instant, the god retracted its tentacles, as if scared to even touch the light that the lightning god's sparks were emanating. Reborn, however, completely ignored said god. His glowing eye holes stared at Enel and spoke out in anger. Oi, kid. What the hell are you doing? Get on with the awakening. Stop fooling around with this bastard. Fine shit. He was the one to pull me here. At that point, Reborn didn't even respond. He merely waved his hand, and Enel's soul vanished from that place. The void was silent as the god of lighting turned around and stared at Enel's old body. The lights in his eye holes sparked for a second. You should be careful where you wave your threats around outsiders. This is not a place of your jurisdiction. Reborn addressed the god with a condescending, yet familiar tone. KSK, don't get cocky just because you can control some of the laws in this world. You're nothing. The god was about to try and intimidate Reborn, but the ephemeral skeleton was having none of that. Shut your trap. You're nothing more than an interdimensional LARPer and a worm. Do you think you can interfere in our world's fate? Do you think you have the right to pluck souls from the cycle of reincarnation in our world? I was the one to put him there in the first place. I have the right to dash. The god was trying to argue its case. After all, it was the one to initially bring Enel/Alexander into that world. Unfortunately, it didn't fully understand how the world worked yet. Thankfully, Reborn was there to explain it to him. You only have the right to fuck off. If you try to interfere in this again, the wheel of fate will crush your existence. Better back off while you still can. Reborn's eyes sparkled as more and more lightning started appearing in that void, arching around and turning violet as the skeleton's teeth seemed to crack. The god didn't seem satisfied with Reborn's explanation, unfortunately. It was about to open its mouth again before it felt an otherworldly pressure. Looking up, it could only see a wheel, larger than his eye could see. It seemed to spin without end, encompassing the world. Seems it's too late already. Interrupting the main actor's awakening was enough to set this into motion. Raijin shook his head as he slowly backed off. The god tried to scramble. Its many tentacles wriggled around as red eyes appeared all over the void around it. I won't accept T-. Before it could even voice out its disagreement, its fate was decided. The ever-spinning wheel tore through its tentacles. Its many eyes squashed and destroyed as the wheel kept spinning regardless of whatever puny resistance the god was putting on. So long as you're here, in this world, there is no winning against fate. There is also no escaping. Raijin's lazy voice at the side reminded the god of its impending and unavoidable doom, as the wheel slowly started tearing up and crushing Enel's old body. Still, I must thank you for bringing him into our world. Thanks to that, it may have a better future. You won't be there to see it, though. As Raijin said that, he slowly turned around. The god behind him could only release a blood-curdling screech as the wheel of fate completely crushed its existence in that world. The wheel disappeared after that, ever moving, always unseen. Such was the nature of fate. The god it had just mauled was also gone now. Not one speck of his essence was left in that world. The god of thunder could only sigh, shaking his head as his body slowly vanished from that empty void. That's one nuisance dealt with. Now, if only my successor can focus on awakening already. Chapter 217. Temple, Awakening, and Thunder. Enel released an exasperated sigh as he found himself in a completely different place. A place that shone blue in light. He could feel the heat of the sun burning into his body as his eyes adjusted to the sudden increase in light. It didn't take long for him to realize where he was and what exactly surrounded him. Lightning, plasma, pure energy from the way it felt. The Emperor's entire body burnt slowly. In that second, he tried to use haki, his entire body taking on a black hue as he attempted to stop some of the heat from harming him. It felt fruitless at that moment. While managing to resist the heat better, he could still feel it burning his body. It was frustrating, and it was also likely what most of his opponents felt while fighting him. No matter how strong someone's haki was, they wouldn't be able to survive being engulfed by the sun. The only solution was to move away fast enough before the heat managed to do too much damage, or dying. So this is how that bastard, Jack the Draft, felt when I dropped a Rego on him. It felt odd, but in truth, Jack had been the only person that Enel had used his devil fruit at its full potential. He had taken down agents with lightning, but Rego was on a completely different level from a regular Elthor or stray lightning bolt. In the grand scheme of things, Jack was not worth a full-on Rego. He was not strong enough to dodge Enel's regular lightning under any circumstance. But the Emperor had gotten excited at the time and decided to go all out for once. Currently, Enel felt like he was a regular human, thrown in the middle of a Rego, which was why his mind wandered off to Jack, someone that wasn't truly worth his thoughts. Alas, the Emperor needed something to distract him from the pain. Slowly but surely, the light around him seemed to take different shapes in the Emperor's perception as he struggled to resist. The shapeless lights started to look more and more like endless pillars to the Emperor. The distance started looking like a wall of bright light. It felt like he was in a room, a temple, even a temple of lightning. So this is the awakening trial? Did the sun god have to go through something similar? At that point, Enel couldn't even remember at that point. Concentrating on anything felt difficult. It felt as if an eternity had passed when in reality it had only been a few seconds at best, and the Emperor knew it. He could feel his very soul burning. The searing pain threatened to knock him unconscious by itself. Had it not been for his training with Garp, Enel was sure that his body would have already been burnt to a crisp. His endurance had always been inhuman. Even without much training, he was easily on par with Luffy in that aspect during the Straw Hat's visit on Skype in the original. Later on, after training in the Navy, he had grown strong enough to tank hits from a sickly Whitebeard, admirals, and even a half-serious Garp. Now, Enel's endurance had reached a whole new level, to the point where it was unlikely for most people to even be able to injure him. Even so, his body was still getting destroyed. It didn't matter how much endurance he had. He was still going to lose the battle he was currently in. There was no fighting back. He couldn't turn himself into lighting and blend into the temple. He couldn't fight back against the temple. It was as if his devil fruit powers had vanished. But his perception was still very much enhanced. His perception of time was what allowed him the time to contemplate his situation to such an extent. Regardless, all he could really do was burn. And burn quickly at that. Before the Emperor could even realize it, all of his limbs were already burned off. He had only lost concentration for what must have been a few seconds, while his mind drifted off, but all of his limbs were melted off. How the hell am I even supposed to do this? How is anyone expected to resist this? Even though he felt the situation was unfair, he didn't let himself get discouraged. He was still determined to see things through to the end. He wasn't just trying to awaken. He was awakening. There was no room for uncertainty or doubt in his mind. But frustration still seeped its way in, like the callous mistress that it was. Then, one more second passed, and he felt a part of his stomach being melted away as well. At that moment, his frustration dissipated. Why was he struggling so much? Why exactly was he fighting back against the temple that was trying to swallow his soul? Raiji never said how things would go, but I don't think there is anyone capable of actually surviving in this room for too long. So there's no way that is the actual trial. There was no other way around it. A trial, no matter how difficult, must have some way to be completed. Such was the case for the trials Enel faced when heading for the temple and following Casa. Otherwise, it wouldn't actually be a trial, but simply torture. So why exactly was Enel allowing himself to be tortured in such a way, when the trial had only just started? In that instant, Enel's heart beat loudly. As his body turned its natural color, his armament no longer fighting against the inevitable. That was the first step of his trial. Letting go, relaxing, letting nature take its course. It felt against the mindset of a conqueror, but at the same time, it wasn't. A true conqueror was already aware that nature taking its course still meant they were destined to conquer the world. They were destined to achieve their goals. They just needed to let nature take its course and not fight it. In this case, Enel realized something. His trial was more symbolic than anything. He had racked his mind endlessly trying to understand what awakening would feel like, but it had never occurred to him that it would be something like that. Purification of the body and the soul. He felt his body being eroded, every impurity, every muscle fiber, every organ. They all melted away into that ziggurat of thunder and lightning. But at the same time, Enel only now realized that he himself was that ziggurat. He was the temple, he was lightning, he was the thunder. And when he came to that realization, all of the pain went away. He could see his body melting away, turning into a ball of liquid in the middle of the temple. He watched it with a disembodied smile as he could see it reforming. Thunder and lightning combined to make a new body. The world itself shifted, and the ziggurat was collapsing in on itself. All combined into one large ball of consciousness and reforming Enel's body anew. And at that point, while Enel watched his body be reformed, he could hear something different. His heartbeat. A new heart had taken the place of his old one, but it didn't feel the same at all. No longer sounding like that of a human. Each beat released the sound of thunder within his own body. Each breath that the body took reverberated throughout the mindscape that was now devoid of light. So this is it. Awakening. The next moment, the Emperor opened his eyes. This time in the real world. With his eyes opened, he could now see the world in a different light. It felt almost as if there was no end to what he could see. There was no end to what he could do. A limit that he had yet to test. A power newfound, yet to be discovered. And within the temple on Reborn Island, the three main actors of the awakening all stood straight. Enel looked at his arms, his glowing eyes inspecting his new body. He could feel the strength that now surged within him. He had so much energy that it almost felt unending. His eyes could see everything. He could see almost all the way back to the red line. Almost half of the new world was covered within his sight. His observation hockey had evolved to an entirely different level, as expected. He could sense the aura, emotions, and intentions, and even hear the voices of everyone. It was as if he could hear the world itself crying in injustice. The amount of suffering he was hearing far outweighed everything else, becoming more wood on the fire that was his determination to end the current tyrannical regime. Enel clenched his fists before his gaze turned to Reborn, giving the old god a look of sympathy. So for all of these years, he was stuck here, as a shadow of his former self, constantly hearing the cries of the world as it burned in turmoil under the world government's rule. Reborn's eyes flickered with appreciation when seeing the look of sympathy that Enel had given him. Cass's hands trembled as they came together, her eyes looking at the tall emperor. Reverence was in her eyes. Her mouth muttered prayers as she kneeled in front of her lord's successor. A glowing aura seemed to protect her from the pressure that Enel was exuding, most definitely protection provided by her dear lord. Reborn's skeletal eyes radiated with pride as he looked at his successor, the one that was fated to take his throne, fated to finally carry on the legacy of the great kingdom that the gods had once ruled. The burden of strength, you are the one carrying it now. Both responsibility and leisure in your hands. The god's voice sounded melancholic as it slowly walked over to its throne and sat back down on it. A passing of the torch was only natural for him. The only throne he needed was the one in his tomb. The world was for his successor to grasp. It was up to the newer generations to honor the legacy they had left behind, to remind the world of its golden age. Yes, this is the way it should be. A true god was born today, and the entire world felt it. Enel's heartbeat sounded out in the real world now. The clouds that had once parted immediately darkened. An eternal black cloud seemed to swallow up the entirety of the new world. The sound of thunder broke throughout the entire world, as everyone's attention was fixated upon the Grand Line in the new world. At Reborn Island, near its shores, the ships of the fallen monk pirates swayed in the chaotic waters as Urij looked at the dark sky with cold sweat spreading on his back. It was already apparent to him just how scary the great powers in that world were. But what he was seeing felt like even a level above that. From the very center of the island, where there was once an intimidating lightning pillar, the mad monk could feel a terrifying presence. His very soul trembled as he brought his hands together in prayer. It was something he did instinctually. The presence he felt there could not be described in any way besides as being that of a god. And to cement that feeling, the monk's eyes could not see the end of the dark cloud that now hung above him. It was as if he was staring into an all-encompassing void. He could only let out a trembling smile as he hoped that the lightning strikes would spare his flimsy life. In the distance, an ancient elephant looked up. Its hollow green eyes seemed to gain light as it watched the clouds gathering above its head as well. The island it was carrying on its back seemed to rattle in fear at the sound of the thunder. The minks residing on it all seemed to take cover, to avoid the upcoming thunderstorm. But the elephant that carried the island itself was calm. The god of thunder awakens. The elephant turned its trunk to the sky and let off a thunderous roar in celebration. The seas around it shook even more as the elephant seemingly sounded the trumpet for the upcoming era. Finally, a chance for me to repent. The gigantic elephant then moved. Its legs moved once more, with renewed vitality, as the ancient being started heading for the thunder god's grave. A similar scene happened somewhere in the depths of the sea. A gigantic, 8-headed snake turned one of its heads to the sky as it felt the vibrations of the thunder all the way down to the bottom of the sea. So that pipsqueak succeeded. I guess fate truly did change because of him. I wonder how this war will end. I wonder if I get to see its ending. I hope I have enough time left. After that, the gigantic mythical being closed its many eyes, preserving its energy. Its only hope was to finally get to witness the dawn of a new era, to see how the sun would set on the old one, and be there for it all. However, the current era was adamant about clinging on. In the middle of the holy land of Mary Geos, which had already been rebuilt, now stood a gigantic castle. The one that stood on the empty throne, the personification of the sea, trembled when hearing the thunder in the new world. So that's how it is going to be. Yes, fate is becoming clearer now. The Stoic ruler immediately called on his subjects. They were not going to be getting any sleep that day. Chapter 218. deep seas, death, and departure. As Enel's thunderous heartbeat reverberate throughout the new world, the Straw Hats were already prancing around on Fishman Island. They had yet to deal with the local troublemaker, Horty Jones. But there was no rush. They had just arrived there anyway. But they were stopped in their tracks for a moment, all of them looking at the sea that surrounded the island. The underwater currents became wild and sporadic. It managed to make some of the Straw Hats panic. Luffy looked up at the sea above him with a confused gaze. Is Long Enel up to something? The future sun god's mind immediately went to the Sky King. If there was anyone strong enough to make the world react in such a way, then that was Enel, at least in Luffy's eyes. He was also the only person with lightning/thunder powers that Luffy knew of. Robin also looked up at around the same time as her captain. Her eyes contained a bit more concern. She also immediately thought about Enel, with worry at the forefront of her mind. She didn't let her emotions show outwardly, however. At the end of the day, there wasn't much she could do besides worry. She may have gotten stronger, but not to the point where she could stand by Enel's side. The upcoming war was going to be a lot more dangerous as well from what Enel had been telling her. Robin knew that there was no point worrying about him, but she still couldn't help it. Alas, she knew that Enel was strong enough to handle himself. So she ended up just sighing and continuing with her sightseeing, taking her mind off of things after the thunder ended. Despite its far-reaching effects, the awakened Enel's heartbeat became contained within his body after a minute or two. That short amount of time was all he needed to announce his presence to the world regardless. His mind felt like it was more liberated than ever. It felt like his mind itself had evolved. Instead of the mantle that usually appeared during the awakening of a Zoan, like Nika's, Enel seemed to gain something else, a large spinning circle with lightning drums. The lightning forming it was so concentrated that it felt like a solid object. It spun endlessly, hovering over the Emperor's upper back. The Sky King could feel it as if it was part of his body, a powerful limb that he could manipulate to some extent. He turned the drums into blades for a moment, turning the spinning circle into a deadly buzz saw. The Emperor heaved a sigh as his heartbeat calmed down for good, and in that moment, he felt his newfound strength slipping. At that moment, he felt weak and sluggish. It was as if he had most of his senses cut, at least in comparison to before. His observation haki range receded back to its usual, sensing only the island and the seas around it. Enel grasped at his head, as he felt one of the biggest headaches in his life splitting his head apart. Regardless, he grit his teeth and didn't make a sound to signal that he was in pain. So this is the blowback of using my awaken from, huh? Enel closed his eyes as the veins bulged on his forehead. The blowback of using his awakened form was rather simple, a head-splitting fever. It sounded quite forgiving, but in the middle of a fight, it would be far too much to handle. But the most important part of the blowback was the sudden shift in perspective. The Emperor only got a taste of what it felt like to be near omniscient, to be able to sense everything at once in a part of the world. It was a godly power that provided one with a certain rush, and being suddenly stripped of that while receiving a fever was certainly not a great feeling. At least I am not using up my lifespan or something like that. Enel grasped at his head. It seemed the fever would be there with him for a while. Raijin still looked at him. Yes, you have a long way to go still. You aren't me. You won't be in that form forever. But, make no mistake, that rush you received when using your newly found powers, that feeling of reaching godhood, that has still rewarded you. Enel blinked a few times as he tried to concentrate on the old god's words. Then, he concentrated on his body for a moment. It does feel stronger. Your body has been forever changed by this awakening. If you were any weaker, you would have been reduced to ashes for good. But through endurance and will, you reforged your body. Enel clenched his fists, feeling the power coursing through them and judging it silently. He felt quite a lot stronger than he had been before awakening, but it was still comparatively weak when compared to his actual awakened form, which was where the feeling of weakness came from. Enel also observed a more permanent addition to his body. On his upper back appeared the tattoo of a spinning circle with drums. The drums that signified his awakening were still with him, etched on his back for the rest of his life. Awakening. I guess that name fits. It really does feel like I've been sleeping until just now. Enel finally felt the headache reside as his shoulders slumped. Sleeping? Huh? You did make your way here with your own strength and intellect. If that was you sleeping, then I must say you are a rather good sleepwalker, the god said in an amused tone. Enel raised an eyebrow at the joke the god made. He noticed the old thunder god's voice becoming fainter and fainter, the lights in his eyes becoming less pronounced. That's it, huh? The emperor muttered as he watched the god's shining lights be snuffed out by time. Casa also noticed her lord's speech getting weaker. Her old eyes filled with tears as she slowly walked over to the old god, who simply raised his skeletal palm, stopping her in her tracks. You did well, priestess, but I am no longer your lord, the god said as he then pointed to Enel. Casa could only weep as she kneeled once more in that tomb, knowing that she was experiencing her late lord's last minutes. 33 generations of shrine maidens had lived, all under the protection and grace of the thunder god in front of her. Now, after living for so long on that island, she was to be the one witnessing his true death. Enel also thought about those things, and he felt pity for the old woman. The skeleton seemed to be able to read their thoughts at that very moment, and he gave them a few parting words as his skeleton slowly started turning to dust. Make no mistake, I have been dead for a long time. My failure was what led to today's pain and suffering. It's up to you to fix the future. I hope it's your FA dash. With each sentence, more and more parts of his remains turned to dust. His skeletal body disintegrated completely as the wisp of soul that kept it moving disappeared. His eyes died out before he mouthed the last part, but Enel still understood it. I hope it's your fate. Huh, so it comes down to that? It felt strange, having to rely on fate to secure his success. In a sense, following fate also meant following what he felt was right. But it still felt strange for him that the result ultimately relied on fate itself. Hell, fate is such a powerful tool that IMU was able to revive a few times, rejuvenated, after fighting the gods for days. It was a strange concept. It made the emperor feel a bit small, but at the same time, he had no reason to feel that way. He had already changed his fate once. He had changed the fate of the world with his presence as well. Maybe, if it truly wasn't in the cards for him to win, he could do it again. It was a nice thought, some assurance when faced with grave circumstances. I'll just keep pushing through. No matter what happens. The emperor looked at the old god's clothes, all that remained of him, with appreciation. Just like that, I've managed to awaken, huh? Near him, he could still hear the stifled cries of the old woman that had worshipped the old god her whole life. But those cries also ended after a few seconds. The old woman finished grieving rather quickly. Instead, she walked over to the dusty remains of the old god with an urn, and slowly started sweeping the dust inside the urn. Enel didn't say anything in that moment. He simply sighed and allowed her to do her job. The urn was quickly filled and placed upon the throne, the god's final resting place. The old lady bowed one last time to her old lord in silence, before she finally turned around and looked at Enel. I knew this would happen when I first laid my eyes on you, but that still didn't prepare me. I apologize for showing you such an unsightly scene. The woman bowed once more, this time to the emperor, her new lord. It's fine. You were loyal to Raijin. It's only natural to grieve under the circumstances. Enel waved at the woman to raise her head as he slowly crouched down and spoke to her evenly. So, what will you do now? He asked the old lady as he looked around the tomb of the lightning god. I will remain here. I will take care of Lord Raijin's tomb. The last wisp of his consciousness may have passed, but my duties haven't stopped yet. The old woman also looked around the temple for a bit as she spoke. Enel had already expected that answer. He merely nodded before slowly standing back up and preparing to leave. I understand. I must take my leave. I would stick around for more time, but the world waits for no one. But just as he was about to turn into lightning, the old woman stopped him. Before you go, she grabbed onto his coat with one arm, her hand searching into her coat for something. Here, take this. She took out a small golden pendant with a red heart. The emperor raised an eyebrow. The pendant felt ancient. This is to be given to the new lord. It signifies your connections to the shrine maidens. The old woman immediately explained the pendant's purpose to the emperor. It sounded like a symbolic gift, so the emperor accepted it without thinking much. He took it, grabbing it tightly, before smiling and putting it in his pocket. The old woman bowed once more, a pleasant smile spreading on her lips. With this, we are one of heart. I wish you the best of luck, Lord Enel. The emperor raised an eyebrow when hearing that, but he didn't put much more thought into it, figuring it was just her tradition speaking. Instead, he turned to light and reappeared outside, in the clouds. With Raijin truly gone, the storm had already died down. The magnetic field of the island was back to normal from what Enel could feel. With this, the Mad Monk and his crew should be able to get on with their journey. His gaze turned towards the ships of the Mad Monk pirates, which were slowly heading back to shore. Well, on to my next destination. Well, there are a few places I want to visit. Poseidon/Shirahoshi for one. There's also the moon in Wano. I'll just go to Poseidon first and check on the situation there. It would be a shame if something went wrong and she actually died, though it's doubtful with how strong the Straw Hats are this time around. Chapter 219. The Underwater Island, Noah and Prince. Enel had plenty of reasons to visit Fishman Island. For one, he needed to make sure that Poseidon was safe, and that he had the Fishman Kingdom's support in the upcoming war. The more governments agreed to their cause, the easier it would be to instate a new government after the fall of the current one. Until now, Enel was confident that he could convince most of them. The world government had done an outstanding job of turning the entire world against them already at the end of the day. Currently, Fishman Island was under Whitebeard's protection, so they were very likely to side with them, but having a formal talk with their royalty felt appropriate to the Sky King. While on his trip, he also had the chance of surveying the Straw Hats a bit more. He needed to better judge their strengths and weaknesses while deciding on his ways of awakening Luffy. For a second, Enel even considered having Katakuri and Big Mom do it, but he had a somewhat friendly relationship with them, so he didn't really want them to die. Oven was also returning to his family from what the Emperor had gathered, so there were plenty of chances for him to clash with the Straw Hats. Well, it's hard to tell if the Straw Hats will even go against the Big Mom pirates in the same way. Didn't Big Mom start targeting them and going for the arranged marriage because Luffy disrespected her? Enel's memories of the original show were starting to grow a bit foggy. It had been quite a bit of time, and he hadn't paid too much attention to the Fishman Island arc. He did remember that Big Mom was the one providing protection on Fishman Island after Whitebeard's death, but that wasn't happening anymore. It's unlikely that they'll come in contact at all. Enel could only rub his chin as he sat on a cloud, right above where Fishman Island was supposed to be. The island itself was at the very bottom of the sea. Reaching it with an uncoated ship was considered quite difficult. Well, it was considered impossible for those that weren't fishmen. It was the fishmen that had built houses at the very bottom of the sea after all. If they couldn't reach it, then no one would have really been able to. But I should also be able to reach it. Enel had plenty of methods of reaching it. For one, he could ionize as much water as he needed to make a perfect bubble around him and travel to the bottom of the sea. But there was the problem of water pressure in that case. Unless he made the bubble around him spin really fast, then the pressure would burst it open quite quickly. The material used for coating a ship was specially made to withstand that pressure, but the water itself was not that great for protection. His second method appeared to be the easiest to achieve for now. Enel's plan was to just cover his entire body in a thick ball of lighting and allow himself to fall. Any water around him would just evaporate, and he would essentially freefall to the bottom of the sea with ease. Observation hockey was a bit dulled underwater, but Enel could still sense things perfectly thanks to his Devil Fruits radar, which he could use effortlessly now after undergoing both Garp's training and an awakening. He still needed to concentrate to keep it up, but he could at least do it without worrying about tiring himself out. His radar worked well enough, to the point where he could feel both Vanderdecken and the Flying Dutchman, but most importantly, he could also still feel Noah, the ship of promise, still resting on the bed of the sea in pristine condition. He always thought it a shame that the ship was damaged during Luffy's fight with the other fishmen whom he didn't deem important enough to remember the name of. The Noah was a ship of great historic importance, It was the ship that only Poseidon could properly sail. Vanderdecken was able to essentially fling it towards Shirahoshi thanks to the nature of his devil fruit, which was rather powerful. But the ship could otherwise not really sail without the ancient sea kings pulling it, and they would only move at the call of Poseidon. They had done that in the show, stopping the ship and carrying it away. After Luffy almost destroyed it, Enel scowled as he remembered more and more details about the ruined Noah. It was also the biggest ship Enel had ever seen, about as big as Fishman Island itself. There was also the promise that the fishmen had with Joyboy/Nika, which turned the Noah into the Ship of Promise. Enel hadn't been able to find anything about it on the poneglyphs he had stolen alongside the revolutionaries. I guess I'll have to ask King Neptune about it. In the end, just smiled and stood up on the cloud. No use mulling over it now, though. Better get to work. I don't have all eternity. Enel then simply stepped off the cloud, plummeting towards the seas with that same smile plastered on his face. Just a few meters before he hit the sea, his entire body sparked, lighting his surroundings as he exuded enough heat to turn a regular human into charcoal in seconds. Enel never touched the water. Instead, he continued free-falling, exuding lighting and evaporating all of the water around him as he made his way to the bottom of the sea. The sea around him boiled and bubbles rose up. He formed a small whirlpool above him as he went down. The sea worked steadily to repair the wounds that the Emperor had made. Enel simply closed his eyes and allowed himself to fall further. He felt the world around him still. His observation haki was a bit stunted, but it still spread out quite far. His training with Seastone had paid off to some extent. His radar also pulsed out, at the rate of his heartbeat, a steady rhythm that gave him a proper view of any and all objects that might have gotten in the way of his fall. There were plenty, but he didn't bother stopping. Instead, he turned into lighting completely, melting through the obstacles with ease as he accelerated more and more. And eventually, he hit the bottom of the sea like a thunderbolt. The bed of the sea underneath him trembled as he continued to evaporate the water around his body. The Emperor didn't just sit there. Instead, he first headed for Fishman Island, whistling as he did so. He didn't want to harm the bubble around the island and endanger its people, so he headed for the main entrance instead. Some patrols of Fishman soldiers did spot him, but they didn't seem to be too keen on stopping the man that was radiating enough heat to turn the water around him into a boiling soup. They kept their distance and observed Enel's shining figure with wariness, while one of them ran off, likely to report the situation to the royal family. Enel finally turned off his lightning coating as he finally stepped onto the dry shores of the island. He took a deep breath and smiled. I always hated holding my breath. Thankfully, this island is very outsider-friendly. Stop right there and state your identity and business. Well, at least its habitat is accepting of outsiders. I was already surrounded by fishmen from the moment I stepped onto the shore. They all pointed tridents at me, but only the one in the middle spoke up. He was certainly larger than the rest, by quite a bit. In fact, he was an enormous, muscular shark merman with a wide chest and large arms. He had a long face, framed by wavy fair blue hair flowing down to his shoulders, a sharp and pointy nose, and a dot of some sort printed on the middle of his forehead. He wore a dark garment around his waist, held up by an extremely long sash. He also donned a light blue long band, which passed over his shoulders, drawing a circle around the back of his neck, very similar to the band that appeared on Zoan Awakenings. If I remember correctly, he's one of the princes, right? Enel scratched his chin as he morphed his gauntlets into a long staff, starting the fishmen around him as their hands trembled on their tridents. Whispers about them dealing with a devil fruit user of unknown origin were already spreading around. You know, it's much more polite to introduce yourself first before asking for another's name. Enel smiled at the prince. His friendly tone and attitude helped a lot in lessening the strained atmosphere. The blue-haired prince gulped a bit, as his eyes slowly widened in realization. He immediately waved his palm, commanding his man to stand down and stop pointing their weapons at the intruder. My name is Fukaboshi, first prince of Neptune family. Apologies for the poor reception. We were not expecting to receive an emperor at this time. Fukaboshi bowed respectfully, treating Enel as if he would have a member of royalty coming to visit their island. "It's fine, Prince Fukaboshi. I came unannounced at what seems to be a rather turbulent time." Enel nodded to the prince, nodding his head in greeting as well. The emperor then looked at the guards around him, his eyes still friendly as he noticed their wariness. But their faces also seemed to morph in recognition. After that, their gazes only exuded admiration. Fukaboshi was also strangely welcoming. The prince didn't have that high of an opinion in regards to pirates from what the Sky King could remember. But surprisingly, or rather unsurprisingly, Enel was someone the entire Fishman Island respected greatly. He had done them a great service inadvertently when he saved Whitebeard at Marineford, and they had never forgotten it. Whitebeard was a great friend and ally of Fishman Island, their benefactor in a sense, the one to provide them with safety in the dangerous seas of the New World. Enel became their benefactor as well by helping Whitebeard. The timing is indeed quite strange. Just earlier we had another group of pirates visiting us. We thought you were an intruder. The prince apologized once more as his shoulders seemed to slump slightly. "That is quite fine. Don't worry about it. I came here mainly to speak to your father and Poseidon." At that sentence, the first prince looked a bit confused, scratching his head before nodding. "I can lead you to my father, of course. I am not aware of Poseidon, however." "Very well then. I will follow you towards the castle. I hope we are arriving at a good time." I guess the princes weren't told about Poseidon. The emperor and the prince made their way towards the palace quite quickly. They didn't speak much along the way, but Enel noticed the gazes he received on while walking on the streets. Many seemed to recognize and admire him. It was odd to him, but he eventually did realize why that was. Right, saving Whitebeard. A decision that keeps paying off for me even to this day. The emperor and the prince then took a cart to the palace after passing through a good part of the underwater city. I guess it's time to meet the king. The Straw Hats seem to also be at the castle. Doesn't that mean the weird fishmen will attack soon? Oh well, it doesn't matter. Chapter 220. Kings of Seas and Skies, Reunion and Guests. The palace was about as grand as one would expect from a royal family. It certainly had the grand architecture and golden look of a regular royal palace. Its decor was more sea-oriented, but that much was to be expected. The throne room itself was quite extravagant and large as well. Pieces of furniture made out of shells and decorated with shells littered the grand halls of the palace. The royal family and its servants seemed to be scrambling a bit to put together some sort of welcome for the emperor that had visited them abruptly. It wasn't exactly a surprise for Enel, as he could feel them scrambling from the moment he announced his identity. The other patrols must have reported his presence directly to Neptune while he was sightseeing with Prince Fukaboshi. But Enel wasn't the only man being guided towards the royal palace, though he did arrive before the other guests, namely the Straw Hats, who were being led by the other two princes, Reboshi and Mamboshi, the second and third. Enel had to look quite far up to meet King Neptune's gaze. The Seafolk King looked even bigger than the Emperor remembered him to be. He was even significantly bigger than the likes of Kaido and Big Mom, and Big Mom was almost a giant herself. Neptune was a giant-sized and muscular merman, a man with a downwards pointing red nose, small eyes, and long, thick orange curly hair and beard. He was hairy in general, and he seemed to dislike wearing shirts if possible. He only wore a large jeweled golden crown and a pair of golden bracelets. He had no need for pants, as his lower body only consisted of his deep blue fishtail. His gigantic golden trident sat by the side of his throne, where his pet whale, Ho, was currently sleeping. The king slowly stood up from his throne, floating towards the emperor as if in water, with the use of a bubble ring that wrapped around his lower body. Around them were plenty of mermaids, all bowing towards the king and the emperor. It was not that grand of an opening, all things considered. The king didn't throw a banquet or anything, but he did bring out some people to make things more respectful. The first prince seemed to be a bit taken aback by the greeting and probably hadn't been informed of the preparations that were being made. But he was able to roll with it, going off to his father's side and bowing a bit, before whispering something about going to collect his sister and leaving. Neptune nodded to his son before turning back to Enel. "It is rare for me to greet one such as yourself in my castle. An emperor and an ally of our island. Neptune bowed slightly, his back arching a bit while his head still angled downwards to meet the Emperor's gaze. I am glad you consider me an ally already. I'm guessing it's because of my relationship with Whitebeard, correct? Enel nodded towards the king, signaling him to straighten his old back. Indeed, any friend of old Whitebeard is a friend of mine. Neptune closed his eyes and nodded, his tone melancholic. He didn't dwell on it for too long, however. He opened his eyes and looked at the Emperor once more. We owe a lot to him. Many owe him a lot. You befriended at least half of the New World by saving him and Ace back then. You certainly befriended those in his territories. Neptune's voice was loud but gentle. The king spoke in a respectful tone, but he was also quite blunt. He didn't seem that uptight about the Emperor's presence. I guess there are a lot of people that respect Whitebeard. Quite the stark contrast when compared with Shiki. They're from the same generation, and the Golden Lion is mostly forgotten, though he may have been able to go under the radar because the world government were trying to hide the fact that he escaped prison in order to save face. Regardless, doesn't matter anymore. Has Whitebeard contacted you at all recently? Enel crossed his arms while Neptune clapped his hands together, commanding some merfolk servants to bring a few drinks and an appetizer. They brought a huge golden chalice for Neptune and a regular-sized one for Enel. Regular-sized for fishmen just so happened to be about the perfect size for Enel too. Whitebeard is always busy, and news from the outside world has somewhat stopped in the past year. My scouts told me of scary things. Sky King, Fishman Island is far too removed to help out the other kingdoms, unfortunately, so I don't blame him for the lack of contact. He is old and sick at the end of the day. Still, we benefit from his protection. Enel nodded, realizing that Whitebeard's crew had likely not contacted them regarding Kaido's attack previously. If they had, then Neptune would most likely be aware of what had happened that day. So Enel decided to give him a summary of what had happened. He had read Franxico's reports on the situation after all, and he felt that the Neptune family was deserving of such knowledge. Needless to say, Neptune was quite surprised by what he had heard. Although old and sick, Whitebeard had held back Kaido for a long time, leaving him with plenty of injuries before eventually defeating him with help. Kaido, the king of beasts, was now assumed dead, and no major news source had even attempted to write a story about it. The world was truly in the dark. It was a scary concept to Neptune, to live in a second void century. It made him grit his teeth. But there was nothing he could do. At least Enel brought good news. Besides the death of Kaido, Whitebeard was back to his youth thanks to someone in Enel's army. Sickness was not an issue anymore, and it likely wasn't going to be for a few more decades. His doctors were also there to stop the disease from spreading as severely as before since they knew that Whitebeard was predisposed to it. Neptune was more than happy to hear that, both because he would now have the chance to meet his friend, Whitebeard, again, and because their people weren't going to run out of protection anytime soon. Ho 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 ho, you bring such joyous news. This deserves a banquet. Neptune's voice roared as he shook his fist to the ceiling lights. The servants didn't need to be told twice. They immediately jumped into action, running off towards the kitchens to inform the royal chefs and setting up tables. Well, I won't refuse some good food. A lot has happened recently. A good celebration is indeed in order. Enel nodded, quietly matching the king's enthusiasm as his eyes shined a bit with blue light. The king seemed more than elated to see that. He laughed once more before patting the emperor's back in a friendly manner. No worries. You'll get as much food as you can stuff yourself with. Ho ho, the king of the sea laughed out again, and two more people entered the throne room at the same time, startled by the king's loudness. Father? Is something wrong? A shy and timid voice spoke out first. Enel's gaze immediately followed the sound, although he already knew what to expect. A gigantic mermaid was the one to speak out, the king's youngest child and only daughter. Also, ironically the biggest one, being only a bit shorter than her father. She had very long, flowing pink hair with a fish-shaped hair grip. She wore a yellow halter top covered in pearls with a strap that stuck out at the back of her neck. She also wore clam earrings and belly chains with a cloth hanging down in front. Her tail was very long, light red and pink striped, and, most importantly, she also happened to be the modern incarnation of an ancient weapon. Just seeing her made him remember a bit more about her character. 1. She's supposed to rival Hancock in beauty, although I still think Robin is more beautiful. Did I do anything wrong? Shirahoshi's eyes watered a bit as she looked at the ground. 2. She's an absolute crybaby. It couldn't be helped. The girl was 16 at the end of the day. Just some teenager that lived a somewhat sheltered life. Nothing of the sort, dear sister. It's just that we have a visitor, and father wanted us all to be present. The first prince was the one to lessen her worries. He acted so quickly that he didn't even give Neptune the time to think about responding. Oh, I understand. She immediately sprang up from her depressive streak, immediately looking around like a newborn chick, before her gaze finally settled onto Enel. Her eyes widened as a smile rose on her face. The man that helped Uncle Whitebeard. Hello, I'm Shirahoshi. She clapped once as she assessed the situation for herself. The king looked at Fukaboshi for a second, silently asking, "Why didn't you tell her about this before dragging her here?" To which, the first prince responded with his gaze. Didn't want to ruin the surprise. The emperor noticed their silent exchange, but he struggled to make sense of it for a second. And during that time, the little, huge, princess got closer at unexpected speeds. The emperor's head snapped back at her as she immediately laid down in the throne room, her gigantic tail swinging around behind her. Do you have any interesting stories with Uncle Whitebeard? He never visits us anymore. The mermaid princess smiled as her chin rested on her palms. Her elbows pressed into the ground that her cleavage also pressed so heavily to the point where the stone cracked a bit. Enel sweated a bit as he lamented her clumsy nature. I do have plenty of stories. You'll definitely hear some of them during the banquet, princess. Enel nodded to her before his right ear twitched. More guests have arrived. Enel smiled as the huge wooden doors of the throne room swung open once again. In came the other two princes, Reboshi and Mamboshi. Reboshi was an oarfish-like merman. He was tall and thin. He had wide eyes, long wavy dark pink hair, and beaver-like teeth. He also seemed to be the one wearing the most on his upper body amongst the entire royal family. He donned a fancy robe-like garment with sleeves that are puffed at the shoulders and wrists. He carried two swords behind him, held in place by an orange sash, signifying that he was a swordsman. Mamboshi was quite the opposite of his brother physically. He was quite a bit shorter and extremely corpulent. Round? Fat. He was fat. It was likely due to his race, however. His arms were much smaller and thinner than one would expect. For clothing, he only wore a blue hat and a yellow sash. Father, we're back with the guests. They are the ones that rescued Megalo. Behind them, riding a huge black shark with a bubble ring wrapped around its body, were the straw hats. Well, most of them anyway. Sanji was incapacitated somewhere at the shores of the island due to blood loss, unfortunately. It's better that he doesn't see the princess. He may actually die. Enel shook his head as he remembered the cracking marble under the princess's way. Oh, perfect. Everyone is here, it seems. Neptune smiled as he looked at the newcomers. The straw hats immediately got off the shark, which rushed over to Shirahoshi, gently twirling around her in the air. So that was Megalo. The emperor mused as he scratched his chin. Meanwhile, the straw hats were taking in the views of the royal palace before they finally noticed his presence. Enel, Usopp, and Luffy were the first to notice him, both looking at him in surprise. Then the rest of the crew mimicked their reaction with the exception of Zoro and Robin. Zoro just raised an eyebrow, looking at the emperor with a confused gaze. Did he get lost? How did he get here before us? Meanwhile, Robin smiled warmly when seeing him, a smile which he returned. Straw hats, great to see you've all made it to the Fishman Islands. Enel turned around completely to greet them, spreading his hands out and smiling at all of them. Shirahoshi also clapped a few times, thanking them profusely for saving her pet gigantic shark. How come you're here? Luffy was the first and loudest one to respond. He pointed at Enel with wide eyes. I felt like paying a visit to the Neptune family, have some matters to discuss still. But now that we're all gathered here, we may as well celebrate our reunion, right? Shishishi, you weren't even gone for that long. Luffy chuckled at the emperor's proposition, but it was impossible for him to refuse. Free meat was free meat. And the part started almost right away. Shirahoshi seemed to cling to Enel like an octopus, constantly asking him to tell her stories about his adventures. The Sky King relented most times, especially since he didn't have anything better to do. Robin noticed the two of them spending a lot of time together, but she didn't mind. She trusted Enel and knew that their connection was rather special. She continued hanging out with Nami, not wanting to leave her alone in an unfamiliar place. From time to time, the Emperor would scoot over, and they would exchange a few words. She didn't ask about the strange, thunderous sounds that had engulfed the new world. She only cared that he was safe. Nami also seemed quite keen on making the two of them spend time together, even trying to set them up to dance during the party. It was clear that the cat burglar was trying to play matchmaker, which was slightly adorable. Unfortunately, the celebrations didn't last long. As Enel felt a large object, a two-headed axe, whizzing towards them, spinning towards the throne room, headed straight for one particular person, Shirahoshi. Her eyes widened as her head turned towards a window, which broke that very moment. She put her hands on her head as she cried out, "No!" Luffy also noticed that, and was about to enter second gear and help her, before he noticed that Enel was already near her. She was not in danger, however. Before the axe even touched her, Enel appeared in front of it and simply reached out for its blade, his hand turning black. The axe stopped in an instant, unable to press on for even an inch. It trembled, struggling, as if it still wanted to go forward, to reach its target. Enel just sighed and grasped it harder, cracking it and breaking the blade of the axe completely. Shirahoshi had barely managed to react to what had happened before Enel spoke out. "It seems we have even more guests." Enel's voice rang out coldly as the music in the hall stopped. Chapter 221. Pointless Coup, Poseidon, and Distance. As soon as the axe broke, everyone's gazes were fixated on the Emperor and Shirahoshi. Enel stood unmoving as he turned his gaze towards the door, where a rather sizable squadron of fishmen was approaching. They were led by a rather large and stocky white shark fishman with curly long black hair. Enel recognized the man as, well, he couldn't remember his name, but he remembered that he would make an appearance. "Not guests that I remember inviting here." Neptune huffed as he grabbed his trident, smacking its hilt into the ground as he scowled at the appearance of the fishmen. "Who are they? Did they throw that axe?" Zoro had already stopped pretending to be drunk. His hand was on the hilt of his Wado Ikemanji, his eyes shining a dangerous purple. "The axe was thrown by some other piece of scum that keeps harassing our dear sister." The first prince also had his hand inching towards the trident on his back, a sneer present on his face. He did remember to give the Emperor a thankful look before also turning to the intruders. "Hody Jones, how dare you show your face here?" Enel just looked at the scene of the royal family arguing with the fishmen. Shirahoshi still looked a bit spooked, which was quite in line with what Enel remembered about her. She was a scaredy cat, but she was also a teenage girl, so the Emperor decided not to judge her so much. Controlling one's emotions takes years, even decades for some. Can't expect every young child to have a grasp over it already. Other than pondering on Shirahoshi's situation and wondering if she really had the time to grow enough to be useful for the war, he was also staring blankly at the people in the room as they argued for a bit about some things he didn't quite care enough about to remember. He didn't even remember the purpose of the coup that the fishmen were attempting. He just knew they were weaklings that had no place in the new world. They certainly had no right to give the Straw Hats as much trouble as they did initially. Hody Jones, or whatever his name was, should have likely died the second Zoro took out his blade. Regardless, he wasn't looking at a story unfolding now. He was part of it. So he didn't feel the need to just stand idly by while a coup derailed his talk with Neptune and subsequent departure. "Neptune, would you mind if I disposed of these clowns?" Enel's voice broke through the hall, surprising most of the fishmen, who didn't quite seem to recognize the Emperor at all. It couldn't be helped. The fishmen under Jones, as well as Jones himself, detested humans. They didn't care about the outside world. They were also plenty ignorant. "TSK, this is why this kingdom is falling apart. You let humans walk all over you, King Neptune." An inferior human that shouldn't even dare to raise his voice in our presence. Hody Jones immediately jumped on Enel's interruption, taking that opportunity to rile his lieutenants behind him, causing them to cheer and raise their weapons. Inferior? You seem to have no idea who you are even speaking to. Fukaboshi scowled as he waved at their guards to surround the intruders. Neptune seemed to be of a different mind, however. No need. Fukaboshi, Jones, why don't you test your hypothesis on how fragile humans are? I'm sure Enel here would be more than willing to assist you with your experiments. The king scoffed at Jones, crossing his arms as his guards retreated and sweated a bit. They were both scared and excited. Scared because the fishmen that they were supposed to kick out looked rather tough by their standards, and excited because they'd get to see an emperor in action with their own eyes. At the side, Luffy just started laughing and went back to eating, knowing there was no point in worrying about the situation. The rest of the Straw Hats seemed to agree. As they went back to partying, Brook started playing his own music as well. This was all done at the cost of irritating the fishmen further. Seems we'll have to show these ignorant humans why fishmen are the superior RA. Jones didn't even get to finish his remark before all of his lieutenants, along with a good part of the doorway and wall, were all engulfed in a blue light, expanding outward from the Emperor's raised palm. The fishmen had no chance to resist. Jones, the strongest among them, only lasted for a split second more than the rest, and it only allowed him to feel his entire body turn to ash. It didn't last long, though. The lightning blast only lasted for around 2 seconds, shining so bright that it made for a nice light show in Brook's song. Shirahoshi was the only one to cover her eyes, the bright light blinding and startling her. And when she uncovered her eyes, all of the scary people threatening her family and her father were dead. It was the same for everyone that didn't know how powerful Enel was. Even those that knew were shocked, people like Usopp and Nami. The palace guards were staring at that spot with mouths wide open and eyes almost popping out of their skulls. Enel had essentially just erased the heads of the coup in a moment. It was just like that. One moment they were there, and then poof, they were no longer there. It was certainly a sight to behold. Too bad that they all now had a lot of work ahead of them. Stuff like repairing the burnt floor and the parts of the wall, and replacing the door. Enel just yawned as he stood by her side. He had stopped his attack before it reached and harmed the air bubble around that section of the island, so they weren't going to get flooded because of him. Sorry for damaging your palace, Neptune. That fly was buzzing in my ears. Enel laughed a bit as he turned to the king. Neptune only sighed, likely having expected such a thing to happen since he had asked his men to step away. It is fine. It is my fault that I allowed such a situation to ruin our good time. I'm glad to see that the other guests have already gotten back into the mood. The king shook his head and clapped his hands. His men immediately got to work cleaning up the place and livening things up again. Reconstructing the floor and wall was going to take a bit, but at least the music started once more, with merfolk accompanying Brooks's music, doing their best to keep up with the skeletal musician. Food also started coming out of the kitchen again, as a certain someone had taken the opportunity of everyone being distracted and eating all the meat available. Just as things were settling down, another axe came flying in. This time, Zoro scoffed and simply slashed it out on its way. The royal family was about to apologize for the inconvenience again, and Neptune was likely about to send the princess back to her room where she was safe from Deccan's throes. Shirahoshi didn't even get to scream in fear this time around, as Enel just burst into laughter. Oh yeah, I forgot about that mongrel. The emperor's words and laughter were what interrupted the royal family. Shirahoshi herself looked at Enel with a shocked face. I'll go grab him. Take it as an apology for ruining your front door, Neptune. Enel sighed as he disappeared. Everyone in the room was confused for a second, even the royal family. They hadn't exactly given Enel many details about Vandradecken and their situation. Could it be that he looked it up beforehand? I doubt it. We've kept it under wraps from what I know. The fact that a local pirate was harassing the princess was somewhat shameful for the Neptune family. They were also a bit too proud to ask Whitebeard for help, despite their friendly relationship with the old man. But now, all they did was watch the emperor disappear, feel a powerful earthquake which made the weaker among them almost fall to the ground, and then see him return while not even being a bit wet. I left him unconscious with the nearest patrol I could find. I destroyed his ship, though. He seemed to have flung it this way as some sort of surprise attack. The Emperor decided to just give the people present a small overview of the situation before yawning and sitting back down. Shishishi, I guess there's no reason to worry about fighting with you around. Luffy came and patted the Emperor on the shoulder, making him smile slightly. Zoro also grunted as he looked in the distance. Many mimicked his actions, also looking out of the destroyed palace gate. It was very far away. From the palace, it could barely be seen. But there was now a newly formed gigantic crater right near Fishman Island. The residents were bound to have seen it as well, and were likely panicking. Hell, most of the people that saw it couldn't help but feel their back fill with cold sweat, Zoro included. He remembered how it hadn't been that long ago that he had tried to test himself against the Emperor. Now the fact that he had been blocked by an earlobe sounded a lot better than actually having Enel take things seriously. I still have a long way to go. The green-haired swordsman could only lament that as he shook his head. Neptune also sweated a bit as he called some of his men to send a message to the people and calm them down. You really aim to impress, huh, Emperor Enel? Neptune sighed as he watched the back of the messengers he sent. Oh, it is nothing. If anything, I still have a lot of work to do when it comes to controlling my strength. Enel looked at the large crater with a bit of disappointment as well. I was expecting to grow stronger after awakening, but I wasn't expecting a small-scale Rego made from only my own lighting to be that intense. Enel's fruit had grown significantly stronger. He obviously didn't use his awakened form against Dekkin or something like that. He had merely teleported there, knocked him unconscious with a punch to the back of the head, before throwing his unconscious body towards the closest patrol, which was near the entrance of Fishman Island, and blowing up the ship alongside whatever crew he had left. It was really quick, and Dekkin was lucky to have been spared. Enel didn't kill him only because he assumed Neptune would love to do it himself if possible. There was also the fact that he may have blundered and killed the only person that may have known the truth about the death of Otoheim, Neptune's wife. He had forgotten many details regarding Fishman Island, including Otoheim herself. He only remembered her because he saw a portrait of her. But he had still killed Hody, forgetting that he was supposed to reveal how Otoheim had died. Now, Enel hoped someone else would be able to provide some closure to the Neptune family. He had also forgotten that Shirahoshi herself already knew who her mother's killer was, which was why she was still having a hard time processing the events that had just occurred. She had kept Hody's identity a secret due to the promise she made to her mother, to not feed the cycle of hatred with her own hatred for her mother's killer. She respected her mother enough to respect her wishes and never informed her father of Hody's crime to seek revenge. Now that he was dead, she wasn't sure what to feel. That, coupled with seeing other fishmen die alongside him, and hearing of the capture of the man that tormented her, it was all too much for her to handle. So she just started crying. Much to no one's surprise. Enel just sighed. I guess I should forget about Poseidon's help during the war. I don't want to wait before she grows and matures enough to use her powers accordingly. Still, that was concerning, as it meant that they were going to have to deal with Sea Kings as well. The government did still have the recordings of Poseidon, which were going to make things problematic. The Mad Sea Kings were very likely to even flop into the Holy Land to rescue Poseidon when hearing her pained cries. Thankfully, the more powerful Sea Kings would likely be smart enough to realize the recordings were a fluke. The government was definitely going to use the weaker Sea Kings as cannon fodder. After all, even a weaker Sea King was strong enough to injure a powerful person under the right circumstances. Whatever. I'll just fry the waters around us, or ask Akiji to focus on freezing all of them before they rear their heads out of the water. The Emperor decided just not to worry about it in the end. They had plenty of powerful people that could deal with the Sea Kings after all. Having Poseidon would have just been a nice bonus on top of that. The Neptune family was currently consoling Shirahoshi. No one knew if she was crying tears of happiness, sadness, or just plain confusion. But her big brothers were always going to be there for her. Her father also cared about her greatly, which was why he also stood by his side. Luffy and the others didn't want to intervene in a family moment like that, so they just stood to the side and watched, either smiling, cringing a bit, or completely disinterested. Enel only sighed and shook his head in the end. He was about to go have a last talk with Neptune before leaving, but someone else came along and tapped him on the shoulder. Enel, I can see that gruff and serious look on your face. You can't possibly be thinking about leaving already, right? It was Robin, fully leaning on his forearm, looking up at him with a mischievous glare. This made Nami cheer in the background, while some of the other crewmates just looked at the scene awkwardly. Enel just coughed a bit. I guess I can stay a bit more. The straw hat archaeologist giggled a bit and pulled the Emperor's hand, dragging him towards the dance floor. Enel smiled a bit and decided to just go along with it. The moon isn't going to go away regardless. I can spend a day or two. Chapter 222. Party, Alliance, Future, and Departure. The rest of the party was also quite joyful. Neptune and his family didn't bother with dealing with Vanderdecken for now. They decided to keep entertaining their guests, especially Enel. As one would imagine, they were extremely grateful to Enel for his help. There wasn't much they could do to thank him, however. They still did their best, especially Shirahoshi, who was happy enough to hug him close to her chest. He did have to slither out of that one, as it was a bit like being suffocated between two gigantic pillows. Needless to say, the Emperor wasn't quite into it. Dancing with Robin was, however, very much enjoyable. It was difficult more so for Robin due to their height difference, but she still hugged close to his waist for a bit, although she did use her devil fruit to completely wrap her arms around his waist. Their time together was a tad short-lived, as Enel still had some things to clear up with the Neptune family. So after a few more hours, the Emperor ended up asking to talk with the king privately. Robin seemed a bit disappointed, but she was mature enough to understand that Enel was a busy man. It wasn't like they were in a relationship officially or anything either, and he was already nice by dancing with her for quite some time. Nami didn't seem to think that way, however. She seemed rather pissed that he left. But she had at least managed to snap a picture or two of Enel and Robin dancing, which she was sure to add to an album at the very least. Enel didn't really think nor care all that much about it, however. He was instead thinking about the Neptune family's situation. He and the king sat in an empty room to the side. The door behind them was closed, and Enel made sure no one was listening in on them. What is the matter, Enel? Neptune was a bit confused as to why the Sky King had decided to pull him aside. Well, it's a matter of privacy, as we are to discuss information that is not public, nor should it ever be. Neptune merely nodded when hearing Enel's serious tone, realizing it was an important matter. Enel's next words did put him on edge, though. This is about Poseidon or Shirahoshi. The atmosphere became cold as soon as those words left the Emperor's mouth. The King of the Sea immediately became more guarded, his gigantic eyes narrowing slightly as he crossed his arms. He was about to open his mouth and pretend to not know what Enel was talking about, and possibly change the subject, but Enel didn't plan on letting him even attempt that. Look, I know you wish for your daughter to be safe. I don't plan on using her powers, but I am here to give you a fair warning and to ask for your support. The Emperor's words seemed to have somewhat calmed down the Sea King. Neptune sighed as he stroked his beard. By this point, he trusted Enel fully, but speaking about his daughter's powers always made him uncomfortable. But he knew Enel wasn't lying to him about not wanting to use Shirahoshi's power at least. If Enel wanted something like that, there wouldn't have been anything Neptune could do to resist it. How did you find out about Shirahoshi? That was still one of his main concerns. It was on a poneglyph in my homeland. Don't worry, the information isn't currently accessible to people that would use it for nefarious reasons. The Emperor was rather straightforward about it. He remembered that Shirahoshi's identity as an ancient weapon was written down on the poneglyph found in Shandora. Enel and the Shandians had somewhat restricted access to that side of the Golden City for all of Enel's expansive army. Only a few people learned the truth about Poseidon, namely the leaders of the army. So the information was in safe hands. Neptune nodded at Enel's answer, calming himself further as he sighed once more. And what exactly do you need our support with, if it doesn't include Shirahoshi's inborn ability? Is this related to the war? Enel raised an eyebrow at the large merman's words. Neptune himself seemed to have noticed that gesture, which amused him quite a bit. Ho ho ho, Enel. Everyone in the New World that is interested in this matter realized that a war is on the horizon. By now I am sure most have already chosen their side as well. But it doesn't matter. If you win, they will all bend to you. Neptune gave Enel a wide smile as he spoke casually to the emperor. He spoke as if the situation was already obvious, which made Enel feel a bit stupid. He had just assumed the kings and rulers would have been a bit less informed because of the lackluster communication. But the lack of communication itself was likely the largest confirmation. Neptune did specify that he was only speaking for the kings in the New World, but it was safe to assume many had already figured things out by themselves. It was a bit concerning to think that so many people had already chosen their side. But at the same time, Neptune's words did also make sense. All we have to do is win, and the royal families would support us. He was completely right. The royal families weren't going to be involved in the war directly, but they would be involved afterwards. Keeping the world unified was quite important. The last thing that the world needed was for kingdoms to actually start fighting each other for territory. So as soon as the current world government fell, a new type of system would be put in place to rule the world. One which every royal family needed to be part of and agree to unless they had some other agenda. We'll have to deal with that after the war, huh? Well, let's not put the horse before the cart. We'll figure things out when we win. After shaking his head, the emperor looked up once more at the king with a serious gaze. And what stance has the Ryugu kingdom taken, King Neptune? Well, considering that Whitebeard is also on your side, there is not much choice. Besides, there is an ancient promise to be fulfilled. As much as I want to, our Fishman Island cannot stay neutral, nor can we be on the government's side. Enel nodded at Neptune's words, somewhat expecting them already. He had expected Neptune to want to keep his family and kingdom safe first and foremost. He was unlikely to openly show his support of Enel's cause before they won the war. But the Fishman Island's connection to Whitebeard, as well as that promise he didn't know much about, seemed to have swayed the king's decision. It was within the emperor's expectations. So he just nodded with a smile, thanking the king for his support. But there was only one more question on his mind. Would you mind telling me what the promise was? Neptune seemed to have been expecting that question as well, as he crossed his arms and looked to the side. A large open window stared far into the distance, where a colossal ship lay beached on the sandy floor of the ocean. It was a promise that Poseidon made to Joy Boy all those years ago. On the day of the inevitable war, she would use her voice to carry them over to the battlefield. A send-off, if you will. It is a treasured promise for our royal family, and the ship is still there waiting. Enel nodded, appreciating the explanation as he also looked at the Noah. Well, it won't be waiting for much longer. Joy Boy's awakening is the last piece of the puzzle. I will make sure that happens sooner rather than later. Neptune nodded, smiling underneath his thick orange beard. He didn't want his daughter to get involved in the war, but the promise forbade him from stopping her. All he could do was help her grow and prepare for that final day. Enel closed his eyes as he felt the position of everyone on the island. He smiled as he felt the many people of the island going about their days. I can understand the want to protect those under you, Neptune. I thank you for your support. I promise that we will not let you and your people down. Enel then turned around and started walking towards the window. I'm guessing you are leaving, right? Neptune said as he looked at the door they had come in from. The party was still ongoing, and his meaning was clear. I will be taking my leave. I'll visit one last person in your kingdom, then take my leave. It's been a pleasure, King Neptune. Thank you for the hospitality. Enel took a slight bow, showing the merman some respect, which the king returned with a bow of his own. Then the emperor disappeared, leaving the king alone. I hope you will be the one to bring us that golden age that was promised all those years ago. Neptune sighed and turned towards the large door, returning to the party. He still had guests to entertain after all, and while he was doing that, Enel visited the only other person he had an interest in on that island. He had somewhat forgotten about her, but remembered when feeling her on his radar. The owner of Mermaid Cafe and resident divinator of Fishman Island, Madame Shirley. Enel knew where to look for her, so he decided to pay her a visit in that very moment. Unsurprisingly, the shark-like mermaid was already waiting for him. She looked about the same as Enel remembered her. A rather large shark-finned mermaid with shark-like blue eyes and a rather gothic style of makeup and dress. She wore a hooded purple blouse that was only buttoned in the middle and had a belly chain around her waist. She was currently looking at the Emperor unsurprisingly as she smoked from her pipe. She had already expected him to arrive, as she had seen the future of the island, and she had seen him appear in her visions. Now she got to see him, and she would get to look into his future as well. After a few seconds of staring into his eyes, her own widened. She gulped slightly as she saw his future. Brief visions of carnage and war, brief visions of legends untold. A history written in the dark, trying to escape into the light, all spearheaded by one man. One that forged his own fate. The broad strokes she saw painted a rather grand future. But the ending she didn't like. You are not going to survive. Her tone sounded panicked as she delivered the news to the best of her ability. Enel's eyes widened as he looked at her with quite a bit of shock. There was no need for an introduction, it seemed. She jumped straight to the bad news. Can you give me a few more details? Enel hoped to get a bit more than that from her. He was well aware of the risks. He didn't think he was invincible even after his awakening. Well, your heart will stop. It's rather vague, but I can't see more from that point on. Shirley's deep blue eyes looked at Enel with pity, but also a bit of fear. She was, after all, telling an emperor of his death. Even if she knew that he was not a bad man, she still felt nervous about it. I understand. Thank you, Madame Shirley. Surprisingly, the emperor thanked her, nodded to her with a relaxed smile and simply left, vanishing into thin air. Shirley was left there, looking at an empty spot with a concerned gaze, before she looked down at her own lap. Maybe he can still overcome it? I mean, he did forge his own destiny, did he not? It was a pretty thought, but Shirley still clung to hope. Hope that his mission would succeed, and that he would be there to see the sunrise into a new world. A free world. But for now, the Emperor only had thoughts and concerns. He didn't waste any time leaving Fishman Island after that. His visit with Shirley ended in the worst way he could have imagined. But he didn't lose hope. He was strong. He would find a way to survive. No need to worry about that now. Even if I worry, the war can only be delayed for so long. I still have my duties. And so, the Emperor was moonbound, off to find the remnants of an old civilization, the ancestors of the Shandians. Chapter 223, Moon's Burqa, Living Machinery and Plight. Enel, in lightning form, traveled through the vacuum of space with ease. He burnt the space around him and propelled himself with extreme heat at speeds many could only dream of. Without the air providing resistance, he was able to reach greater speeds without even turning into electromagnetic waves. But after breaking through the atmosphere of the planet, he didn't travel as a lightning bolt for long. He did want to reach the moon as fast as possible, so he turned into electromagnetic waves regardless. The speed of light was still hard to control, but a lot easier than before. Enel was sure that he had full control over it in his awakened form, but he didn't really feel like using it for travel of all things. I'll still have to practice with it, see what else I can do thanks to that boost in power, but I don't want to get a headache after traveling to the moon. In the first place, Enel didn't even know if he was going to have trouble breathing there or not. On one hand, there used to be an entire civilization there. On the other hand, that civilization had been gone for quite a while. The city he was going to find there was bound to be ancient. Enel also didn't remember how his journey to the moon was originally supposed to go within the One Piece story, as it hadn't been all that explored. But he did remember that the original Enel was said to have reached the moon. The moon itself was also gargantuan. It was big, at least a quarter of the size of the planet it was orbiting. Enel was still able to explore it rather quickly, still in elemental form. He did pass through a thin layer of resistance, which signified that the planet also had an atmosphere of its own. The gravity there was not quite as strong as the one of the world it was orbiting, but that much was to be expected. And when his feet touched the ground, he noticed that he could indeed breathe, at least to some extent. The oxygen in the air was significantly lower. He could feel it being faint, but it was still there. I guess the civilization that lived here was adapted to the low oxygen levels. It's a bit annoying for me, but I should be able to bear with it. Enel then walked around the moon for a bit, before he reached a large mountain. A crack in the mountain formed a cave, and inside that cave, Enel felt the city of the moon. There were actually more settlements built on the moon, but only one seemed to be intact. and it was by far the biggest. Enel walked into that cave with confidence, unafraid of anything that lay beyond. And he immediately saw it. A beautiful city carved out of the inside of the mountain, structures reminiscent of the City of Gold. The old ancestors of the Skypeans and Shandians, the Moon People, had built their homes there. Now the city lay empty, but still lived in, and it was to be explored by one of their descendants. It was a fascinating thought to Enel, who was still an archaeologist at heart. But there was also a slither of worry in his mind. Burka is the name of this city on the moon, the same name of the city that Enel grew up in and subsequently destroyed. Was there going to be some sort of connection between the two islands that he was now not going to be able to make because the Burka on Earth was no more? It was unlikely to be the case. The ancient Moon People were far removed from the Sky People already. But as a true overthinker, Enel couldn't help but consider the possibility. Searching his mind, he could only see a few images of Burka from the original Enel's memories. The former god of Skype had likely repressed them for some reason or another, and now they were more or less just fragments. I'll have to think about that at some other time. The original Enel's memories have always been a bit foggy, although they did still affect my personality plenty. At the very least, I also got his mastery of his devil fruit and observation, as well as his skills in engineering. But he had acquired those after Burka had already collapsed. That was seemingly one of the first things he did after gaining his devil fruit. Enel ended up just shaking his head and stepping into the dead city. As soon as he did so, hundreds of small beings popped out, running out of their homes and circling him with a strange mechanical sense of curiosity. Enel was able to tell they were there the entire time. Robots, all of them. They were animal-like creatures, similar in appearance to each other, all with the same face and mustache. They also all had small white wings on their backs. Size-wise, they only really reached up to Enel's knee. The Emperor could feel the cogs turning into their bodies, ancient bolts and whistles jump-starting as soon as he stepped foot into the city. But strangely enough, they still had curiosity and thoughts, despite the fact that they had no souls. Enel could still feel emotions such as curiosity and hostility radiate off of them. The moon really is colorless. Enel shook his head as he did his best to feel the aura of another living being on that barren land. But in the end, he only gave up and shook his head once more. It was still void of life. No matter how alive they looked and felt, the robots in front of him were just that, robots. And they seemed to have been programmed with specific orders to protect the city from intruders. Almost as if on cue, Enel had small spears pointed towards him from all directions, as he stood in the middle of a large cloud of animal-like robots. Outsider, state your business within the grand metropolis of Burka. One of the only robots dressed differently spoke up. The mechanical being was dressed in what looked to be a lieutenant's uniform within the military of a somewhat modern country. It was jarring for Enel to see, but he didn't comment on it. Instead, he simply decided to speak up. I am a descendant of the Moon People. I have come here to visit the remains of my ancestors and reconnect with my grand heritage. Enel decided to just go with that story. It wasn't fully a lie either. His passion for history drove him to want to know more about his ancestors. Although, the possibility of the Moon People being a piece of the puzzle that was the Void Century still acted as the main reason for Enel's visit. Descendant? Moon People? Speak clearly, outsider. The robot lieutenant was seemingly quite displeased with Enel's response. The Emperor wasn't offended, however. He merely crossed his arms and sighed. Yes, a lot of time has passed. The people that used to reside in the city you are protecting are long gone. We used to call the residents of this place Moon People, since we call this planet the Moon. I am one of their descendants from the other world, born of their blood, and came to visit the city they had built here. His longer explanations seemed to do the trick, as many of the robots around him lowered their weapons in confusion. The sergeant himself also looked a bit confused. His mustache trembled a bit as he then turned to look at the ground. Has it truly been that long? The sergeant's voice sounded truly discouraged, but could it really be blamed? It seemed that all of the robots were turned off before Enel arrived in their city. Enel had been able to feel a few mechanisms moving, but they were minimal, only to keep the place clean. They felt like glorified Roombas that ran sparingly. Most of the other robots were likely turned off to preserve power inside the city. Enel could feel some sort of strange battery somewhere within the city, which was powering up all of the robots, filling them with electricity every time they touched the ground with their feet. It was a strange mechanism, but Enel, as a mechanic and inventor, could appreciate it. But it also meant that most of them were unaware of the passage of time. They likely had no real way to track it either. A very long time. The ones that created you have long since passed. But there is no need to be saddened by this. Such is the nature of human life. Enel looked down at Lieutenant Bot with an understanding gaze as he spoke to it in a kind tone. Even if the thing in front of him was soulless, he still saw no reason to be unkind to it, especially because it somehow still had feelings. Thank you, kind descendant, for looking at us with sympathy. We automata are not worthy of it. The lieutenant teared up slightly, further surprising the Emperor. To think I'd see robots even more advanced than the ones Vegapunk has built thus far. Well, they're at least advanced in intelligence. Firepower is a bit lacking. But these are remnants from a much older civilization. It only rose questions of why exactly there were no traces of such technology on Skype. The dials were certainly impressive on their own, but it was nothing like what he was witnessing now. Why do you deem yourselves unworthy? Is it because you were left behind? Enel crouched down slightly to speak to the lieutenant on an even level. Left behind, forgotten, forsaken, we know not why our masters decided to leave us here. We were only given a mission, and we are unable to disobey. Enel's eyebrows arched slightly as he heard the automata's words. The others around him also seemed to gain a gloomy expression when hearing their lieutenant's speech. It made him feel that the situation was indeed incredibly cruel. Were the moon people truly so callous? To create a fully sentient automaton race and leave it behind in their barren wasteland of a former home while they went on to explore a new world? Apparently, they were. But you were not forgotten. Not by me. Not by those like me that seek to find their history in ancient roots. Your creators may have forgotten you, but people like me won't. Enel's words seemed to soothe the robots. They seemed almost infantile in their thought process, naive, to trust the words of a strange so quickly, but at the same time, they were not allowed the time to develop. They were instead forcefully put to sleep, only awakened to fight some unknown threat. Now, Enel was someone they didn't expect to run into. A man carrying the blood and ancestry of the true Birkins, the people of the moon. So, a slither of hope appeared in all of their eyes at around the same time. Thank you, Grand Descendant. Say, would you be able to take us with you? To command us to follow you? Even if our power cores are tied to this place, I am sure all of my brethren would love to follow you and see the other world with their own eyes before shutting down completely. It's certainly a much better fate than wasting away, protecting a city that was nothing more than a relic of the past. The last part was left unsaid, but it was clearly conveyed by the hope in the eyes of the automata. Enel was taken aback by the request. The last thing he expected when going to the moon was allying himself with a race of sentient tin cans. But their story and plight did resonate with him. He could feel their sorrow, their desperation, their hope. Did he truly have it in him to refuse their request? Not really. In fact, since was helping them anyway, why not go all the way? Instead of following me and dying, why not follow me and live alongside me and the other descendants of the moon people? Enel slowly stood back up to his full height. The gazes of the automata followed him with hope and curiosity as he looked over the city. I will help build a new core for you all on my ship. While I do that, I want you all to bring me every piece of writing there is in this city and point me to any monument of historical importance. In the end, he chose to just have them as his guides in that large ancient city. He would focus on helping them build an energy source to sustain them anywhere. It was going to be a rather trivial task for someone like Enel. He did also have the best fruit to charge such an energy source as well, so all he needed to do was copy what he could and apply his previous knowledge to build something new. The automata were obviously excited at the prospect. The very first thing the lieutenant did was request a strand of hair from Enel, before running off and putting it in some sort of machine. It looked similar to a cash register or ATM. A computer most likely, a primitive version of one anyway. A positive ding sound was heard, and a green light emerged from the screen. Later on, Enel did learn that it was a machine made to test DNA, and he was confirmed as a true descendant of the people in Burka. Thanks to that, his orders could now overwrite those of the Moon people, so they all quickly got to work. Enel's work was a lot easier than expected, as the robots also decided to help him with building the schematics for their own power source. It seemed that they had inherent knowledge of that which powered them, and all Enel really needed to do was follow their schematics while creating a ship to sustain them. He would also have to create a site similar to ancient Burka within the Sky Archipelago, but that wasn't going to be all that hard either. Overall, the entire process took one day, and Enel had a lot of monuments to visit within the ancient city of Burka. He decided to leave the text to study on the way back home. Most of the writings were in the world's common language, but some were also in a different, unknown language. It was a bit confusing, but the archaeologist noted down all that he could. The task of gathering metals was a bit more tricky. The moon was mostly barren, but thankfully, by dismantling the cogs and motors that allowed the former power source to work, the automata scrounged up enough metal for Enel to build a huge boat. It was around that time that they ran into the space pirates, a group of moon scavengers that Enel had somewhat forgotten existed. They were mostly fodder, though. They tried stealing the materials, only to get turned into charcoal by the Emperor for even attempting it. After he disposed of the trash, he got to building the most practical boat he could. The Arc Maxim Mk2, Enel decided to name it after the ship that was originally supposed to sail to the moon. The design was also very similar to it, but it was mostly made out of metal. It was also not as large in height, and it also didn't have Enel's face molded onto the deck. Instead, the Emperor made it simpler. Not as beautiful maybe, but it was certainly going to do its job. When the automata stepped into that boat for the first time, they seemed unsteady, as if getting used to a new environment. And when they started sailing, they all couldn't help but look back towards the cave that was their former home. Enel, by that point, already saw the little robots as humans, so he didn't even blink when he felt melancholy rolling off of them. But even so, melancholy was only a small part of what they were feeling. We were really doing it. Finally, onto the footsteps of our masters. Various automata voiced out their excitement for the journey ahead. Onwards to the other world. The lieutenant also smiled childishly, waving his small hands around as the boat left the moon's weak atmosphere. Enel only smiled at their antics, before shaking his head and heading for his throne, where he supplied the ship with power endlessly. He sat down and immediately got to reading. Now then, I wonder what the moon people were up to. Chapter 224, Moon Tribes, Space Travel and Developments. The moon was not quite as eventful as I had hoped. It was truly devoid of life except for the automata and the space pirates. But even the pirates were odd. They weren't human either. They were also just machines, likely running on orders to mine the moon, sent by some other faction. If I were to wager a guess, they were likely made at the same time as the automata when it comes to technological advancement. It's hard to tell, but I somehow doubt they were made by the same people. That space pirates seemed to be busy scavenging other cities on the moon. They likely only came to the moon's Burka because of the sound we made while trying to move things onto my giant ship. I guess it would make sense for there to be more than one tribe of people on the moon. It's a rather large body, and there were plenty of cities around. From the writings I was able to read till now, it's more or less confirmed that the moon people were not as unified as one is led to believe. At first, I thought that they were a civilization that unanimously decided to move to Earth because the moon is lacking resources. They built impressive ships and used what little metals they had left to create robots to watch over their ancient cities. But it would seem that this is not the case at all. There were dozens of tribes on this moon, and only a few of them actually even made it to Earth on their ships. An ancient all-out battlefield is what you could call this barren planet. Instead of unifying and working together, they constantly fought over every single scrap of resources they had. It had apparently kept going till the point where only 2 tribes of moon people ever made it to Earth. The rest had their ships destroyed in space. At least it now makes a lot more sense why some moon tribes were paranoid enough to make an entirely new race to protect their city. To this day, only the ancient Burka still stands. The rest of the cities were a dilapidated mess, likely salvaged by the space pirates, who I can't even tell what tribe they were created by. Hell, I don't even know what the space pirates were aiming to achieve by scrounging up all of those resources. I wasn't able to find their main base, and they didn't keep much on their ship. They were probably working on some ancient orders as well, to drain the moon of what resources it had left for their long-dead masters. Well, it matters not. They were cannon fodder at the end of the day. They could have proved troublesome to the automata, but even a rear admiral would have been able to wipe them out. If I want the automata to be useful, I need to look into a good mechanic to help develop them further. I could try to do it myself, but I don't know if I'll have the time to build them. I might start drawing up some schematics if the journey back to the Sky Archipelago takes too long. If I was to estimate it, at our current movement speed, it will take us around 2 months to get there. The size and weight of this ship are certainly a factor, but the biggest factor is the fact that we are only technically able to move thanks to the few dials I had on me. I was able to go back home quickly and grab a few more, but even then, we aren't moving that fast, nowhere near as fast as I'd like at the very least. This might be for the better though. Let Luffy wonder a bit more. Maybe he can progress a bit on his own. I'm not worried about him dying too soon. He is pretty strong, and his crew is significantly stronger than it was in the original, especially Robin. Brook also seemed to have become on par with their monster trio. It's somewhat par for the course, however. The skeleton was around when Roger was still a rookie. So, regardless of who or what they run into, as long as it's not a hostile emperor, they'll be fine. As for me, well, I better continue deciphering these texts. They are scarily close to Latin from back in my world, a language I am fluent in, but they aren't the same, so I can only make out some words. Here's hoping they are actually correct as well. Impossible to tell until I am actually able to build full sentences and not just translate separate words. Well, at least I enjoy this type of work, more so than physical training. Not that I'll be able to train too much in the vacuum of space. I'm not actually able to breathe in there. Just for me, we created a room with a contained air bubble from the resources we could find. The only way to enter it is through an airlock, so the automata can visit me without worrying about harming me. I mean, I wouldn't be too harmed if I was to stay in space for a bit. I could turn to lightning partially and hold my breath, but doing that for a few months doesn't sound possible or pleasant. Hockey doesn't help one breathe in space either, much like it wouldn't help someone much if they are frozen solid by the coldness of space or thrown into the sun. So this is really the only way to travel in space. I don't recall how Enel originally did it, but it must have been something similar. I should get to it. The more I stall, the more this will take me. I just hope the others are all doing well. And the others were indeed doing quite well for themselves. The Sky Archipelago could be arguably called the safest place on Earth at that point. It housed most of the strongest people alive, while also being allied with the majority of the rest of them. Enel's efforts showed in the size and scope of the army he was leading. At the beginning of his journey, no one could have ever guessed that he would grow into such a significant threat. Certainly not the world government. They, much like the rest of the world, also felt Enel's awakening. It was certainly concerning, but the future that IMU saw managed to put them at ease. Fate is still with us, it seems. Saint Noda looked over the rebuilt Holy Land with a cold gaze. They had already moved back, knowing that the trap they had previously set up for Enel was nothing more than a failure. The fact that he had awakened now meant that such a trap was going to prove useless anyway. But that didn't matter anymore. They knew that Enel wasn't going to act out before the war started. IMU predictions never failed them after all. Although said prediction was a lot cloudier than usual, the dust of confusion that shrouded the wheel of fate previously was still not fully lifted. But they didn't have the time or luxury to wait for the dust to settle. It was going to take at least a few more years, and by IMU's estimation, they only had a year at most. But it should be enough for the Seraphs to be completed. We might need to rush Vegapunk a bit just to make sure. Saint Noda stroked his beard as he tapped his staff on the ground. He was alone in his office. His colleagues were off organizing their greeting for the upcoming war. They were going to take no chances, even though fate was on their side. They were dealing with an overwhelming force. One wrong step, and they'd get annihilated as well. After all, Lord IMU's prediction only confirmed that the god of thunder will fall first. Then Nika will follow swiftly. If possible, we also need to look into stopping Nika's awakening. But that is going to be easier said than done. The government was well aware of who held the sun god fruit. They were the ones to change its name to the gum-gum fruit in order to hide the existence of god fruits in general. Monkey D. Luffy, a person whose poster IMU had already been stored inside the throne room, one that was already pierced by a few weapons. Even so, the government had failed repeatedly to catch him, even after he had put his hand on a celestial dragon, which warranted capital punishment normally. It was a wonder how they had failed to catch him so many times. If anything, fate must have been helping him as well to some extent. But it matters not. He is still fated to die alongside the new Thunder God. The only worry of the elders now was making sure that the celestial dragons were going to survive. More specifically, they cared about themselves. We have enough forces to win this war. All that's left is finishing up the preparations. However, preparations were being made on both sides. The Sky Archipelago was getting busier and busier with each day that passed. The recruits, Kobe, Helmeppo, Wiper, and even Momonga, were all using their time wisely in training. Garp had also taken another task upon himself. After noticing that the admirals were slacking in their training, Kazan and Kizaru especially, he immediately started beating some sense into them. Kizaru did try escaping, but he wasn't able to get too far before getting punched into the ground and cuffed with sea stone. And so began the training of the former admirals. Akainu joined them willingly, although he was physically the strongest among the admirals. He found that he was stagnating for far too long. Fujitora also agreed to join the training but didn't use sea stone. Why? To accelerate the training, why don't I make gravity 100 times stronger on the island we're training on? Oh, one might be able to guess that already, but Garp was all for that idea. Shiki did complain a bit that the island became heavier to hold up, but it was still doable for him apparently. Well, they still asked Dragon to gather and compress more clouds underneath it, as the Golden Lion didn't feel like straining himself holding up their training grounds. Regardless, the arena was set for the admirals to brush up on their physical strength, armament, and observation. The one that needed it most was definitely Kizaru. Although his devil fruit was strong and extremely destructive, he relied on it too much, which was by all definitions a liability. Garp was going to make sure to iron that out of their systems. And while he was at it, he also asked Shiki to create another training island, where he sent Kobe and Helmeppo. There, he asked Fujitora to only make gravity 10 times stronger, as he didn't want to take things too hard on them. His training, as usual, was extremely hands-off, so he could easily start training more and more people. Momonga also ended up joining the admirals in their training, leaving the recruits with Sengoku. They were preparing for a war. After all, they had no time for rest. And as the Sky Islands were mobilizing, Shiki also managed to finally make his way to the remnants of God Valley. Goddamn that idiot Francisco, calling me here for some stupid cube vault. The Golden Lion scowled as he lay on his beach chair above the clouds, on his private mansion island. Francisco had gone ahead to retrieve John's body, but he was unable to take Zebek's vault with him, as he had no boat to carry something that large on. He initially wanted to call Enel to get it, but decided against it, and just told Shiki to pick it up from the bottom of the sea before continuing his journey. For Shiki, picking up an object submerged in water was a cakewalk as long as he knew its exact location. So he didn't waste any time and just controlled chunks of his island to pull it out of the water. The cube was heavy, so the lion had to compress more dirt and rocks into the earthen ropes as he pulled the cube out of the ocean. He pulled it within his island and just yawned before changing course to his island and heading back above the clouds and towards the Sky Archipelago. However, his journey would turn out to be a nightmare, it seemed, as he had already run out of booze. Enel better find this stupid cube useful, because I already regret coming this far. And while Shiki was playing the aerial transportation game, the Straw Hat Pirates had already departed from Fishman Island. Their next destination? Punk Hazard, the currently barren wasteland that had no use at all, at least not on paper. It was actually the house of the great scientist Caesar Clown, who was now working diligently under the great warlord Buggy, a true emperor of the underworld. His main research was now in gigantification, for Charlotte Lin and fake devil fruits, for the beast pirates. Kaido's beast pirates were not in the best of states currently, but they were still buying the smile fruits from Buggy, seemingly still wishing to expand their strength. and the country of Wayno was still within their grasp. Other notable residents on the island were Trafalgar Law, who was there because he wanted to observe the predecessor of Doflamingo, Kinnaman, a samurai that Law bisected, and of course, Momonosuke, the successor of the Kazuki clan and future shogun of Wayno. Things were bound to get interesting for the Straw Hats. Chapter 225. Missing Pieces, Atlantis and King of the Beasts. Enel cracked his neck as he looked over the piles of papers on his desk. His gigantic ship was slowly approaching the atmosphere of the planet. Breaking through wasn't going to be an issue, but slowing it down and stopping it from crash landing into the sea or the red line was going to be a bit more energy-consuming. The journey from the moon to where he was now took him around a month. At least that was what the automata that had been keeping track of time told him. The Emperor was able to rest during the trip. The core he was carrying on the ship seemed to be enough to keep the ship floating in a straight direction for a few days. He only rested a few hours each week anyway. Most of his other time was spent on the papers that stood on the small metallic desk he had created in front of the throne. The papers were essentially a thesis, a compilation of all the information he had gathered about the moon people. And it was extensive. One thing was for sure, they hadn't stripped their city of history books, although their accounts were certainly one-sided and hard to trust. They were, after all, one tribe among many. Maybe one of the bigger tribes, but still just one group that had plenty of enemies. So they were never going to pain themselves badly under any circumstance. Such was the pain of looking for history about a civilization in the archives of said civilization. Enel still remembered having to compile different accounts to get a clearer picture of what happened back in his world. But now there was no need for that. He only needed a basic idea of what had happened on the moon and what tribes had reached Earth exactly. And he got all the answers he needed. The people of Burka were one of 2 tribes to reach the other world, while the others died on the way there. The other tribe, however, they were the more interesting ones. Their description immediately caught Enel's curiosity. A powerful combative race with a thirst for blood and control over fire. Unlike our pristine white wings, they have dirty and impure black wings sprouting from their backs. They were said to gain their ability to control and produce fire because they were the tribe closest to the sun, but Enel had no way of verifying those claims. It was likely just tribal superstition. It was obviously a description of the Lunarians, a race that Enel didn't think he would hear about on the moon. Weren't they supposed to be native to the Red Line? How long ago did the moon people descend into the lower world anyway? The answer was certainly before the Void Century. They had ancient cities upon ancient cities. The world of One Piece still had many secrets, but one thing was for sure. After coming down from the moon people split up into the Skypeans, inhabiting various islands in the sky, and the Lunarians, inhabiting the Red Line. Their politics on the moon were also rather complicated. Most of the tribes that were destroyed were done by the war that occurred before they had even set out to reach the lower world. There were apparently different types of moon people, with different types of wings on their backs. It was rather strange to hear about pigeon and falcon people, but then again, the world he was in never really stopped surprising him. Its history was extremely vast and mystical. There was a place for everything there. And moon people were just one of many such surprises that one could come across when studying the history of the world. Unfortunately, Enel wasn't able to find exactly what he wanted. He wasn't able to find anything about the Void Century. If anything, it seemed that the moon people had descended into the lower world before that had happened. But he did find another lead. Apparently, there was a team of ancient Burkans that had returned to their homes after the successful expedition to the world below. They wrote of where most of their tribes had settled, as well as gave more details about what happened along the way. They had lived their lives without leaving any offspring, and the automata buried them in the mural built within the ancient city before returning to their hibernation. But the information from the lower world that they had left behind was what intrigued Enel the most. It spoke of a union between the 2 tribes that had descended, forming a great city at the precipice of the world's end. The world's end was something Enel hadn't heard about before. Thankfully, the ancient Burkans had left an explanation for him. A complete black void, water flowing into it from all sides, forming a ring of waterfalls. A scene from nightmares, really. That was how they had described it. In their words, it could have been nothing if not the very end of the world itself. falling down meant falling off of the world to them. They were too scared to explore it. But in their hubris, they decided that the best course of action was to build their grand city over it. That was where Enel raised an eyebrow at first, not understanding where such a genius idea could have come from. But despite their technical genius, the Moon people seemed to be quite a superstitious civilization. So maybe to them, building a city over that void meant plugging it and protecting the world. Well, that was apparently their greatest mistake. They named that city Great Atlantis to Enel. It was almost an ironic twist of fate for it to be named that way, especially when considering the fate that had befallen it. No one from the expedition that had returned to ancient Birkin knew what actually became of the city. All they knew was that they were away for a few weeks, a Grand Sea King fishing expedition to the Calm Belt. And by the time they returned, the great city they had built was gone, alongside all of their families and compatriots. Some jumped into the void, wishing to be reunited with their families. Some took to the skies and the Red Line, reuniting with other remnants of their tribes. Some even went ahead to form the new Birkub as a grand city in the skies of the New World, as far away from the void as possible. Then there were those that had had enough of the cruel lower world and decided to return to their world and spend the rest of their lives in their ancestral homes. They sought the help of the thunder god Reborn to reach their homes once more, and he happily agreed to the support of the ones that were left behind in the lower world. The ones that had returned to Birkin spoke of an upcoming war in the lower world, one that they had no interest in. But the ancient Lunarians seemed to have a great interest in it. They took the side of the thunder god, in fact, although the Birkins didn't know what came of that either, as they weren't present for the war. And it was when finding that information that a clearer timeline of events formed within Enel's head. The expedition had happened sometime either during or right before the Void Century. That much was clear from the presence of Reborn. There were also a few other conclusions that Enel was able to reach. For one, there was the fact that the Moon people had somehow built their homes on top of what was currently called Eni's Lobby. At the very least, they seemed to be describing the waterfall ring of Eni's Lobby in their writings. Great Atlantis that they had built on top of it was also most likely sunken deep into the waters below, maybe even carried away by some underwater currents. Regardless, it was safe to assume all of its inhabitants were dead, or Enel had thought so at first. But then he remembered hearing about a constantly moving underwater city from two different people he knew he could trust. Once he heard about it from Francisco, in regards to the way Zebek had somehow preserved his soul in an urn. Then the second time he had heard of it from the old thunder god, who claimed to have learnt the ritual to preserve himself from the people of that city as well. So there was a possibility for the residents of Atlantis to have survived a while longer, although Enel still couldn't confirm it. Regardless, the accounts he had found thankfully painted a good picture of some of the missing parts they had regarding the Void Century. There were still missing pieces, but at the very least the picture was becoming clearer and clearer with each passing day. Robin and Larthai are going to enjoy these findings a lot. Hell, Robin might even ask me to take her to the underwater city. That might make for a nice date after all of this is over. But for now, I should concentrate on entering the atmosphere of the planet without the ship falling apart. Enel's figurehead, which was the head of a spiked dragon, was already piercing through the atmosphere. The automata had scrambled and taken cover, as the ship heated up and bent unnaturally around them. But they weren't worried. They trusted their new master. And they were right to put their trust in him. The ship didn't remain deformed even for 1 second. Enel's hand clutched at his throne as his lighting spread out, covering the entire ship and reforming it with ease. The only thing he couldn't repair were the dials that had broken due to the impact of breaking through to the world's atmosphere. But that was fine. Now that they had air, Enel could form and use a set of powerful turbines to propel the ship forward. For a second, the Emperor feared that he would crash land into the sea, but he managed to stabilize the ship by controlling a few clouds to break their fall. It took a lot of compressed clouds, but he managed to do it in the end, and the automata were finally able to come out on deck, finally able to take a closer look at the lower world most of their masters had abandoned them for. Enel's room was also deformed, the walls being absorbed into the ship as they traveled through it and formed turbines throughout the ship. The Emperor's research files were attached neatly and held within a book he clutched to his chest as he sat down on his throne and crossed his legs. Finally home. Huh? The Sky King muttered before searching the chest pocket on his coat and taking out a small piece of paper. The paper started slowly crawling in his palm towards a random direction, and the Emperor immediately steered the ship towards it. Time to go back home. I'll leave my findings there, and then I'll visit either Wayno or Big Mom. I still need to see if Lin Lin wishes to actually form an alliance with me. Here's hoping she hasn't had a change of mind. I should also call the people back at home and let them know that we have visitors. Now that I think about it, maybe I should have called them beforehand. The Emperor scratched his chin for a bit, looking to the side with narrowed eyes before his gaze turned upwards. Nah, I don't think I'd have that much reception in space. I'll just use that as an excuse. And just like that, the Emperor started slowly cruising back home, thinking of his next course of action as he waited. Waited for his plan to be put into motion, and for Nika to mature a bit more before he planned out his awakening as well. As Enel was contemplating that, a gigantic, brooding man with a body covered in scars finally stepped into the shores of Wayno, finally climbing his way up the island. He only had one hand, covered in an orange scale tattoo. His chest had scars all over it, and he had only one horn growing from the side of his head. That man was none other than Kaido, the strongest beast, having finally returned home. This place seems to have maintained itself in my absence. Well, the true king is back. I should make sure none of the slaves grew complacent in my absence. The Emperor then walked forwards, uncaring for any fearful gazes he received. Francisco and that bastard, Whitebeard, I'll make both of them pay. His thoughts filled with revenge, but calm at the same time. He was no longer agitated, no longer anxious, and didn't even feel the need to drink in fact. No, why would he ever feel stressed? He had finally reached a new level. He had achieved something he thought near impossible in the past. He had awakened, and he would show the world the wrath of a true dragon, the true king of the beasts. Chapter 226, Fated One, Settling and Wedding. The rest of the Emperor's journey was quite uneventful, ending in less than 2 weeks. Unfortunately, Enel didn't return to the Sky Archipelago to receive good news, despite the upward trend that had been going on recently. He came home to news of Kaido not only being alive, but stronger than ever before. Shanks was the first to notice Kaido's return. He had gone ahead and visited Wayno in order to check on the situation there, and possibly collect the road poneglyph in said country. To his surprise, while he was searching for said poneglyph and sharing food with the locals, Kaido stumbled upon them. The Emperor seemed to strike fear into the hearts of everyone present. He reportedly let off such an oppressive atmosphere that the birds in the sky fell to the ground, and those that were weak of heart fainted. Shanks claimed that such a thing was happening despite Kaido not using Conqueror's haki. The red-haired pirates and Kaido didn't clash, as the King of Beasts still considered Shanks an ally, but his return and strength were both concerning. For one, his survival despite Francisco and Whitebeard's account of him being sunken to the depths of the sea and severely injured was a clear sign that fate still had plans for him. And those plans, at least for Enel, were predictable. Is it truly his fate to awaken Nika? Is it truly unavoidable? On one hand, the Sky King was somewhat glad that he no longer had to plan out Nika's awakening by himself, a plan which would have involved a temporary falling out with Luffy and his crew. But on the other, Enel didn't know if Luffy was truly equipped to handle a powered-up Kaido. The true answer was no. Luffy hadn't even been equipped to fight Kaido originally. He had essentially lost 3 times and died once. Sure, Luffy's awakening process was exactly the same as Enel's, but the Sky King didn't know if Luffy was even prepared to awaken without his first 2 failures against Kaido, coupled with his training throughout that arc. He didn't even know if there were any special requirements for Luffy's awakening that were simply never mentioned in the original story. He had no assurance of what would happen in the future, but that had been the case for a long time. It's better if I linger around Wayno for a bit, at least try to track the Straw Hats and their steps, make sure they're prepared to face off against Kaido. It was the most logical solution anyway. Enel had no way of knowing what fate actually had planned out for him, but he knew that he'd at least need Nika to win against Imu. The five elders, the gods' knights, Kong, and Aramaki, as well as any other powers they managed to mobilize, were going to be dealt with by the Emperor's army, but Imu was far too strong. Enel needed total assurance that they'd be able to win. The fact that he was already told his fate was to die was concerning enough, though he was trying to not put too much thought into it. At least I was planning to go to Wano at some point anyway. The Emperor ended up just shaking his head and continuing with his current task. He handled the residents of the automata over the next few days. Surprisingly, no one was upset with him bringing in a whole new race of people this time around. This was mainly because they were essentially androids that didn't need any resources besides the occasional lightning strike. Shiki didn't need a long time to find a spot among the islands for them either. The Golden Lion and the Sky King worked together to quickly build a small replica of the moon's Burka, at least mechanically. The homes were going to be built by the automata themselves, and Shiki also came up with the idea of delegating a lot of the farming tasks to the automata, which they happily accepted. They were apparently not used to farming, and were extremely happy to learn how to do new things. The pirates under Shiki got to work teaching them, and also brought along plenty of tools. Enel also asked Gonfall to look into some mechanics to help with the maintenance of the automata, as well as helping with a few extra additions to their firepower. The old god of Skype still had plenty of capable people in his employ, so he just nodded and got to work, also requesting the help of the revolutionaries, and surprisingly, even Kuma. Apparently, the former warlord had been very attentive during Vegapunk's research and knew how to make quite a few weapons from the arsenal of the original pacifistas. Meanwhile, Larthai and her team were looking over Enel's discoveries regarding the Moon People and their connection with the Lunarians. Enel had also finally gotten to see the cube that acted as Zebek's vault, brought over into the laboratory of the revolutionaries by Shiki. Larthai was currently overseeing the project personally, trying to understand more about what exactly the cube was made out of and what its original purpose was. It wasn't that hard to link it to the Moon People, as the inscriptions within the cube were very much similar to some of the writings Enel had brought her. In the end, it all seemed connected, which greatly pleased the research team leader of the revolutionaries. So that was going well at least. And when the Emperor finally settled in his bed and decided to get a good whole day of rest, boom, wake up you brat. Dragon's got news for you. Garp kicked down his door and proceeded to drag him to Dragon's office while half asleep. What the hell is it? The Emperor yawned as he rubbed his eyelids with a wide yawn. Dunno, they never told me. I also don't care. I have people to train. Garp laughed as he let go of Enel, and the two of them started walking side by side. Train? What the hell do you mean, train? Didn't you just make them punch shit while bound in sea stone? Enel scowled as he still clearly remembered Garp's version of the training. He wasn't dissing the method itself, but the notion of Garp actually being occupied because of it was simply mind-boggling to the Emperor. Bah, what do you know? I am a busy man. Garp didn't hit Enel like he usually did. He just scoffed and crossed his arms as they walked side by side. At some point, Garp stopped hitting Enel. Maybe it was his way of showing respect to the Emperor. Or maybe it was him finally acknowledging that Enel was essentially his captain. Regardless, Enel appreciated the lack of physical violence, although he was a bit confused at first. To him, punching things was just the way Garp expressed himself. But he was one day able to notice the respect within Garp's gaze, and he realized the reason for the lack of punching. Well, the old marine hero was still punching. A lot. But he was directing his punches towards Kobe and Helmeppo mostly. Enel was pleased to hear that he was now back to teaching his pupils. It was very clear that Garp cared about the both of them quite a bit. The old marine even started telling Enel stories about his pupils during their walk. He spoke about how their training was progressing, how Kobe especially was shaping up to become a future pillar of the Marines. It was great to see Garp so passionate about something. Maybe he was compensating with Kobe, treating him like he would a grandson, as both of us had chosen to go in completely different paths in life. Well, maybe the monkey family will be fully reunited after the war, and maybe even before it. I'll make sure to have a proper distinction between pirates and adventurers. The two of them talked and talked all the way down to Dragon's office. The doors swung open to reveal a tired and frustrated leader of the revolutionaries. Enel blinked a few times as he felt the tiredness radiating off of Dragon. Man, You should really get some sleep. The Emperor rubbed the bridge of his nose as he realized he had it quite good. At the very least, he wasn't dealing with administrative issues and paperwork like Dragon was. Sleep. Oh yeah, Dragon was almost drooling at that point, but he seemed to regain his wits for a few seconds, shaking his head like a dog coming out of a pool of water. Enel, I figured I should inform you of this, but apparently, Big Mom is making a move, likely looking for allies. She's gone ahead and sought out an arranged marriage with the Vinsmoke family. More specifically, Vinsmoke Sanji, one of Luffy's crewmates. Enel blinked a few times again before his eyes turned to the ceiling and he just sighed. Of course, I guess Sanji is somehow also still fated to get married into Lin's family. Well, unsuccessfully married anyway. Any chance we know who her actual aim is with his political marriage? The Vinsmokes aren't that significant of a force for her to go out of her way like this. Well, besides allying with the Vinsmoke family, we also have reasons to believe she's trying to recruit Luffy. Dragon scratched his chin as his tired eyes landed on one of the reports on his table. Recruit him? I guess she was looking to increase her forces, most likely for the war. Enel crossed his arms, the situation finally becoming clearer in his mind. In the original story, Big Mom had planned to screw over both the Vinsmokes and Sanji. She hated the Straw Hat Cook because Luffy was disrespectful to her. But in this case, it was sounding more and more like Big Mom was playing the matchmaker to increase her forces. She did have a lot of children to marry off after all. That's the most believable theory, yes? From what my men have reported, the Straw Hats are already on their way to Egghead Island. Dragon slowly handed over one of the reports to Enel, and the Emperor looked over it as well before nodding. It stated that the Straw Hats had already departed from Dressrosa and were headed for Whole Cake Island as the next stop on their journey. Okay, it's good that you're keeping an eye on them. When exactly is the wedding reception and the tea party? Enel handed back the report as he spoke out. In the background, Garp was seemingly extremely bored. A bubble of snot coming out of his nose as he pretended to sleep and not care about news regarding his grandson. But Enel knew that he cared. He cared a lot, actually. The tea part and wedding are in 3 days. She already sent invitations to quite a lot of people in the underworld. You didn't receive one yet. Dragon narrowed his eyes as he spoke that last part. It was already suspicious that Big Mom had allied herself with Kaido and Shanks, though Shanks was a spy. At this point, it was safe to assume that Lin didn't see Enel as an outright ally. I'll go anyway. I need to have a talk with her. I'll also have good reason to visit Oven and see how that guy's doing. Good. I doubt you'll have much problems getting in. It's also safe to assume Kaido isn't interested in attending, so you won't be clashing with him there at least. Dragon slowly rearranged the files on his desk before stacking them into a nice tower and pushing them to the side. So, what's the plan for now, Enel? Dragon asked as he rested his head on his palms. Well, for now, I'm going back to sleep, but I'll leave for Big Mom's tea party as soon as it starts. Enel nodded and turned to Garp, whose snoot bubble had already popped. He looked in between Enel and Dragon before yawning and opening his mouth. Damn, that was a boring conversation. Enel want to spar? Enel blinked a few times before narrowing his eyes. I would love to, but I don't think I can spar with someone properly anymore. I don't want to accidentally hurt you. Awakening has made me a lot stronger. The Emperor did like the idea of sparring with Garp, but at the same time, he knew that he'd have to go all out if he wanted to actually stand a chance. And if he went all out, it would immediately turn into a fight to the death, as his devil fruit powers were now more overwhelming and deadly than ever. That was the case even if he didn't use his awakened state. Garp scoffed at the Emperor's refusal, but he didn't refute it. He knew how destructive Enel's devil fruit was even before awakening, so he could assume that it was not much stronger, especially since it was a god fruit. Fine then, I'll just blow off some steam by fighting Dragon instead. Garp cracked his knuckles as his son's spine trembled. Immediately, all of the tiredness in Dragon's eyes disappeared, replaced by fear. Enel simply left the office, nodding towards the two of them and internally wishing Dragon good luck and a healthy recovery. Better get some rest now. I've never crashed a wedding in the past. I hope I'm at least well received in this one. Chapter 227. New Task, Attendance, and Assassination Attempt. Enel sighed as he slowly got out of bed. Throughout the day he slept, he could sometimes hear loud banging from an island over. Strong winds also swept past his cabin, threatening to uproot it. It couldn't be helped. Garp was apparently not taking it easy on Dragon. The revolutionary leader had quite a powerful devil fruit, the Windlogia. It was extremely versatile and very powerful. He could create torrents of wind strong enough to even hold Garp at bay. He was certainly stronger than an old version of Garp. As for the young one, well, let's just say things got a bit more difficult for Dragon. Thankfully, Garp decided to take it easy on his son and didn't injure his face too much. Dragon still needed a bit of medical care after Garp was done with him, but at the very least he wasn't in a critical condition. Enel thankfully managed to get enough rest to continue doing what he liked most in life, reading random history books and reports that Larthai and the revolutionaries left on his desk. It was mostly reports of what he had already read. The stuff that truly interested him was anything related to that cube Shiki had dragged in. The revolutionaries were already studying it day in and day out. The cube itself seemed to have been built in a rather strange manner. It was unknown what was even used to build it in fact. It looked like it was made out of gold, but it was a material with hardness at least on par, if not greater than the poneglyphs. The main problem with it was that it didn't have much going on in terms of writing. Sure, there were some inscriptions on the walls, but it didn't seem like anything special. By far, the most interesting thing about the cube was the odd spatial distortion that seemed to be active constantly. The cube wasn't small on the outside by any means, but on the inside, it felt at least twice as big. The revolutionaries even made a few experiments, measuring the inside and concluding that it was indeed much bigger than it had any right to be considering the calculated diameter of the cube from the outside. The problem was that it was simply impossible to tell what was causing such a strange phenomenon to occur. The revolutionary nerd squad ended up concluding that it was either the work of some awakened devil fruit that was now permanently affecting the cube, or just some weird natural phenomenon that either happened randomly to the cube, or the people that had created it used to make such a thing happen. Regardless, they weren't going to be able to tell the difference unless they had more clues, maybe from the underwater city it was taken from. Or, it would be more accurate to just call it Atlantis, since it seemed to make the most sense. The design of the cube was really similar to the design of the ancient Birkins. Even the automata were able to recognize the construct as the handiwork of their old masters. So it was set in stone. Now Enel had one more minor job to do. Simply put, find Atlantis. By the time Zebek reached the city, it was reportedly abandoned, but the Emperor would still try to look for any survivors. Maybe his radar would be able to pick up on some form of life down there. Finding Atlantis also didn't feel like a difficult task for the awakened Emperor. To him, it seemed as easy as entering his awakened form and spreading his observation and radar everywhere around him until he found it. He planned to do it after going to Big Mom's tea party, however. He was planning on training a bit and using his awakening more, as he had a lot of power to control and not as much experience controlling it. Besides increasing his overall power greatly and increasing his observation hockey range, Enel still wanted to find out what other abilities his awakening granted him. His devil fruit was far too versatile for it to have such a simple awakening. The permanent tattoo with the drums that was now on his back was a testament to that. Awakening still held many secrets, and Enel hoped to discover all of them before the war started. Well, Luffy will also have to discover his abilities after awakening, so I do still have some time. Before the Emperor even realized, it was already the day of the tea party/wedding. Needless to say, Enel was rather excited to meet some old friends there. But he was going there while having one main goal in mind. Better make sure Luffy doesn't act like an idiot and gets killed by Big Mom. And as the Emperor was just starting to make his way towards Whole Cake Island, the Straw Hats were already there, and they were ready for business. And by business, they meant crashing a wedding. They had a fun time at Punk Hazard, rescuing Momonosuke and Kinemon, taking down and capturing Caesar, which angered the warlord Buggy, who immediately shriveled up when hearing it was actually Luffy that had done it. Communications with Kaido were cut, so Buggy just ended up sweeping it under the rug. But Big Mom didn't like her giant children project being ended prematurely, an aspect that Enel had somewhat forgotten about. The children that had been used as lab rats had traveled with the Straw Hats and Trafalgar Law's crew all the way to Dressrosa, where they found a nice foster home to look after them. The Straw Hats had plenty of fun at Dressrosa too. Even managed to run into another samurai, Kurizumi Kinjuro, who was tagging along with them for now. Zoro got lost in the sewers, Luffy participated in the arena for fun, and Chopper and Robin went around on a small shopping spree. Nami got caught stealing, and Sanji got caught and arrested for behaving inappropriately towards a few ladies. They both had to be rescued by Brook, Frankie, and Usopp. Frankie just spent most of his time tinkering with the ship. After leaving Dressrosa, they went directly to Whole Cake Island. Zo, the land of the mink, was missing in its entirety. Nami tried to find it by following any direction she could, as she knew that Zo was supposed to be the next stop in their journey. But even her log pose was pointing her towards Whole Cake Island, so they had no choice but to proceed without visiting the mink race. It was a bit confusing, even more so after their cook left them halfway through the journey. Capone came and collected Sanji in an air balloon of all things. The cook decided to go with him out of his own free will, as Beach had absolutely no chance of forcing him to tag along while the entire crew was present. In the end, much to Zoro's and Luffy's displeasure, the cook said he'd go ahead and see what his family wanted from him. It was only a matter of a week or two for the Straw Hats to arrive there as well, and they were shocked by the news they heard. They quickly started planning out a way to rescue their friend, only for them to surprisingly receive an invitation delivered by none other than Katakuri, the tall sweet commander and Big Mom's strongest child, directly to Luffy. And now? The plan for the Straw Hats was still in motion, but they now had a cover to be present that day as well, and so they made their way up to the Whole Cake Chateau all suited up and ready for war. They blended into the crowd for now, waiting for the signal, but their plans would have to be postponed, as the entire tea party was forced to look upwards, towards the skies. Thunder rang out throughout the Whole Cake Islands, and the skies above turned dark. Big Mom also looked up alongside her guests, confusion and frustration filling her for a moment. Lean's eyes narrowed as she reached for her hat/blade, preparing to slash the clouds away. She didn't want the rain to get in the way of her plans and celebration. She needed the day to be perfect. She needed allies now, more so than ever before. The Vinsmoke family was not a group she thought highly of, but she still needed them for the upcoming war. Same for the Straw Hat group. Even if they ruined one of her projects and were keeping the scientist hostage, she still hoped to be able to negotiate with them and come to form an alliance of sorts. So she couldn't let the rain interrupt their festivities. As frivolous as they were, Lin felt they were necessary to set the atmosphere. So, her hat immediately transformed into a blade with a toothy grin. "Clouds aren't welcome at my tea party," she shouted as she slashed towards the sky, sending forwards a gigantic flying slash. Just from its upward momentum, it made some of the people nearby brace and hold on to something. Luffy even narrowed his eyes as he realized he didn't even know if he would be able to block such an attack. And it was clear that the Emperor had even held back. But the skies seemed more capable than him in that regard. Yahahaha, a peal of laughter broke through the skies like thunder. Many of the guests had to cover their ears in fear as the flying slash seemed to be struck down by countless bolts of lightning, the clouds coming together and becoming angrier. At that point, Big Mom's eyes widened in fear. Katakuri walked forward and stood by her side, taking out his trident, but not panicking. It wasn't the first time Enel had visited after all. "I am really offended, Lin. To think you didn't even think of inviting me over for such a joyous occasion." Enel's voice sounded out as his shadow was cast over the entire Whole Cake Chateau. His figure was leisurely lounging on an amalgamation of dark clouds as he looked down upon the world. The Emperor wore his usual long white coat draped around his shoulders. Underneath it he wore a formal deep blue shirt, a pair of black pants, and a pair of white metallic greaves and shin protectors. A large white and gold staff rested by his side. "Enel, the Sky King? Long ears?" At that point, all of the people below were able to recognize him. Fear and pandemonium spread throughout the tea party, as many people, including the Vinsmokes, were now thinking of escaping. After all, an emperor encroaching on another one's territory unannounced would normally mean only one thing: War. And a war between emperors was not something any one of them had any right to be getting involved with. Luffy and the rest of his crew were having different thoughts, though. If he's here, then he'll surely help us. Right? Enel turned into a flash of lightning and reformed directly in front of Big Mom, in the middle of the party. The skies above him immediately dispersed, which seemed to relieve some of the unease in the air. Enel's gaze met with that of Luffy, and he just nodded with a smile on his face. He did the same for Robin as well. So, Big Mom, how come you didn't invite me? Even if we're not fully allies, we are still business partners. Hearing the Sky King's words, the people attending the tea party calmed down visibly. It suddenly went from possible war to a misunderstanding and/or argument at worst. Humph. To think you'd have the guts to show your face here. Big Mom huffed in indignation, a reaction that brought a frown to Enel's face. Now, I don't understand the hostility here. We were on good terms just a while back. Still, the Sky King wasn't discouraged. He was still rather willing to find out what exactly was going on in Big Mom's mind. And thankfully, she was quite open about things. We were. Before I found out you were housing a ticking time bomb like that damned Guzman. Bomb? That is quite rude of you. I can't say I blame you since I understand why you may be worried. But you of all people should know Guzman enough to realize that if he wanted revenge, he would have come after you already. Enel, although speaking in an understanding tone, still had a mocking scowl on his face. And that was for the simple reason that he knew he was right. Big Mom also narrowed her eyes and scowled in displeasure, knowing that she couldn't quite refute those words. Regardless, I'd rather not risk it and associate myself with you too much. You even managed to turn one of my sons against me. Big Mom crossed her arms as she turned her sword back into her pirate hat and put it on her head. You're talking about Oven? I can sense that you've got him detained, so I guess he's done some unnecessary stuff, huh? Enel's smile didn't falter one bit as he looked up at the Emperor. Katakuri couldn't help but look to the side at the mention of Oven, a rather strange gesture on his part, one that the Sky King most definitely noticed. He tried to rebel against me, protesting my decision to stick with the Beast Pirates for now. I've put him under home arrest. He'll have enough time to repent there. Enel raised an eyebrow at that. The Big Mom he remembered from the show would have long since killed Oven if he had done such a thing as to rebel against her. Some of the people at the party that overhear the conversation also seem to think the same. Big Mom has gotten softer, huh? Many of them couldn't help but think that she was finally losing her touch. But then again, no one dared to even try and take advantage of that just from the reputation she had built. At the end of the day, even when the world was in turmoil, one universal truth still applied to those that dwelled in the underbelly of the world. Never mess with the emperors. Unfortunately, not everyone seemed to be completely aware of that truth, as the tense atmosphere was quickly broken by a loud bang, a wall falling apart, and a group of people rushing in. Capone, Caesar, and two members of his crew, Vito and Gotti, all holding strange large bazookas, entered through that crack in the wall. Prepare to die, Big Mom. These fucking idiots. They as well. And so, they made their way up to the Whole Cake Chateau all suited up and ready for war. They blended into the crowd for now, waiting for the signal. But their plans would have to be postponed, as the entire tea party was forced to look upwards, towards the skies. Thunder rang out throughout the Whole Cake Islands, and the skies above turned dark. Big Mom also looked up alongside her guests, confusion and frustration filling her for a moment. Lean's eyes narrowed as she reached for her hat/blade, preparing to slash the clouds away. She didn't want the rain to get in the way of her plans and celebration. She needed the day to be perfect. She needed allies now, more so than ever before. The Vinsmoke family was not a group she thought highly of, but she still needed them for the upcoming war. Same for the Straw Hat group. Even if they ruined one of her projects and were keeping the scientist hostage, she still hoped to be able to negotiate with them and come to form an alliance of sorts. So she couldn't let the rain interrupt their festivities. As frivolous as they were, Lin felt they were necessary to set the atmosphere. So, her hat immediately transformed into a blade with a toothy grin. Clouds aren't welcome at my tea party. she shouted as she slashed towards the sky, sending forwards a gigantic flying slash. Just from its upward momentum, it made some of the people nearby brace and hold on to something. Luffy even narrowed his eyes as he realized he didn't even know if he would be able to block such an attack. And it was clear that the Emperor had even held back. But the sky seemed more capable than him in that regard. Yahahaha, a peal of laughter broke through the skies like thunder. Many of the guests had to cover their ears in fear as the flying slash seemed to be struck down by countless bolts of lightning, the clouds coming together and becoming angrier. At that point, Big Mom's eyes widened in fear. Katakuri walked forward and stood by her side, taking out his trident, but not panicking. It wasn't the first time Enel had visited after all. I am really offended, Linlin. To think you didn't even think of inviting me over for such a joyous occasion. Enel's voice sounded out as his shadow was cast over the entire whole cake chateau. His figure was leisurely lounging on an amalgamation of dark clouds as he looked down upon the world. The Emperor wore his usual long white coat draped around his shoulders. Underneath it he wore a formal deep blue shirt, a pair of black pants, and a pair of white metallic greaves and shin protectors. A large white and gold staff rested by his side. Enel, the Sky King? Long ears? At that point, all of the people below were able to recognize him. Fear and pandemonium spread throughout the tea party as many people, including the Vinsmokes, were now thinking of escaping. After all, an emperor encroaching on another one's territory unannounced would normally mean only one thing: war. And a war between emperors was not something any one of them had any right to be getting involved with. Luffy and the rest of his crew were having different thoughts, though. If he's here, then he'll surely help us. Right? Enel turned into a flash of lightning and reformed directly in front of Big Mom, in the middle of the party. The skies above him immediately dispersed, which seemed to relieve some of the unease in the air. Enel's gaze met with that of Luffy, and he just nodded with a smile on his face. He did the same for Robin as well. So, Big Mom, how come you didn't invite me? Even if we're not fully allies, we are still business partners. Hearing the Sky King's words, the people attending the tea party calmed down visibly. It suddenly went from possible war to a misunderstanding and/or argument at worst. Humph. To think you'd have the guts to show your face here. Big Mom huffed in indignation, a reaction that brought a frown to Enel's face. Now, I don't understand the hostility here. We were on good terms just a while back. Still, the Sky King wasn't discouraged. He was still rather willing to find out what exactly was going on in Big Mom's mind. And thankfully, she was quite open about things. We were. Before I found out you were housing a ticking time bomb like that damned Guzman. Bomb? That is quite rude of you. I can't say I blame you since I understand why you may be worried. But you of all people should know Guzman enough to realize that if he wanted revenge, he would have come after you already. Enel, although speaking in an understanding tone, still had a mocking scowl on his face. And that was for the simple reason that he knew he was right. Big Mom also narrowed her eyes and scowled in displeasure, knowing that she couldn't quite refute those words. Regardless. I'd rather not risk it and associate myself with you too much. You even managed to turn one of my sons against me. Big Mom crossed her arms as she turned her sword back into her pirate hat and put it on her head. You're talking about Oven? I can sense that you've got him detained, so I guess he's done some unnecessary stuff, huh? Enel's smile didn't falter one bit as he looked up at the Emperor. Katakuri couldn't help but look to the side at the mention of Oven, a rather strange gesture on his part, one that the Sky King most definitely noticed. He tried to rebel against me, protesting my decision to stick with the Beast Pirates for now. I've put him under home arrest. He'll have enough time to repent there. Enel raised an eyebrow at that. The Big Mom he remembered from the show would have long since killed Oven if he had done such a thing as to rebel against her. Some of the people at the party that overhear the conversation also seem to think the same. Big Mom has gotten softer, huh? Many of them couldn't help but think that she was finally losing her touch. But then again, no one dared to even try and take advantage of that just from the reputation she had built. At the end of the day, even when the world was in turmoil, One universal truth still applied to those that dwelled in the underbelly of the world. Never mess with the emperors. Unfortunately, not everyone seemed to be completely aware of that truth, as the tense atmosphere was quickly broken by a loud bang, a wall falling apart, and a group of people rushing in. Capone, Caesar, and two members of his crew, Vito and Gotti, all holding strange large bazookas, entered through that crack in the wall. Prepare to die, Big Mom. These fucking idiots. Chapter 228. Flunked Attempt, Failed Diplomacy, and Escape. Beej and his group felt a bit odd, not sure why exactly they received the signal from Luffy and his crew to act already. They, at first, wanted to wait and destroy the portrait of Big Mom's relative, but Enel's appearance seemed to have shifted their plan completely, and unfortunately, it was Enel's fault completely. Luffy took his earlier greeting and nod to be a sign that he was there to help them, which was what led to the current situation. Caesar, who was currently carrying Bruel tied up on his back, was shitting bricks. He was supposed to be on their way out of there, but their acting so soon made the situation a lot worse, as the Sweet Commanders now also acted faster than they had anticipated. Big Mom just scowled when she saw the three men with bazookas appearing out of the woodwork. She didn't think it was related to Enel, as she doubted he would try to pull off that type of joke. There was also the fact that Enel seemed to be just as confused as her. Katakuri acted first. A large wave of dough immediately got in between the would-be assassins and Big Mom, their bazookas blasting the dough apart, but were unable to get through as it turned black when the Sweet Commander decided to also use armament. The Sweet Commander only huffed before his wave of dough grew and extended towards Beej and his crew. Katakuri appeared on the other side of that wave, trident in hand, as he immediately went towards impaling the assailants. This action earned a panic shout from Luffy. Cool hat. It was random. Enel assumed it was just what Luffy called Beej. The Straw Hat Captain immediately entered gear second and appeared in between Beej and Katakuri, rushing to their side with the greatest speed he could muster and punching down towards Katakuri. The Sweet Commander's body just turned to dough around Luffy's fist, allowing it to pass through, before solidifying again and trapping his fist within his torso within a thick layer of hardened dough. Katakuri then turned his staff upwards, turning it black and slamming it into Luffy's head, sending him flying away. The Straw Hat Captain's arm stretched far as he was blasted through a building. Katakuri then noticed that the assassins were starting to flee, which made him even more annoyed. Thankfully, Persopero and Smoothie both acted quickly. Paraspero put a wall of candy in front of them, stopping them in their tracks, and Smoothie immediately went to strike them down, only to be intercepted by Zoro? At that moment, Big Mom's eyes narrowed even more. Straw Hat, Beej. What is the meaning of this? Her anger was felt throughout the venue as many people were starting to retreat further away. On the podium, Sanji stood in front of his soon-to-be wife, Charlotte Pudding, who was dressed in her wedding gown and clearly panicking as well. Pudding had already accepted her fate of being married off in order to form an alliance with the Vinsmokes and the Straw Hat Pirates. Thankfully, Sanji even turned out to be good-looking and a gentleman. Still, it would take a while for her to accept the fact that her future would be tied to him. She had little to no respect for him, and he didn't even know her true nature. So to her, the marriage was nothing more than a formality. Still, it was supposed to be only a matter of time before she got to see Sanji's reaction to her actual face, to her third eye, only for the entire wedding to be derailed by Enel's arrival, and now the assassination attempt that his crew was apparently involved in. Needless to say, things weren't looking well, as Luffy was already engaging in an all-out fistfight against Katakuri, who seemed to be wiping the floor with him for the most part. Enel slapped his forehead as he tried to understand what was going through their heads to even try and attempt such a stupid thing. He knew that the Linlin in front of him was vastly different from the much more sadistic one in the show, but even she would not forgive such a transgression. I'm not letting you take Sanji away. Luffy finally managed to respond to her question as he was being pressed into the ground by a burly dough arm. Big Mom scoffed at that moment. Tisk, if you want to refuse my offer, just say so and leave. I don't care about you small-timers. But Sanji stays. The alliance with the Vinsmokes will still happen whether you like it or not. The scowl on Big Mom's face was bigger than Luffy's entire body as she crossed her arms and looked towards Vinsmoke Judge, who also seemed to be taken aback by the situation. But Judge ended up nodding and slowly getting up, followed by his children, Sanji's brothers. They all prepared to fight alongside the Big Mom pirates, which seemed to please Lin Lin greatly. Smoothie was having a tough time fighting against Zoro, as the swordsman's blades had already left quite a few cuts on her. But she didn't fight alone for long, as her younger siblings quickly came to her assistance. But Zoro was also not alone. Frankie and Robin were there to help him, and they could at least help take care of the dregs. Robin took care of even more than that, going after Perospero without any hesitation. Just as things were starting to look worse and worse, Brook also arrived, his preparations already made. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Sorry for being late, everyone. With him, he brought an electric guitar and a large boombox. Without wasting any time, he immediately started singing, once again taking aback most of the people present. Only Big Mom and Enel managed to instantly tell what was going on. Don't tell me. Big Mom's eyes widened as she felt her grasp and control over all of the homies and chess soldiers present, and they all reacted wildly to the music, immediately starting to attack both each other and Big Mom's other subordinates. The scene immediately turned to chaos, as Katakuri let go of Luffy completely to go after the skeletal musician, only to be met with a powerful punch to the side of Luffy's burly arm. In that entire chaos, he had already managed to enter Gear 4th. But even then, his punch barely did any damage to the Sweet Commander, who managed to block it thanks to his foresight and experience. You lot will regret ever crossing Mother. That was all Katakuri said as rings of dough appeared all around him and Luffy. By that point, most of the people present were either in the process of fleeing or already fled. It was then that Big Mom got mad, and she decided to show her anger outwardly. Enough. Her shout made the entire Whole Cake Plateau tremble as all of the people nearby, besides Enel, rushed to cover their ears from her deafening screech. Katakuri and Luffy both stopped, and the entire hall stood still as Brook's sound amplifier also seemed to break down, which appeared to relinquish the musician's control over the homies. Straw Hat Luffy, I'll make sure you rot within my prison until you're nothing more than a husk. As for the rest of your crew, I've no use for them. Her Conqueror's haki proudly spread out through the venue as she targeted the Straw Hats and their allies specifically. Most of Beej's crew besides the captain himself seemed to pass out, while the Straw Hats that were present seemed to bear with it for now. Meanwhile, Lin's children seemed to be gaining the upper hand in all of the conflicts taking place. Robin was still thankfully in control of her fight with Perospero, and she constantly sprouted giant hands out of the ground which kept most of the homies and chess soldiers away from her. But if Big Mom's other children and the Vinsmokes got involved, she was also bound to lose. Sanji became concerned at that point, and he was prepared to jump in and save his former comrades. He simply couldn't bear to watch all of them get hurt for his sake, while standing by and doing nothing. It was at that point that an exasperated sigh could be heard in the room, and a single clap was the next thing everyone heard. It rang out even louder than Big Mom's scream, and it instantly killed off any momentum her Conqueror's haki was giving her. Even Lin was confused before she sweated a bit as she looked down. Enel was still right by her side, his palms brought together as he studied the entire room with a scowl on his face as well. So you're siding with them in the end, huh? Big Mom immediately drew her blade, her face filling with anger as she prepared to clash with the Emperor in front of her. But she immediately stopped herself when seeing Enel's reaction, who just continued looking around the room, his gaze finally settling on Luffy, who was still in Gear 4th and facing Katakuri. What the fuck are you doing, Luffy? Was all the Emperor asked, and it seemed to be enough to trip up the Straw Hat Captain and all of his companions, Sanji included. Big Mom blinked a few times and decided to wait and look at the situation a bit more before actually acting against Enel. Luffy seemed flabbergasted at the question. She is trying to take away Sanji. She's also really mean to her children and stuff. The captain of the Straw Hats protested as he looked at Big Mom with a bit of hate in his eyes. What exactly stops Sanji from joining your crew back after he gets married? That was the only thing Enel said. A question that seemed to make all of the people present stop in their tracks. especially Sanji and the Straw Hats. Well, Big Mom did say that she was going to keep Sanji here for a few years, or at least until he gives her some grandchildren. Brook spoke out this time around. He slung his guitar over his shoulder and scratched his chin. Enel turned his gaze towards him, then towards Luffy, who nodded with a grave expression on his face. Then the Sky King turned to Big Mom, who also confirmed the skeleton's words. Yes, I don't care what he does afterwards, but we need the alliance with the Vinsmokes to be solidified. And more grandchildren never hurts. The Empress spoke out in a haughty tone, while Enel just grabbed the bridge of his nose and shook his head. God, I feel like I'm dealing with children. What the hell happened to making Luffy and his crew your allies? I can think of 1,000,001 ways to go about things without outright starting a war. Big Mom widened her eyes at that, before shaking her head. Allies? I wasn't looking to ally myself with some newbies. I was giving him the opportunity to come under me with this marriage. Same for the Vinsmokes, and they seem to know their place better. Vinsmoke Judge's expression seemed to turn a bit sour when hearing Big Mom's words, but he didn't try to refute it. His children also seemed to look down in shame for a few moments. Luffy looked at Big Mom defiantly when he heard that. Enel could distinctly hear him say something along the lines of, "I'm going to be Pirate King. I don't plan on ever working under anyone," which was certainly a fair thing to say. Enel just shook his head once more. So is there no way for me to convince you to let this matter with the Straw Hats go? And to let Sanji go with them after the wedding, of course? Enel still tried to bargain, although he had an inkling that he knew the answer already. Big Mom had changed a bit, but she wasn't a fundamentally different person. She was still going to do what benefited her most in such a situation. And unfortunately, Luffy and the others had already crossed her. Enel could feel Beej and a few others already retreating into Broly's mirror dimension as he sighed once more, preparing to hear Big Mom's answer. Maybe if they hadn't acted in such a brazen manner and tried to assassinate me. But they did just that, so they'll get what's coming to them. Linlin scoffed, and the Emperor just scratched the back of his head, already expecting to hear that. At that point, the skies turned dark again. Black clouds thundered above them as Enel was now forced to shake his head. Unfortunately, I can't let that happen. Luffy is an ally of mine, Dragon's son and Garp's grandson. You're threading on really thin ice here, Big Mom. The Emperor's face turned a bit cold as he addressed the Empress in front of him formally. Humph, they're already your allies and my enemies. What thin ice am I even threading on? At that point, Big Mom crouched down slightly and grasped her blade even harder. Her eyes shone in an unholy light as she prepared to face off against Enel. The Sky King merely gazed to the side and gestured for Luffy and the others to get away. And they all seemed to catch the message, all moving towards Caesar, who was strangely still waiting for them. And in a rebellious bid, Sanji grasped his future wife's hand once more, smiling warmly to her and whispering something to her, before he also dashed towards the rest of his crew. Lightning fell from the skies and halted both the Vinsmokes and the Big Mom pirates that tried to go after the Straw Hats, making all of them halt and pay full attention to Enel. The Emperor in question just shook his head and braced himself. I was afraid it would come to this, but I also expected it. In the end, choosing the future sun god over my already strained relationship with Big Mom is a no-brainer. I just hope Oven will be able to forgive me for what I'm about to do. Chapter 229, Queen of Sweets and King of Skies. Enel covered the escape of the Straw Hats as they fled for the mirror dimension. He sighed as he stretched a bit. Caesar was forced to drop Broly, as some of her siblings broke the mirror he was carrying and rescued her. He turned into gas and proceeded to escape, taking advantage of the fact that the attention of most people was still on Enel. Looking around, there were quite a lot of people surrounding the Emperor now. They seemed to be keeping somewhat of a safe distance. Katakuri could be seen, heavily sweating as he concentrated to see into the future and predict Enel's next move. In his mind played a lot of scenarios, as Enel played around with him for a bit. The Sweet Commander was about to warn his mother and the others that their chances of doing any damage to the Sky King were very low, and their chances of defeating him were almost zero. But his mother spoke out before he could, surprising even him. Katakuri, go after the Straw Hats. Now. Her anger could clearly be heard in her voice. Her eyes shone a dim red as she looked at Enel with hate. "I should have eaten your soul when I had the chance," she muttered as the blade in her hand now shone black. "Well, you didn't. So here we are." Enel just shook his head as he considered stopping Katakuri from following the Straw Hats. But he also understood that facing Katakuri was likely something that Luffy needed to do in order to grow stronger. So he decided to just let the sweet commander go and focus on the people he now had to fight. Big Mom seemed to get further irritated by his words, the veins on her forehead twitching a bit as the people around them started to reconsider their involvement in that situation. Are we really going to try and get involved in a fight between emperors? The Germas/Vinsmoke family especially were somewhat panicked at the way the situation had developed. They just hoped to get the chance to back out of the fight and retreat. This was especially true for Reiju, who didn't like the situation at all in general. From beginning to end, she had been against forcing her little brother to marry into an emperor's family, especially in the family of someone with Big Mom's reputation. Even if she was said to be more lenient as of late, she was still a mad woman with a jaded past. Essentially nothing more than a ticking time bomb. They quickly started rethinking their game plan, but Enel decided to do them a favor before they found a way to excuse themselves. Well, in truth, the first one to make a move was one of Big Mom's daughters, sending a poisonous small needle towards the Emperor. The needle passed through him harmlessly as he tilted his head in confusion. He stared at the people all around him before sighing. "There's a bit too much fodder for my liking around here. You people can't even stand straight." In an instant, pressure fell upon the backs of everyone in the room, Big Mom included. All but her were brought to their knees. The ones that were too weak all passed out in an instant as the entire world seemed to gain a bluish hue. The entire island trembled and the skies shook in anger as the Emperor's will exerted itself upon the people around him. The Emperor's eyes shined as he laughed at their efforts to withstand the pressure. Eventually Judge, alongside the rest of the Vinsmoke family, were all sent flying. There was not one person left standing in the vicinity of the Emperor. All of them were pushed away by an invisible, overwhelming force. All but one person. Big Mom dug her blade into the ground as her pink dress fluttered in the wind. The Empress reacted quickly after that, preventing her weakest subjects from keeling over dead. Her will immediately fought back, clashing with Enel's as the world around them slowed down. Red lightning clashed with blue. As their gazes met, Enel's was filled with cold and callous boredom, while Big Mom's burned with fury. The Sky King tapped his staff on the ground, an action that broke the stalemate completely as Big Mom's blade turned black and rushed to cut the Emperor in two. Enel's staff immediately turned into a black Naginata, before he also slashed out to meet Big Mom head-on. The ones that were still able to keep their consciousness weren't even able to track their movements. The two of them clashed once more, this time in a more physical manner. Their blades bent against each other as their wills broke through the world once more, the clouds departing in the middle, forming a rift as the two of them struggled against each other. Enel's upward slash ended up losing, his body still weaker than that of Big Mom, but he had managed to divert a lot of force from her attack, completely changing its trajectory and making it strike into the ground by his side. At that moment, the entire whole cake chateau trembled, before crumbling altogether. The walls and buildings around them collapsed, and the floor underneath them gave way as both of the emperors turned into blurs. Enel turned into a flash of blue light as he immediately reformed into the skies above, floating leisurely in place in a laying-down position with his back to the sky as he watched Big Mom's castle crumble like a cookie. His Naginata turned into a pair of gauntlets as he observed the situation below with great interest. The first thing his senses paid attention to was Lin Lin, who was in the process of free-falling for a few meters. She only fell a few meters as a huge black cloud formed underneath her feet, supporting her weight as she took flight towards the sky, following the Emperor with an angry scowl on her face. As she approached the Emperor, a huge sun also appeared by her side. Zeus and Prometheus. Now both of them were at their mother's side as they prepared to battle an Emperor together. Meanwhile, Big Mom's children who were still awake all scrambled to drag their siblings away from the madness, with the Vinsmoke family deciding to assist them before ultimately retreating. Well, at least that was the plan. Just as they all landed and the Vinsmokes helped catch some of them, they got surrounded by the ones still awake. Namely, Cracker, Perispero, and Smoothie, alongside a few others that were still awake. This entire mess happened because of the crew your son joined, Judge. Perispero spat out with hatred as his candy cane pointed to the sky for a few seconds. We had nothing to do with this. How were we supposed to know that another emperor would show up? Vince Smoke Judge returned his hatred as he felt pure indignation at the unfairness of the situation. Well, it matters not. We'll make sure to take good care of your remaining forces when you're gone. Cracker cackled madly as his biscuit soldiers formed all around the Germa. They also worked to drag the unconscious siblings away and out of the crumbling castle. Judge snorted when realizing that they were set up. I guess they were planning to deal with us anyway? Regardless, the situation doesn't look good at all. And the situation was looking bad from the skies too. But Enel was unsure if helping them was a good idea or not. They weren't exactly allies, and they were unlikely to become allies. Whatever. They'll survive if they're strong enough. I'll just deal with Big Mom. The Empress rushed at him with vigor as she slashed her blade at Enel and the black clouds under his control. The Emperor just raised an eyebrow when faced with that flying slash. He immediately turned into lightning and reappeared behind Big Mom, something that she seemed prepared for. Prometheus, she shouted as the sun behind her grew bigger, engulfing Enel in fire as Big Mom turned around and swung her blade towards him while he was blinded. But she didn't feel her blade connect at all. Her future sight worked overtime as she predicted his next move. She moved her hand to block a kick to the side of her head. Although blocked, the kick still made her lose her footing and almost sent her flying back to the ground. Thankfully, Zeus reacted in time and managed to help her regain her balance. While Zeus was focused on keeping her afloat, she focused on tracing Enel's flight path and interpreting it. With a sickening smile, she swung her blade once more. This time, knowing she'd hit the Emperor, it was impossible for her to even miss. The Emperor appeared in front of her blade at just the right time, and Big Mom's smile didn't lessen one bit as she looked at his eyes widening in shock. Her smile lessened significantly when she felt her blade pass through. Nothing? Mama, watch out. Prometheus and Zeus both warned her, but it was too late. She already felt a shoe pressing directly on her back. In that instant, she took flight, not because of Zeus or Prometheus, but because Enel's kick pushed her a few hundred meters away. She was free-falling towards the ground at that moment, and she immediately called for Zeus, who scampered over to her while Prometheus was struggling to hold the Emperor's attention. My fire isn't having any effect, Mama. The ball of fire spoke in a panicked tone as it sent blasts of scorching hot flame towards the Sky King, who just yawned at the efforts. Lin scowled as Zeus caught her. She immediately looked back to the sky, her eyes turning red in anger. You're still playing with me? That kick Enel had given her was nothing more than a joke in her opinion, leaving a shoe imprint on her back and dress while not taking things all that seriously at all. Of course I am. Enel just shrugged at her words. Why would he go out of his way to take things seriously? He was way out of her league anyway. Well, this may be a good moment to use my awakening in battle. I do have to try hard in order to not kill her. The only reason Enel even worried about Big Mom's life was because he didn't want to completely burn all bridges with Oven. Although their friendship was strong, the sweet commander still valued his family a lot. I'll make you regret that, Big Mom muttered, her words breaking the Sky King out of his musings as he was also forced to dodge another flying slash. Enel dodged flying slashes simultaneously as he looked at her laughing sword. It was named Napoleon if the Emperor remembered correctly. Regardless, it seemed a bit annoying. His eyebrows scrounged up as he dodged a few more flying slashes, eventually arriving underneath Big Mom. It was at that point that she smiled and spread out her arms. Chapter 230, Disparity, Overwhelming Strength and Arrival. Luffy and his crew had already reunited with Beej and the other people that took part in the assassination plans. They were running around inside the mirror world in a panic. Beej was already arguing with Luffy. Why the hell would you give the signal that soon, eh? The Mafia boss was well and truly relying on Luffy, or someone from his crew, to give the signal in time. I thought Enel was going to help us. The Straw Hat seemed genuinely discouraged, as he remembered the Sky King just looking at him as he fought with Katakuri, the Dudge user. Well, he did end up helping us in the end, but I think that wasn't his goal today. Robin muttered as she remembered seeing all of the Big Mom pirates and the Vinsmoke family getting intercepted by Enel's lightning. Don't try and defend your boyfriend, Robin. Big Mom would have actually died if he helped us. Zoro was admittedly a bit salty, which led to him speaking in a harsher manner. Sanji just shook his head. This is all my fault in the first place. I got us all involved in this. Shut your mouth. Zoro and Nami both ended up punching him in the head, not wanting to hear any self-deprecating bullshit from their cook. Hey, let's look at the positive side. At least we're getting away, right? Usopp spoke out as he rode on Chopper's back to keep up with the rest. About that, Zoro sweated a bit as he remembered looking back through the mirror he had come from and seeing Broly being saved by her brother. We need to look for the mirror user and try to capture her again. All of them essentially stopped in their tracks when hearing that. What? Nami was completely mortified. The rest also seemed confused. Before it clicked in, Caesar hadn't even managed to escape alongside them. Without the user of the mirror fruit, they had no way of genuinely getting out of the mirror world. They needed to at least be in contact with the unconscious body of the user to travel through the mirrors, but they now had no way out. This realization made Beej start swearing loudly, as he was now trapped within an emperor's territory. Gee guys, look at that mirror. Usopp then pointed to one of the mirrors in the distance, where something seemed to be emerging towards them. It was none other than Katakuri, carrying his sister's unconscious form in order to travel into the mirror dimension. He stepped into the mirror world and his eyes were already locked onto the group of pirates/would-be assassins. He then placed his hand on the mirror at his side, and more people started pouring in. More and more of his siblings followed. Especially the injured and the unconscious ones also started being dragged in. Everyone was shocked to see the state of so many of the Charlotte family. Then one of them also looked to the side, to see countless mirrors cracked. Within those cracks, an image formed. An image of a man with golden hair covered in lighting, a pair of drums spinning constantly on his back, his arms crossed and positioned casual as he essentially laid down in midair. Yahahaha, his laughter shook the skies as they rumbled and formed a vortex the skies at his command. In the middle of that vortex was revealed the figure of a burnt and unconscious Big Mom. She seemed to have already dropped her blade. Her body was filled with injuries and covered in a black tint, having been charred for a while. Her haki may have protected her, but she was in no good shape. She was just free-falling back towards the island. Prometheus was locked in a cage of clouds, and Zeus was rushing to catch his creator in a panic. Such a shocking scene left an imprint on the minds of everyone that saw it. Enel didn't even look like he was struggling. He genuinely looked like he was enjoying his rest on a fluffy bed of clouds, while Big Mom seemed to be on death's doorstep. Such a disparity of strength between emperors was simply mind-boggling for Beej and the others. To them, Big Mom and her sweet commanders were absolute monsters deserving of fear. But now, the biggest monster in their eyes, Big Mom, appeared like nothing more than a toy in the Sky King's hands. Luffy just smiled widely, already expecting such a scene to happen. Of course, Enel is strong after all. He was also happy that Enel had helped them in the end. Robin only had a worried look on her face, knowing that Enel was previously planning to ally himself with Big Mom as well. She couldn't help but fear they had ruined his plans completely regarding Big Mom. She was also worried for Oven, someone she had gotten to know quite well on the Sky Archipelago. Katakuri seemed to have finally noticed that scene as well. His eyes widened in shock as he saw his mother's injured state. His eyes then turned red as his gaze settled on the pirates in front of him with even more hatred. Things were going well until you all decided to act up. Enel wouldn't have taken things this far if not for you. The Doe commander slowly started walking forwards, his trident scraping on the ground as his siblings scrambled to take the injured further into the mirror world and help them. To the side, amidst the chaos, Sanji caught a glimpse of his family through another crack in the mirror. Needless to say, they were not doing too well. They were already wearing their combat suits, but they were all clearly in various stages of injury, and they were still encircled by Big Mom's cadres. The cook of the Straw Hats couldn't help but clench his teeth. Zoro noticed that and scowled. He still remembered Sanji's sister saving Luffy's life as well. So at that point, as the second in command, he made a drastic decision. Brook, we're going after the Mirror Woman. We gotta help the Vinsmokes too now. He already knew what to do. Luffy also noticed that, nodding his head and deciding what his role was going to be, taking on the enraged Katakuri. Katakuri tried to stop Brook and Zoro, but he wasn't able to as they both sent a flying slash towards him and Luffy entered Gear 2 and started raining punches on his torso, all of which went through him. But the swordsman and musician passed him by at great speeds. Even though his future sight helped him have an almost guaranteed hit, there were too many enemies to take into account, especially after Beej and his associates started shooting towards him too. That coupled with Frankie's laser beams, Usopp's pellets and Sanji's kicks, was a bit too much for him to just keep dodging with ease. The sweet commander then roared and used his Conqueror's Haki in a bid to knock out his opponents, or at least slow them down. But Luffy didn't give him such an opportunity, and the two of them immediately clashed. The world stilled around them as they clashed, and they both had a determined look in their eyes. No one from Luffy's side was knocked out, thankfully. Even Beej managed to hold on, although some of his associates were out for the count. He prepared to give the order to shoot, but Luffy raised his hand, stopping him. All of you, go ahead without me. Help Zoro and Brook get the Mirror-Nosed Lady and escape. I'll take him out. The Straw Hat Pirates immediately moved out, listening to their captain's orders. Beej complained about how that was an unnecessary risk, but he also knew that Katakuri was likely going to be able to stall them easily. Even if Big Mom was getting roughed up, the Big Mom pirates were still too strong for them to deal with, so a retreat was more than necessary. Katakuri alone was enough to make them scramble and escape. Oven was also bound to come out of incarceration because of the chaos, and he was also an opponent that Beej wasn't confident in taking on. As the Straw Hats and Beej scrambled for Broly, Enel still looked at Big Mom's unconscious form with a bit of wariness. He entered his awakened form and decided to take things seriously. It was then that he noticed just how powerful his awakened form was, to the point where Big Mom couldn't even begin to compare to him. He was easily able to wrestle control of the clouds around him, separating Zeus from them and letting him live essentially just to catch Big Mom and support her. Although he went slightly serious and caught her in a flash storm, he still didn't want her to die or anything of the sort. If anything, discovering how large the gap between them was made Enel realize that killing her wasn't worth ruining his friendship with Oven anyway. She was now deemed as not a big enough threat to warrant death. And there was also the possibility of her eventually coming around and helping, or not getting involved at all in the upcoming war. If Enel's plans were to come to fruition, then the Grand Army that Kaido was also preparing was going to be disbanded before the war even began. Kaido himself would be dead after helping awaken Luffy, though Enel would have to keep an eye on that as well since he didn't know how much the Dragon Emperor had changed. All that was left to worry about was Big Mom, who also seemed to be aiming at growing her powers before the war. Her fear of Francisco seemed to have turned her completely against him, and Luffy's stupidity certainly didn't help things along. But things could still be salvaged. Still, to think that this disc is that powerful. Enel looked back at the spinning drums on his back. He remembered awakening, and in that instant Big Mom was already swinging her sword, Napoleon, towards him. She was even using Cognac, Emperor Blade, covering Napoleon in Prometheus and her own Conqueror's coating while trying to behead Enel once and for all. But the blade didn't even get close to grazing Enel's skin before the spinning disc rushed in front of him. The drums spun endlessly even as sparks rose from the point of contact of the ring and Big Mom's blade. If anything, the drums seemed to turn into a saw blade for a few seconds, spinning even faster as they started cutting into Napoleon. In that instant, Napoleon screamed in pain as it wrestled with the spinning drums. Big Mom's hands trembled as she tried to press down onto Enel unsuccessfully. Eventually, something that neither emperors expected happened. Napoleon stopped screaming for a moment, giving his mother one last smile before he melted in her hands. The heat was so strong that even Prometheus was repelled, before being entrapped in clouds. Big Mom was then also caught in a similar prison, alongside Zeus who did his best to protect her. The scariest part was that Enel didn't even try to block that blade or destroy Napoleon. He was going to just dodge the attack. But the drums seemed to have a mind of their own, and they moved instinctively to protect him. He did remember Luffy's devil fruit supposedly held a part of Nika within it, one that could influence his mind to some extent. He didn't experience that with his fruit, but it was possible that a part of Raijin's consciousness lived on within those drums and in the tattoo on his back. But he had no way of knowing, nor did he have any way of speaking to a pair of lightning drums. So he could only speculate. Knowing the old god's temperament, it did match the actions of the drums. After all, the old god likely would have been too prideful to even consider dodging such a weak attack. That thought was also what ended up making Enel laugh. In a strange way, his strength had grown exponentially, but he clearly still had a lot of work to do regarding his control. He hadn't wanted to destroy Napoleon at the end of the day. Thankfully, his control over clouds seemed to have become even greater. He could now essentially create them with ease too. He did so by burning up water from the sea and turning parts of it into vapor that he then energized and condensed to form clouds endlessly. He no longer needed any dials, nor did he need to hide a ship nearby to act as a cloud machine. I still have a lot of exploring left to do. I must discover what other abilities I have besides the drum and overall power and perception boost. Awakenings are never really that simple, and Luffy's allowed him to even affect reality itself with his imagination. The Emperor couldn't help but sigh as his gaze turned back to Big Mom, who was being lowered to the ground gently by a Zeus that was freaking out. At that moment, his senses settled on a man that just appeared by Big Mom's side. He was tall and filled with muscle. He had one mechanical arm and leg, and his hair was shaped in a strange clover style. Oven. The Emperor scratched the back of his head as he realized that he now had to face his friend after essentially brutalizing his mother. Let's hope things don't re-escalate further. Better go and meet him now. Chapter 231. Family, Friendship, and Heat. Enel didn't leave his awakened form. Instead, he lowered altitude and approached Oven carefully, still floating in midair as he controlled a string of sparkling clouds underneath his feet. The sweet commander just stayed by his mother's side, crouched down and tending to her as he seemed to try and speak to her. "Mother, everything will be fine. Don't worry." Oven knew that he was helpless to stop Enel if it came to an actual fight. He had no delusions of doing that, especially when seeing his mother's sorry state, compared to Enel's own uninjured and unbothered figure. But he was not going to let Enel harm his mother any further. Thankfully, he didn't need to try much. The fight was over for a while in Enel's mind, ever since he had accidentally destroyed Napoleon. The look of shock and fear on Big Mom's face told him everything he needed to know about how the rest of the fight would go. The fact that he could melt her weapon, despite the fact that it was imbued with her haki and had a part of her soul put into its creation, meant that she truly stood no chance against him. He hadn't wanted to kill her in the first place. The only reason he pelted her with that much lightning was because he knew she could handle it. Although her condition looked serious, she was still an emperor with stupidly great durability. She was likely going to be fine in a day or two if she ate some cake. Oven likely also understood that, but neither he nor any of Big Mom's children were used to seeing her in such a state. Usually, on the rare occasions that she clashed with other emperors, she would not be injured so much in such a short span of time. The fights among emperors were never truly that one-sided. Oven had already guessed that. He knew how outrageous Enel's devil fruit was. He had already guessed that Enel was likely stronger than the emperors, a level above them. It was only natural. After all, Enel had plenty of emperor-level figures working underneath him. People like Garp, Sengoku, Francisco, Shiki, Dragon. Hell, all of the admirals could stand up to emperors as well. Then there were people that were associated with Enel, like Whitebeard and Shanks. Oven had gone through a lot of conflict internally hiding Shanks' alliance with Enel from his mother. In his mind, he justified it with the fact that Enel still considered his mother an ally of sorts, so he knew that he wouldn't do harm to her. But that clearly turned out to be wrong. Enel, the sweet commander, turned around and looked upwards at the Sky King that was descending upon him. "Oven, glad to see you broke yourself out. I was going to release you anyway." Enel didn't hover above his head for too long. His feet finally touched the ground as he sighed and rolled his right shoulder a bit. He did his best to hide his unease as he spoke out and acted leisurely. The Emperor loathed the notion of losing a good friend like that. "Let's cut to the chase, Enel." At that moment, the air around the two men turned a bit hotter as Oven clenched his organic fist. "All right. I wasn't expecting things to get to this point, obviously. I don't plan to kill your mother, so you can calm down." Enel sighed as he shook his head and took another look at Big Mom, who was still unconscious and smoking. And just like that, Oven was able to heave a sigh of relief. He still didn't like that his home had been damaged to that point, but he knew that Enel likely made sure his siblings weren't dead or anything. The Lightning Emperor always had a habit of doing that. He seemed to avoid harming others if he perceived them as allies even slightly. Well, some homies or chess soldiers might have died in the collapsed palace, but Oven didn't really care much about them either. They were only alive thanks to his mother's fruit anyway. In that case, thank you, for sparing my mother. Oven looked back at his mother for a second, wincing slightly. "I doubt she made it easy for you, but you managed to hold back enough. So thank you." Enel nodded to him. Before his ears twitched a bit, he looked to the side and his eyes narrowed slightly. They still haven't escaped? As he and Oven were speaking to each other, the Straw Hats and Beej had finally found Bruley. Obviously, the next thing they did was rush and save the Vinsmoke family. With Zoro at the helm, Brook and Sanji trailing right behind him, they managed to cut a line through the encirclement that had been pestering the now injured Germa. To be more specific, only Sanji's siblings had actually gotten injured, though only slightly. Judge was still holding his own while fighting carefully, and it seemed that the Big Mom pirates were planning to win the fight by tiring them out. They didn't get the time to. The assault of the Straw Hats was quick, brutal, and decisive. Sanji started the fight by ambushing Perispero and almost breaking his neck with a kick, which ended up just sending him flying and knocking him out. At around the same time, Zoro appeared in front of Smoothie, before drawing his sword and reappearing behind her and sheathing it again. The Lion Song, or Shirshir Sun Sun, one of his signature moves, and it proved very effective as blood splattered everywhere from a large wound across her chest, and she fell to the ground while her eyes rolled to the back of her head. Cracker's soldiers quickly intercepted the two of them, their toughness proving annoying. But Cracker himself was being hunted down by none other than Brook, who had observed the situation enough to find the sweet commander that had been hiding in between his biscuit soldiers. With a laugh and a stagger, the musician dashed through the biscuits, bobbing and weaving until he finally landed on his chosen target. The biscuit soldiers immediately moved, turning their spears towards him and preparing to stab at him. But they were too slow. The skeleton's cane sword ended up stabbing through the layer of hockey-enforced biscuit and into the man's torso, making him momentarily halt all of his soldiers and giving the Vinsmokes enough time to make a run for it. Although shocked, Germa didn't have enough time to think too deeply about why the Straw Hats were helping them and just decided to go along with it since they all had a common enemy now and a common goal: to survive. "Get here. Quickly." In the distance, a large man in a suit shouted at them. His body seemed to be strangely built like a castle, and instead of legs he had tracks like those of a tank. In his gigantic hands, he held a half-broken gigantic window. Most definitely one of the mirrors Big Mom herself had been using. Although broken, the half that was still together was big enough for an army to rush through. And the Vinsmoke family wasn't stupid enough to ignore such an obvious escape route. Sanji and Zoro also both retreated after blitzing their respective opponents. They both turned around and ran behind the Vinsmokes, covering their retreat in case Cracker recovered enough to command his soldiers again. Brook didn't dally on for much longer either. He slipped his blade out of Cracker's body and simply started skipping on the heads of the biscuit soldiers while laughing and leisurely heading for the big mirror. The Vinsmokes immediately reached Beej, who was waiting for them with Bruley inside his castle-slash-body while holding the largest escape they had. He didn't speak further in such a stressful situation. He merely waited for everyone to get in. The Vinsmokes managed to jump in first. Sanji and Zoro both stopped before entering, waiting for Brook to go ahead of them while also covering his retreat. Brook laughed a bit as he thanked them and entered, and then it happened. A surge of heat. It was scalding. difficult to even breathe in. Zoro and Sanji felt it too, and they immediately started sweating. Before they even realized it, the mirror in Bij's hands melted, turning into steaming, smoldering mush. Bij immediately grasped at empty air, before panicking and quickly returning to a smaller size to stand at the side of the two Straw Hats present. The heat forced all three of them to use a thin layer of armament haki around their bodies, which allowed them to at least breathe a bit better. Sanji and Zoro were dealing with it much better than Bij, but they were still sweating. It simply felt as if they were in an oven. It was at that realization that Bij's eyes widened, and he truly became panicked, and everyone present heard it. "All of you." Amidst the sizzling heat came a voice, one so mired in cold hatred and anger that it sounded calm. With that voice, the heat ramped up. The rocks around them started quickly melting and turning into lava, turning the entire field all around them into a hellscape. "Are going to die." A figure was standing tall on top of the ruins of the whole cake chateau, a man 3 times larger than any regular human. A burly, scarred, uncovered torso, 2 arms, one mechanical and gloved, the other fleshy and rippling with muscle, both as thick as tree trunks. His legs were similar, one metallic, the other fleshy. His hair was very oddly shaped, made to look like a 3-leaf clover. His entire body was flushed red, and around it was a strange red glow. He was radiating heat, visibly. "This is bad," Bij said as the cigar he had been trying to take out to calm himself burnt in his hand. "Who the hell is this one?" Zoro asked as he unsheathed all 3 of his blades, putting one of them in his mouth as he prepared for the worst. "That's oven," Sanji muttered as his legs both sprouted in orange flames, both of them turning dark as well. One of the sweet commanders. Between him and Katakuri, it's hard to say who's the strongest. "He was supposed to be in jail, not interfering with our plans," Bij muttered, taking advantage of the time that Oven was taking to still study the situation and think of a way to rescue his brothers and sisters. "Well, he's here now," Zoro grumbled as he resolved himself to fight the heat-radiating sweet commander. "This guy is strong and angry. I can't let him harm anyone in our crew." Sanji, by his side, had a similar mindset, his eyes narrowing as he clenched his fists. "This is all my fault anyway. I'll fight him. I can't let him touch the others." Both of them had similar mindsets. Meanwhile, Bij was slowly planning his escape, preparing to take out one of the other mirrors he stored within his body and escape with it in an instant. But he was having second thoughts due when it came to leaving the Straw Hats behind, which was the only reason he hadn't already escaped. He then looked up at the clouds to see a figure just sitting idly, seemingly eating something, before a crooked smile appeared on his lips. "That's right." At that moment, he immediately had one of his henchmen throw a miniaturized mirror into his hand. He then quickly threw it, allowing it to become large in front of him and jumping through it right as it melted. Sanji and Zoro didn't stop him, knowing he would likely just get in the way anyway. Meanwhile, Cracker had already recovered. Well, he regained control of his biscuit soldiers, right as they started burning up anyway. He forced himself to use armament haki on some to stop them from burning to a crisp. "Oven?" he asked as he looked out of his biscuit armor and towards his older brother that had just popped up. "Cracker, take everyone away from here. I'll deal with the intruders." Oven's voice was authoritative, a far cry from the weakling he had been in the past. Cracker only smiled, pitying the Straw Hats as he controlled his soldiers, taking his siblings and running away. Meanwhile, in the skies, Enel was looking at the scene with mild interest, still in his awakened state. Let's see how strong the Straw Hats have actually gotten." He crossed his arms, smiling as he wondered how the fight would look. But deep inside, he also felt Oven's anger and the heat he radiated. Fire, magma, heat, all of these devil fruits burn brighter with emotion, with hatred, anything to fuel them really. In his current state, I don't think Katakuri could even match Oven. No, it's safe to say Katakuri would stand no chance. His malleable dough would likely be cooked and burnt in seconds. The Emperor narrowed his eyes as he realized just how much stronger his friend had gotten. It was genuinely shocking. Let's see if he is something the Straw Hats can overcome. Chapter 232. Left and Right Hands and Sweet Commander's Strength. The heat melted everything, and Zoro was forced to cover his blades in haki almost instantly to prevent them from going soft. Although his blades were all named, they weren't indestructible, and steel alone couldn't withstand such temperatures, even if it was tempered like the Mitos he was wielding. The first one to move was Oven, stepping forward as the ground underneath him turned soft with every step he took, bubbling and sizzling as his facial expression shifted into anger. You Straw Hats just had to ruin everything. Oven gritted his teeth as he proceeded to step onto the ground heavily. At that moment, he dashed at a speed that both Zoro and Sanji had to roll to the side to avoid. The Sweet Commander's body whizzed past them, the heat searing their skin slightly as they both twirled and attacked Oven. Pola Fryer. Spectre. Sanji hopped into the air, circling around Oven as his legs moved at unbelievable speeds, sticking at the Sweet Commander's body and sending ripples through his flesh and muscle. Zoro wasn't about to be outdone either, but he was still judging his opponent's strength, so instead of a close-quarter attack he went directly for his strongest flying slash. Senhachiju Pound Ho. 1,080-pound cannon. His flying slash circled in the air, blowing away all of the accumulated magma in front of the swordsman and slightly cooling off his surroundings. Oven had already put out his hand and had started blocking Sanji's kicks by that time. Upon noticing that Zoro was already launching an attack, he quickly rushed to grab the Straw Hat Cook by the leg and threw him towards the flying slash. Kesuke. Stupid Cook. Stop getting in the way. Zoro shouted as he shifted his blades slightly. To Oven's surprise, the flying arc slash seemed to bend around Sanji's hurtled body and rush directly towards his chest. He skidded backwards as a cut opened up on his chest. He whizzed as he clenched both of his fists and narrowed his eyes at his opponent. Sanji had already stopped himself in midair and panted a bit. This guy's bad news. He barely even got cut. Zoro clenched his blades as he eyes Sanji, only to see that parts of his pants were burnt off just from being in proximity to Oven. You tell me? I felt like I was kicking a stone wall. The cook landed on the ground right to his side and complained a bit. The fight had only just started, yet he already felt his ankles burning a bit with pain, especially the part that Oven had grasped directly. We need to take things seriously, Sanji muttered as his legs seemed to burn even brighter. Don't act like you weren't going all out already. Zoro scowled at his partner. He was about to continue scolding the stupid cook, but their conversation was cut short by Oven's fist. The gigantic man appeared right above them in the blink of an eye. His fist was already aiming to crush them into the ground. Both Zoro and Sanji moved to block it. The swordsman directed all three of his blackened swords to stop it, while the cook kicked upwards with impressive force. Huh. Both Sanji and Zoro shouted and grunted as their muscles struggled against those of Oven, who scowled at their efforts before pushing his fist further down. The cook and swordsman were once again forced to dodge. Each rolled off to one side. Oven's fist sunk into the ground and shook the remains of the castle they were currently on. A wave of heat assaulted both Sanji and Zoro as they were forced to cover their eyes. Oven no longer wasted any time. He decided to no longer give them any time to recover, and immediately turned his head towards Zoro first, judging him to be the bigger threat. Molten Wave. Oven's fist that had been impaled into the ground immediately grabbed at the molten earth, his muscles twitching as he flung it upwards. Zoro recovered in time to see a gigantic wave of molten earth rising up to swallow him into the ground. His blades immediately moved, and three distinct flying slashes cut through the wave of magma, splitting it apart and sending magma flying everywhere. Oi, stupid cook, watch it. Zoro's warning wasn't unfounded. The second oven distracted him. He dashed towards Sanji. Zoro was the bigger threat, so in Oven's eyes, the cook was the weaker link, so he had to go down first. Sanji didn't even need a warning though. He could feel Oven's approach just from the unbearable heat that came with being close to him. That heat had already become a warning to Sanji, so he didn't need an audible cue to know he needed to dodge. The cook's eyes were still closed, but he still managed to step into the air and dodge to the side. avoiding a blade that popped out of the Sweet Commander's knee and threatened to slice him in half. Zoro's blades were already onto the Sweet Commander as well, this time. The swordsman attempted a classic draw sword skill, but before he could even get close, Oven sensed him and his mechanical arm unfolded into a cannon, immediately blowing a cannonball towards him. Zoro scowled as his blade cut the cannonball, only for it to explode in his face. The blast pushed Oven towards the fleeing Sanji, who had already made a beeline for the sky. Now, Oven couldn't really fly, but he could surely jump well. And jump he did. His legs arched and straightened up instantly as he turned into a bullet fired at the sky. Sanji was taken by surprise. As soon as he opened his eyes and got accustomed to the heat, Oven's gigantic form was in front of him. There's no heat? Sanji's eyes widened as he realized that his opponent had purposefully stopped using their devil fruit in order to approach him without being detected as easily. At that point, Sanji had no chance of blocking the gigantic fist that covered half of his body. He did try to put his leg in front of it, but was sent flying nonetheless. Well, it was more accurate to say that he was sent crashing to the ground at breakneck speeds. Oi, Sanji. Zoro's concerned voice broke through the battlefield as he immediately prepared to use his strongest attack. From the clouds, Enel sighed as he felt the Straw Hats struggling against Oven. He wasn't about to start helping them either. He knew that. Sanji and Zoro were both really resilient. What bothered him most was that he couldn't feel how Luffy's fight against Katakuri was going in the mirror world. Although Enel felt that Luffy was stronger than in the original, he also felt that Katakuri had grown a lot stronger. And he still remembered Katakuri essentially manhandling Luffy at the beginning of the assassination attempt, which somewhat made things feel a bit bleak for the Straw Hat Captain. If anything, is it possible that Katakuri ends up awakening Nika instead? Katakuri was far from an enemy at the level of Kaido, or any emperor really. Well, he was likely one of the strongest men alive with the exception of emperors and figures of that level. He definitely was a match for most admirals, with the exception of maybe Akainu and Akiji. Even if he couldn't win against any of them, he could still hold out pretty well. But maybe he could end up being the one to awaken Luffy, although it seemed a bit too far-fetched. Luffy hadn't even learnt Conqueror's coding yet. He still needed to get bodied by Kaido a few times for that to happen. Whatever. Luffy will be fine. Even if he isn't, he still has Brook and Robin with him. Together they should all be fine. It was better that Katakuri was stronger anyway. Luffy needed more strength if he wanted to face Kaido. In the first place, Kaido was stronger now if Shanks' report was anything to go by. An awakened mythical Zoan was not something to joke about. Hell, now that Kaido was awakened, he was likely stronger than both Shanks and Big Mom. Luffy was still far off from facing off against Big Mom, let alone Shanks or Kaido. He needed all the tempering and training he could get. 9 mountains and 8 seas make one world. 1,000 worlds make one Kiliacosm. 1 Kiliacosm to the power of 3, and there's nothing I can't cut. Enel blinked a few times as he looked down once more. The scene below him had totally shifted. Most of that part of the island was completely melted. Sanji and Zoro were both looking haggard and injured, but Oven was still looking quite fine. He had a few bruises and a few more cuts on his body, but it was nothing to someone with his endurance. He had at least inherited that much from his mother after all. Still, it looked like the Straw Hats were now preparing to deliver their most powerful strikes. Zoro was spinning his blades in front of him, and Sanji was hopping in the air, and also spinning his body, creating a scary amount of momentum. Enel's eyes narrowed as he realized Oven could actually be injured seriously if he was hit by those 2 attacks. But he should be able to either dodge or block one of them and tank the other, shouldn't he? And Oven attempted exactly what Enel had expected him to. He moved to block the most pressing one, putting up a hardened shield in front of Zoro's attack as he prepared for it while deciding to just take Sanji's kick. It was at that moment that he seemed to lose his footing? No, it was more apt to say that his prosthetics had finally had enough. Both his mechanical arm and leg finally broke, his leg melting underneath him and part of his mechanical arm falling off, which in turn led to him losing balance and his footing, falling to the side. Both Zoro and Sanji noticed that, and they forged on with their attacks. Santoryu Oji, Ikadai Sanzan Daisen Sekai, Great 3,000 Great Thousand Worlds. Zoro's blade cut towards Oven's uncovered torso. It happened right at the same time that Sanji's attack came down. Konkase, using all of the momentum he had built up, the cook slammed his burning heel covered in haki towards the sweet commander's head, aiming to put a dent in it. Oven's face morphed in fear as he realized that was his end. But then a flash of light blinded all of the people present, and before any of them could even react, Enel was crouched down on Oven's shoulder and smiled with amusement. Both Zoro and Sanji failed to react in time, as two drums from the disc floating on the Emperor's back departed and blocked their strikes. The drums didn't even move as they stopped the two straw hats in their tracks. Zoro's sharp blades trembled as he tried to push forwards, only to be unable to move the drum for even a hair's distance. And Sanji tried to press his heel down, only to feel pain through his entire body as he felt as if he had hit an unbreakable and unmovable object at full force. Both of them then felt a strange pulse course through them, and they were pushed away instantly. Sanji spun backwards into the sky as he clutched at his leg, while Zoro tumbled backwards as his blades flew out of his hands and mouth. Zoro eventually regained his balance and dug his hand into the ground to come to a stop. He panted as he looked at Oven, who was slumped over, with Enel still sitting on his shoulder. "Weren't you on our side?" he asked as he slowly stood up. In the opposite direction, Sanji also landed on the ground. He limped slightly as he grit his teeth and slowly looked at Enel too. "I knew Robin-chan was wrong to trust you, so you're betraying us after all." Sanji seemed to be off in his own world, so Enel ignored him and just answered Zoro's question. "Oven here is a friend of mine, so I won't let you kill him. The two of you can go. He won't get in your way anymore." Enel crossed his hands and bobbed his head to the side, one of his earlobes pointing in the distance and telling the cook and swordsman to screw off. Zoro seemed a bit frustrated. He clenched his fists and seemed to want to refute the Emperor, but he couldn't really bring himself to, especially not when he remembered seeing Big Mom's helpless state against him. Currently, Enel could likely dismantle their entire crew much like Kuma had done at Sabaody all those years back. Thankfully, he wasn't an enemy. Rather, he was more of an ally. So Zoro ended up relenting. He walked forwards and grabbed his blades unrestricted. Sanji seemed to still want to start some beef with Enel, but Zoro ended up dragging him off. Enel just hoped that Sanji would take the lead at some point, so the two of them would be able to actually reach their ship. Oven seemed to be quite annoyed at having to let them go, but going against Enel's words wasn't something he could really do either. He knew that the straw hats were under Enel's protection technically. He wasn't expecting to be killing any single one of them, but he did want to let off some steam after seeing his siblings getting injured while fighting them. Unfortunately, it seemed that his time in jail led to him forgetting to get his prosthetics checked up on, and they weren't properly coated in the thermal-resistant solution that he normally used. It needed to be applied. Chapter 233, Duel, Rematch, and Target. In the mirror world, away from Enel's prying eyes, Katakuri and Luffy were both fighting with renewed vigor. The other Straw Hats had already fled. Luffy had ordered them to leave him to fight alone. It was honorable, but the sweet commander wasn't exactly all that friendly towards Luffy. Katakuri no longer had the time to look in the mirrors to the outside world, but he already knew that the impossible had happened. His mother had lost. He knew that she was going to be safe, however. Oven was still unaccounted for, and he knew that no matter what disagreements they might have had in the past, he'd never want his mother to die. He didn't really expect Oven to win against Enel or anything of the sort, but at the very least he could dissuade the Lightning Emperor from taking her life. Katakuri himself wasn't having the easiest time fighting Luffy. For some reason, the Straw Hat Pirate was able to easily get used to his future sight, to the point where the sweet commander suspected that the fledgling pirate had developed it mid-battle. Still, Katakuri hadn't received all that any injuries exactly because of his future sight, and Luffy had been constantly getting ragdolled and injured more and more. The Straw Hat wearer was now also missing a tooth and looked like he had been pierced by spikes in several areas of his body. Surprisingly, even as he was spilling blood on the ground constantly, he still managed to give Katakuri a hard time. And that was when it happened. Gear 4th, Snake Man. Katakuri's eyes narrowed as he looked at Luffy's changing form. From his previous bulky appearance in Gear 4th, he had now shifted to a different, more compact, style. Gomu Gomu no Black Mamba. In an instant, his punches started moving at speeds that were several times faster than his usual speed in Gear 4th. That sudden change led to Katakuri being unable to dodge a punch. It hit him in the stomach and sent him skidding backwards for a few seconds before he dug his heels into the ground and came to a stop. Kesuke. The large man spat out a bit of blood before looking at Luffy with a serious gaze. I guess he's not as much of a greenhorn as I thought he was. The sweet commander decided to take his opponent more seriously from that point on. Even though Luffy was a child, he now showed that he had enough strength and speed to actually damage him. And so, the sweet commander huffed, and the fight started up once more. Meanwhile, the Straw Hats were already gathering at their ship, the Thousand Sunny. The situation had gone well beyond what they had expected. The fact that they all lived through it, and even witnessed a fight between emperors, was beyond impressive. Although calling it a fair fight felt strange seeing how easily and quickly Big Mom got taken down. Hell, they had only really seen a few hits from Big Mom that were dodged quite easily before the fight took to the skies. And even now, after Big Mom had fallen down, Enel was still resting leisurely in the skies. He had left Oven with his siblings to tend to his small wounds. He felt something strange approaching, which was why he rose to the skies anyway. His senses spread far and wide, but his mind still needed to process everything, and it did so at speeds far surpassing that of regular humans. In a sense, his thoughts had truly reached the speed of lightning, and he was sure that he could now travel at light speed without much issue. But there was still a lot of information to shift through. The strange changes around him did, but his future sight was still activated, and this time he could feel it. A second round. Back on the Thousand Sunny, already a few kilometers off from the shores of Whole Cake Island, the entire Straw Hat crew also started looking. What's that? The first one to notice it was Sanji, his senses blaring before anything even happened. He pointed upwards, directing the attention of every Straw Hat to the skies. At that moment, right above Enel, something broke the clouds. A gigantic shadow was cast over the entire island, forcing everyone to look upward. A gigantic red eye, its irises were just as unnatural as its size, as it seemed to be bigger than the entire island, staring directly at the Emperor, who was no longer relaxing. The world government's already acting. Enel clenched his fists as he knew that he couldn't allow a repeat of his last encounter with that strange eye to happen. Nico Robin, who was already resting on the Thousand Sunny, couldn't help but look at the sky with fear and concern as she recognized the scene perfectly. She still remembered being dozens of kilometers away in that blimp and almost being blown away by just the shockwave of the attack that the eye had released. "We need to get further away. That thing destroyed Baltigo," she shouted as she quickly put her hands together. Countless arms grew from the ship and started steering it away from the island. The crew was confused at first, but quickly joined in after hearing Robin talk about Baltigo. It meant that Whole Cake Island was likely going to be erased as well, and they knew they wouldn't be able to do much in that situation. Eventually, Jinbei and his crew also appeared under their ship and helped them get further away. But not everyone was keen on just running away. "What about Luffy?" Zoro asked as he looked up at the eye, taking out all of his swords and preparing for the worst. "Luffy's still in the mirror world. He'll be fine." Beej appeared on the deck of their ship, running out from one of the rooms to the side. He looked up and gulped. How is a human even supposed to face something like that? The Mafia family leader couldn't help but feel cold sweat on his back as he looked at the small figure of the Emperor which stood right underneath that gigantic eye. Enel crossed his arms, his body becoming stiff as the drum ring on his back started spinning faster and faster as if enraged by the presence of something. Although calm and collected, the Emperor was still a bit concerned. "I don't have anywhere near enough time to take everyone off the island?" Even if Brol was awake and aware of this and tried to bring everyone into her dimension with my help, a lot of people would still die. He didn't fear for his own life. At any point, he could simply disappear from that place and appear in a completely different half of the new world unobstructed. Although the eye seemed to stare at him, it didn't seem capable of stopping him from using his devil fruit, much like it hadn't been last time. The main problem was that he couldn't stop that light. I couldn't stop it back then, but What about now? His eyes widened as he came to that realization. In a sense, he held a bit of fear in his heart for the attack that had once taken his hand and had even almost killed him. Maybe it was a bit of unresolved trauma? Although losing his arm didn't quite affect his overall strength, he was still affected mentally by it. Although he had regained it, some of that fear was still present. But the drums behind him didn't seem to feel any fear. Rather, the feeling that Enel could sense from them was contempt? Well, if a fragment of Ragen's will is within this drum ring, then I guess feeling contempt when sensing IMU makes sense. It genuinely felt like the leader of the world government was trying to take Enel out using only one eye. In the past, one eye might have been enough. But now, Enel had awakened the powers of a god that had, at one point, killed IMU completely. Even if he wasn't completely alone in killing IMU, he had still done so multiple times, right? Why should I even be afraid about the others not being able to dodge this, when I can simply just destroy it? Enel, wielding the most destructive power in the world, had no reason to fear the attack of anyone. The drums on his back resounded through the skies, the clouds that had been blown away by the eye all whirled around it, unwavering and unafraid. So what if his attacks had failed to damage the eye in the past? He was a different person now. So different, in fact, that he needed to heavily hold back against an emperor of the seas in order to not kill her. He had never gotten the chance to fully test his new powers ever since awakening, but against IMU's eye, at least I get a chance to go all out. Just as the beam of red light started descending towards the ground, Enel's figure appeared in front of its path. The flying disc on his back moved to his arm, hovering right above his palm. The drums seemed to sound as thunder filled the skies above, slightly shrouding the edges of the eye as the pupil in the middle seemed to widen slightly. Without giving the red light time to even reach him, Enel sent the flying disc upwards. It immediately came in contact with the light. Light sparked as the blue spinning ring turned completely black and then glowed purple. The drums quickly turned into blades as the flying ring turned into a deadly weapon that kept getting bigger and bigger. The red light gave way in less than 4 seconds. It broke apart and split into two as it continued as dying out strands of energy headed for the ground. It still left deep scars on the land, but it didn't expand in any way. There was no more power to it. Instead, the eye seemed to be concentrating on stopping the spinning ring of lightning that was currently aiming to break it apart. The people from the ground and the Thousand Sunny all looked up to see a shining light. A gigantic purple glowing saw was heading directly for the center of the eye. It was at that point that the spinning ring made contact with the eye. It was too fast for anyone to keep track of it in real time, and only those with advanced observation could even begin to try it. Most just saw a blinding light and then, boom, an explosion covered the entire sky with the sound of resounding thunder. It was so deafening that it forced everyone on the island and near it to cover their ears. Enel himself winced a bit when hearing it and feeling how destructive the flying disc was. He was sure that he had inadvertently busted the eardrums of some of the people below. The entire sky shined a bright purple for a few seconds, and then it happened. The eye broke apart visibly, and smoldering pieces of it fell towards the ground as the spinning disc caused more damage than any attack Enel had ever used in the past. This would be more than enough to destroy an island. Scratch that. It may be enough to erase a good part of the red line. Enel realized now that he essentially had the capability of joining the 4 cardinal seas that made up the blue sea and breaking down the red line completely with a few strikes. So this is the power of a god, huh? Enel smiled as he watched the gigantic spinning saw cut the eye in half with ease as more and more pieces of it broke down and fell towards the ground. Before long, the gigantic eye was nothing more, falling off from the sky. Many pieces of it were completely disintegrated at the thunder god's destructive disc, and the spinning saw blades turned back into drums as soon as the eye was destroyed. The ring immediately returned to Enel's side, floating behind him casually, as if nothing had happened. So much for that. The Emperor then scowled as he realized the implications of IMU's attack. The government definitely knew that he had awakened, so they shouldn't have even tried to kill him with that eye. In the first place, his appearance at the Whole Cake Chateau shouldn't have been something that they learned about so quickly. The entire conflict with the Big Mom pirates had barely lasted 10 minutes. It wasn't enough for them to learn of his presence there. There was too much chaos. And he would have known if anyone tried to contact people from the outside world on the whole Cake Island. No one could escape his radar. Wait, was their target Big Mom then? Chapter 234. Awe, Distance, and Making a Move. The Straw Hats, Robin especially, all felt uneasy the moment that I showed up. It awoke in them a primal instinct of fear, especially for Robin, who had seen it in action in the past. She feared for Enel's life at that moment. She feared for her captain's life. Hell, she even feared for Oven's life, as the two of them had gotten along as well. Even if he had injured Zoro and Sanji, she didn't hate him. She understood that the situation was complicated. But now, the entire whole Cake Island was going to be erased. Or so she thought. If she hadn't had at least a basic mastery of observation haki, she wouldn't have even been able to follow it. But the explosion itself lasted for a long enough time for all of them to notice it. All of them were able to feel its effect on the world. The seas around the entire whole Cake Islands were quaking in fear. The skies were unraveling and the eye itself became completely uncovered as it started cracking and pieces of it fell to the ground. The spinning wheel that Enel had sent towards the eye seemed indestructible. It cut through anything and eventually broke down the eye at its very core. Robin and the others could do nothing besides stare at the scene in silence with wide eyes. Zoro couldn't help but gulp a bit as a rather discouraging thought rose in his mind. Is that the strength that the top of the world has? Will I ever be able to reach that stage in my lifetime? His insecurities were highlighted as he thought of not being able to protect his comrades if they were to be faced with such an attack. There was quite literally nothing he could do besides dive in and die first. Enel's power was overwhelming and suffocating for the green-haired swordsman. The situation wasn't much better for Sanji, who was still blaming himself for being the one to put his entire crew into the situation they were on. The only reprieve he had was that they had all survived, but they had messed up with a lot of people, and they had a lot more enemies because of him now. He just hoped Enel wasn't one of them. Robin was also conflicted when seeing just how strong Enel had grown. For once in her life, she started feeling a bit insecure. Was she truly worthy of a man like him? But that question in itself was a stupid one. Enel was the type of man to make his own choices. She had no right to decide who is and isn't worthy of him. Only Enel himself did. And he seemed more than welcoming to her advances, although he still had bigger concerns. Still, she had already expected the rift between Enel and everyone else to grow even bigger. But the power she witnessed was at a different level compared to anything she knew of. It toppled even the legendary scope of ancient weapons. Alas, when one wielded the powers of a god, ancient weapons became parlor tricks. After all, Aimu had still struggled to defeat the extremely tired gods even after fusing with Uranus. Even then, he apparently wasn't able to even kill the gods. At least he wasn't able to kill Raijin, to the point where he survived in his tomb and waited for a successor for centuries. To Robin, however, Enel had managed to overcome the strongest attack she had ever seen, and he did so effortlessly. So, in the end, she couldn't help but smile when seeing him demolish the thing that had, at some point, taken his arm away from him. But the Sky King himself was not quite as elated as her. In his awakened form, his thoughts flowed clearer. After seeing his full power and potential, it only felt natural for him to pluck that eye out of the sky. It didn't even feel like he had used that much power to do so. At least he hadn't used any special power, just pure destruction, which apparently his devil fruit excelled at. While he was still pleased with the results, his mind was already ahead of that feeling, worrying about something else entirely. He was extremely fast and had a lot more control over his speed. His comprehension was enhanced by a lot, so now he could also worry at the speed of light. And now, his mind was running through a few scenarios and reasons why Aimu would ever target Big Mom. And only one possibility seemed to make sense currently. Is the world government trying to get rid of the emperors? It was a rather strange assumption to make, sure. But the government had no reason to get rid of Big Mom alone. She was already allied with Kaido and part of his effort to create a third group in the war. Something that the world government had previously allowed to happen, likely hoping it would work against Enel, at least going by Shanks's speculations. But he didn't just need to make an assumption. His awakened form allowed him to just check and confirm. The Sky King hovered in place as he expanded his senses as far as he could. His mind processed the information his radar and senses received, and he noticed that Sphinx Island was thankfully intact. Well, it was still terraformed after the huge war that occurred there, but the world government had little to no involvement in that. The world government hadn't tried to get rid of Whitebeard at the very least. But the same could not be said about Kaido. It seemed the Dragon Emperor could simply not catch a break. Well, the land of Wano itself seemed cursed with unfathomable bad luck. Onagashima's Kaido's main base was in the process of violently burning to the ground from what Enel could feel. Well, it would have been was it not for the giant skull that seemed to protect a chunk of it. Most of the fire was apparently from Kaido himself, as he had gone into a rage after the world government tried to drop something on his base. His fiery breath had soared through the skies, completely disintegrating the ship that had been hiding above the clouds. It caused an explosion so powerful that it completely covered the sky above Onagashima. Flame rained down to the ground and burnt anything in sight. The flame was strange. It certainly wasn't Kaido's. It was likely from some sort of weapon or fuel that had been held on that blimp. Kaido himself seemed to have taken on his gigantic dragon form as he now grew in size to circle around in the sky and coil part of his body around the entire island of Onagashima. He feels absurdly more powerful than before. Is this really the strength of his awakened devil fruit? It was indeed monstrous. His roar seemed to disperse the rain of fire, blowing it all away and spreading it out to the seas around the island. Some strands of the flame did fall on some random villages, but Enel doubted Kaido cared all that much for the villagers that were starving to death on the island he ruled. For a second, a ray of light shined through the skies on Onagashima. The light didn't give anyone much hope amidst a sea of raging fire, but it still reminded people of a different time. The seeds of rebellion had long since been sown. Now they were starting to bud, growing slightly. It was only a matter of time before someone stepped in and tried to make a change. But fear was still an emotion that Enel could feel throughout the land. No one would dare to stand up to Kaido, especially not after hearing that thundering roar and the rain of fire that followed. To the villagers, it likely felt that the roar had caused the rain of fire, but to Enel's point of view, that couldn't have been more wrong. It's safe to assume that the government is responsible for those flames. They must have used some sort of weapon they didn't show in the past. It doesn't seem to have been enough to even put a scratch on Kaido's gigantic body, though. Enel blinked a few times before he looked back down towards the seas, around Whole Cake Island. I guess I just gave the others a nice show. By now, it's safe to assume that Luffy and Katakuri are done. My job here should also be over. I'll have to come back after Big Mom recovers, but for now, I need to stop using this form. Enel slowly closed his eyes, and the lightning his body gave off seemed to die down in that instant. The drums behind him spun slower and approached his back, etching themselves back into his skin in the form of a permanent tattoo. The next time the Emperor's eyes opened, they were no longer shining with purple lighting. They were back to normal. The first change he felt was that he no longer had that same feeling of omnipotence. His eyes no longer saw as far. His mind was much slower. His power no longer made the air around him tremble in the same way. And it was in that instance that he felt a jolt of pain so powerful in his mind that he almost fell out of the sky. He thankfully managed to land on a cloud, but his pain prevented him from using even basic observation haki. Concentrating became absolutely impossible as veins bulged all over his body and his eyes became bloodshot. He clutched at his scalp, biting into his lips as he restrained his pained cries. The pain lasted for a few minutes at that intensity. The Emperor managed to get used to it after a while, but he still couldn't possibly concentrate after that. Thankfully, after it lessened, the Emperor was able to slowly start moving again, flying away from that cloud that had supported him and towards another, higher up. There, he lay down for a few minutes, humming and trying to stave away the pain as his thoughts became clearer once more. Damn, I still have to get used to this. The Emperor stayed on that cloud for a while, trying to think of his next move. After a while, he simply cracked his neck and sighed. He slowly stood up and swayed from side to side before looking in a certain direction. If I remember correctly, That elephant was in this direction? I should find out what happened to the mink tribe before going over to Wano and checking out the situation. I wasn't able to sense the city of Atlantis yet, so that might have to wait. With a plan laid out, the Emperor took one last look towards the Thousand Sunny, noticing that Luffy had indeed finally returned on it, certainly looking worse for wear, but still alive and kicking. I guess things are over here. Better get going. And with that, the Emperor disappeared, leaving behind only the sound of a thunderclap. Chapter 235. A Lonely Throne, Perception and Truth. Ha! A figure, obscured by shadows, was sat on a large throne at the end of a flight of stairs. Around it was a field of swords and weapons. Each step that led up to the throne that was supposed to remain empty was littered with blades, making the throne inaccessible to anyone that wasn't already on it. The figure looked strong from a distance. Its usually red eyes were truly inhuman, but this time around, it looked quite a bit less lively. This isn't right. Big Mom was supposed to die, yet the damned Raijin remnant was there to help her. This doesn't make any sense. Imu, the one that sat on the empty throne, spoke out in a tired voice. The voice that exited its mouth sounded both masculine and feminine in nature. Imu's nature flowed like water, ever-changing. But now, for the first time in many centuries, it was forced to grasp at its eye. The eye in question bled heavily and was forced closed. None of Imu's predictions told him that Enel would save Big Mom. It felt as if he had gotten scammed. To make things just a little bit worse, the Mother Flame had indeed also failed in injuring Kaido. They never really expected it to kill Kaido, but they hoped it would at least damage the Dragon Emperor in some way. In Imu's prophecy, Kaido was not present during the war. He didn't know whether or not Kaido was dead or injured. The dragon's fate was left ambiguous in his visions. With the information he gave the elders, they had no way of knowing if he was to die beforehand or get too injured to take part in it. But with the war fast approaching, they wanted to make sure nothing would go awry. The Mother Flame was something they wanted to test anyway, so this gave them a good opportunity to do so. They did get to witness the power of the Mother Flame, and their agents in Wano managed to report the damage that it dealt to the land. But they also reported that Kaido was now much stronger than reported. But he still won't make it to the war. Will he? Imu's mind was reeling with confusion. On one hand, his prediction was clear when showing that neither Big Mom nor Kaido was going to be there. More specifically, it even showed Big Mom's cadres on Enel's side, which made Imu want to get rid of her entire crew and family at once. But the personification of the sea failed miserably and even got injured. Imu's hand lowered slightly, revealing his now bloodshot and bleeding right eye. It seemed to have lost its usual red color, turning gray as if covered by something. I should be able to heal before the war, but this is still a setback when it comes to preparations. Imu also want to try and get rid of Whitebeard after finishing off Big Mom, but with his eye injured, he wouldn't be able to do so anyway. There was also the possibility of Whitebeard also being able to damage his eye. The most destructive devil fruit in the world was Enel's, sure, but Whitebeard was a very close second, to the point where he posed a threat to Imu even at an old age. It didn't matter that most devil fruit attacks were useless against his eye. Whitebeard's tremors would break it from its core. And if his and the elders' speculation was anything to go by, Whitebeard was likely back in his prime, which made things even more difficult. Overall, there was too much uncertainty when attacking Whitebeard, which was why Imu wasn't willing to risk attacking him first and getting injured. But why would Enel be there? Don't tell me. Imu's teeth ground against each other as a thought appeared in his head. Did I give the cadres of the Big Mom pirates a reason to join the war against us? Yes. Oh yes, he did. He could only scowl at that. There's no point in worrying about most of them, but a few are worrisome, and at this rate, fate might shift again and Big Mom might join herself, as if we didn't have enough on our plate. Even though it was unlikely, Imu still thought of the possibility of fate shifting again, but he knew that it wouldn't happen at all. The wheel of fate was already in motion, and there weren't supposed to be any bumps in the road. The actions he took, although seemingly self-damaging, were not in any way going to affect the final result that fate had already decided. So, Imu could just relax on that supposedly empty throne. All is well. The world won't forsake me. He can gather as many forces as he wants to. In the end, it won't matter at all. He will still die, and I will still win. In the end, the world government's plans wouldn't change, and the preparations for the last stand continued. Meanwhile, Enel was headed for Reborn Island once more. That was where Zanesha, the gigantic elephant, decided to make his new home apparently. It was sat there, waiting. The mink tribe had already also started exploring Reborn Island, but they didn't seem too keen on heading towards the center. Although the last remnant of Reborn had died, fragments of his soul still lingered in his resting place, not enough to do anything, but enough to set off the animal-like instincts of the mink tribe. They didn't need a book to know that approaching the center was dangerous for them. Regardless, the scarred land of the Reborn Island was still intriguing enough to keep them occupied for quite a few weeks. But all of them got startled the moment they heard thunder clap into the skies. They did know about Reborn Island being usually engulfed in a never-ending storm, but it had been completely peaceful since they arrived there, so they were obviously taken aback by the skies suddenly darkening. There was a blue spark forming in the middle of that storm. The clouds cleared for a second and the sunshine came back, casting a gigantic shadow over the entire island that fell down upon them along the blistering heat of the sun. The figure, descending from the now clear skies, was Enel. He slowly descended towards Zanesha, who was seemingly already expecting him. The Nikolia elephant, gigantic trunk was already swiped upwards, becoming stiff at a certain angle as it allowed the emperor to step upon its leathered skin. The giant being's eyes had already angled upwards, gazing at Enel with great expectations. The emperor himself was a bit confused at the welcome he was receiving. He hadn't remembered Zanesha reacting in such a strong manner in the original, although he barely remembered a lot about Zanesha in general. He knew of the elephant species and its connection to Joy Boy and the Void Century, but that was about it. Well, he was going to find out more now, at least. Wait a moment. How am I supposed to understand Zanesha again? Enel blinked a few times as he appeared before the gigantic eye of the elephant. His head tilted sheepishly as it still ached from his earlier awakening. So, I may have come to see what you are up to, but I don't actually have the voice of all things. Enel scratched the back of his head as he spoke out, laughing sheepishly as he realized that the situation must have been awkward for the elephant as well. I don't even know if Zanesha's been trying to speak to me this whole time. Enel was about to give up and go greet the mink tribe, to see if there was anyone who could help him speak to Zunish, but the gigantic elephant moved first. Its trunk started swinging around, and Enel raised an eyebrow as he felt the elephant slowly but surely write down a word into the air. Awakened, he blinked a few times, somewhat confused, and then he turned his head toward the elephant's eye before sighing and nodding. I guess I should at least try, although I don't know how awakening once more will affect me. It can't be that bad anyway. Just give me a moment, Zanesha. Enel closed his eyes as he let out a breath of steam. His entire body seemed to be covered in spacks at that moment. His back especially shined. It shined so bright that light could be seen even through his white coat. The light then took the form of the rotating drums ever present on his back. Next, he opened his eyes. They shone in blue light as he met the gigantic elephant's gaze. In that form, his headache was gone, so he spoke out with clarity. I should be able to understand you now, right? I would hope so. An ancient voice thundered in his ears. He blinked a few times before digging his pinky into his right ear. Yep, I can hear you. And you're loud as fuck. Pardon my French. You really are similar to Reborn, even in speech patterns. What is French, by the way? Zanesha's eye bore into Enel's own as it spoke with a calm and familiarity that was simply unexpected. Nothing of any importance in this world. Enel shook his head and laughed a bit. Still, I wasn't sure that this would work. Does that mean I have the voice of all things now? The emperor asked as his gaze turned to his palm, which he clenched into a fist, still marveling over the feeling of power his awakening gave him. Doubtful. But one of Reborn's many abilities was his perception. He was known to understand all living life forms regardless of method of communication. So if I concentrated hard enough, I'd even hear a tree's words. The emperor rubbed his chin with a raised eyebrow, quite intrigued by the possibilities of his ability. Well, you can try, but you'll seldom find their words understandable. Regardless, let us get back on track. Zanesha huffed a bit as its entire body seemed to shake. Its eye then turned to the sun. I thank you for coming here, descendant of the thunder god. The elephant's voice thundered in Enel's ears once more. The emperor blinked a few times before sighing. Yeah, it's not a big deal. But how come you moved? I remember that you were cursed to wander aimlessly unless ordered otherwise. Oh, I'm assuming Raijin informed you of that. Alas, there is no need for me to continue serving my sentence when there is a chance for me to redeem myself. Redeem yourself? Would you mind being a bit more specific here? Enel scowled a bit when he heard even more cryptic talk about the past. He had had enough of that. He just wanted answers at that point. I guess it is fine to tell you. If not you, then who else deserves to know of what truly happened back then? Chapter 236, Four Gods and an Elephant's Perspective. Have you ever heard of the story of the four gods? A loud voice thundered into the emperor's ears as Zanesha decided to start the story by probing around to learn how much Enel actually knew. I thought there were only three gods. Did I forget something? The emperor seemed a bit confused. He racked his mind as he tried to understand what the ancient elephant was talking about. It took all but 2 seconds for the emperor's mind to remember an old legend from Skype. The altar of the four gods. The god of the sun, the rain, the forest, and the earth. It was an altar related to the religion that the Shandians were following. Although of significant historical and iconographic value, it had never struck out as anything more than legend to Enel in the past. He and the revolutionaries had somewhat dismissed that altar and the story it told, as it didn't quite seem to go hand in hand with the information they had translated from the poneglyphs. After all, the writings they found only ever mentioned the three gods that formed the Grand Empire which reportedly ruled over the entire world during the Void Century. It seems that you have some idea of what it is, young incarnation of Raijin. Zanesha's loud voice broke into Enel's mind once more and broke him out of his musings. Enel sighed as he looked up at Zanesha. But it doesn't really make sense, does it? The three gods that we know of are the god of thunder, the god of the sun, and the god of hearth. It simply doesn't seem to fit, does it? Enel decided to simply voice out his concerns, although his mind was already running at great speeds trying to figure out how that discrepancy could be solved. And just as Zanesha spoke, he also seemed to figure it out. It must have been a translation error. It must have been a translation error. Enel didn't need an eternity to figure that out now that his mind was clearer and worked much faster than before. It was already clear from Larthi's discoveries that the poneglyphs weren't a language that could be translated one for one. Different symbols could have different meanings according to the way they were used. It wasn't an impossible code to crack, but it took a lot of time. Thankfully, with their efforts, they did manage to find a few more names for the god of hearth, which was ultimately what led Enel to realize that they might have been wrong for the other ones too. The only name we got 100% right was the name of the sun god, as it was the most prevalent in the writings, but the others are more difficult to figure out. Enel's thoughts were once again interrupted by a loud voice. Well, I'm glad that you are at least smarter than Raijin was. His mantra was more akin to, kill now, ask questions never. He quite disliked planning things out. Zanesha didn't hold back at all as it poked fun at the old god, as one would with an old friend. But Enel could still feel a bit of resentment, especially on that last part. The drums on his back seemed to react to it too, vibrating slightly out of the Emperor's control. No use mulling over it. I'll tell you more about the four gods. Enel nodded wordlessly to the voice within his head. He pondered on taking out a notebook to write everything down, but at that moment, his mind felt able to easily memorize everything thrown at it. First off, the god of rain, or the god of thunder, Raijin. Temperamental, headstrong, and powerful. Certainly the most capable of destruction among the four gods originally, but ultimately righteous to his core. He had the power to destroy the world as we know it, and now you do too. So I guess you must also be righteous enough since Raijin allowed you to awaken. Enel nodded when he heard that description, remembering the skeleton that had talked to him before. the same skeleton that had openly mocked the god that had brought him to that world. It was fitting for him to be remembered as the way he was by Zanesha, who was said to have spent enough time around Nika and the other gods. Still, one thing that the elephant said still bothered Enel. You're saying he allowed me to awaken? I mean, he certainly did help me, but still, he allowed you indeed. Some have tried in the past too, as you might have guessed, but they were deemed unworthy by the piece of consciousness that Raijin had left in that fruit. They all died in their attempts. Zanesha seemed to be quite knowledgeable, which somewhat made Enel confused as to why Raijin hadn't just told him to seek the elephant out. Then there is the god of the sun, Nika, the one that represents freedom. He has yet to awaken, but your appearance means he will as well. Your fates are tied together from what I remember. Enel merely nodded, already expecting to hear something of that nature. What interested him more was the other two gods whom he knew very little about. After the sun god came the god of the forests, Pangu, or the god of life. He was the most benevolent of all gods, with a deep appreciation for all that was living. He found life sacred, so he especially didn't like the fourth god. Enel nodded. He had also drawn the same parallels in his mind. What was interesting was finally learning the name of the third god that was mentioned so little. What truly interested him was just starting, however. Then, the last one, the god of the earth, or the god of the sea. It may sound weird, but it is a god born out of the sea to walk the earth. Essentially, the god of humanity. Ultimately, he was the one to betray the others and destroy all that they had built. The so-called personification of the sea, Imu. Enel scowled a bit. It was almost on instinct. The disk hovering behind him also reacted in a similar fashion to earlier, whizzing slightly as the air around it trembled. Indeed, the fourth god's ideals were what ultimately spawned the Voided War. I was not present for the war that day, but I know the events leading up to it if you are interested in learning more. The elephant's voice seemed to be filled with melancholy. It was hard to tell what emotions it was going through as it described the events of centuries past. How can I not be interested? I have. Listened so far. I have sought out this same history for years at this point, to finally learn more from a credible source. This almost feels like a dream. Enel clenched his hand and smiled at the gigantic elephant. His eyes burned in both lightning and determination. Very well. The four gods were essentially brothers. They sought to bring the world together, to end all wars and to bring true serenity to it. That's a lofty goal. Sounds impossible, really. Enel's smile trembled a bit as he thought of the logistics of absolute world peace. It was difficult to even think about due to the separatist and violent nature that was fostered within humans with time. But still, maybe with the combined powers of four gods, such a thing as true peace could have been achieved. Impossible. Maybe. We'll never know if it was truly impossible or not. The god of humanity decided to display his devious nature after the great empire was built. He gathered an army of people with stolen powers. Devils spawned from that withered tree. Zanesha's voice sounded resentful when talking about the devils, and especially the tree. Withered tree. I did hear a tree being mentioned in the past. Are you referring to the tree that spawned the devil fruits we now use? But I thought people gave their powers willingly to the tree to spawn the devil fruits. That's what Orochi mentioned anyway. Enel scratched his chin, his hand trembling slightly as his mind seemed to start slowing down. Shit, I'll be running out of time soon. He was already feeling sluggish in his awakened form, which was a bad sign for when he eventually left it or was forced out of it. Zanesha seemed to either not notice his struggle or not care about it. It was too caught up in reminiscing the past to notice the present. Yes, that tree has long since disappeared. Even I don't remember where it is exactly. Some gave their powers willingly to the tree, others were forced into it. It was not a pleasant time to be a mythical beast. Regardless, Imu's army of devil fruit users was powerful, but the other three gods were stronger. Zanesha's loud voice seemed to further tire out the emperor as he grasped at his forehead in frustration. I get it now. The army that Imu built was systematically dismantled by the three gods, right? The emperor still managed to blurt out his thoughts despite what he felt. Indeed, but it was not without a price. Many allies of the Grand Empire lost their lives, and the war itself spanned an entire century. Enel's tired eyes couldn't help but widen at that notion. And an entire century of full-blown conflict? That was the Void Century? Just a period of absolute chaos? That could only really mean one thing. The erasure of history didn't start with the Void Century. All parties involved in the war were erased. Any impact they might have had on the world beforehand also erased. The entire legacy that the other three gods had built burnt to the ground. Only ashes remained, burnt pieces that Enel and the revolutionaries had been trying to piece together for a long time. It spawned the creation of one ancient weapon, Pluton. You'll have to forgive me for not knowing the full details of its creation, but it was the worship of the gods. It carried them into their last battle. Enel smiled as he also learned the origin of an ancient weapon, though the others were still quite mysterious. Wait, how come you didn't participate in the war? Enel finally reminded himself to ask that question, just as his mind was starting to ache. Yes. My sin was in not being able to accompany them. Both Orochi and I, we were stuck fighting each other. A petty squabble that led to the both of us missing the war. At that moment, I self-imposed a punishment onto myself, forced to wander the world for the rest of my life. Enel blinked rapidly when hearing that reasoning. It only caused more confusion within him. A fight? You'll have to forgive me, but this doesn't make much sense. Why would the two of you be fighting at such a time? It seemed quite stupid, all things considered, to not participate in the war with the gods that they had befriended because of an internal conflict. Zanesha seemed to agree as well. We were a lot younger back then. Our comrades, Raijin and Nika, both felt too powerful to ever fail. We never felt the need to assist them. That was our mistake. I do not know what happened during that fateful battle, but I know one thing. Pangu and Nika died in that battle, and Raijin fled. Enel scowled as he felt the disc on his back trembling a bit. The Emperor could feel quite a bit of rage radiating off of it. Maybe it didn't quite like remembering those days. Hell, just seeing Iamuse I was enough to make it act out on its own. Raijin's will, although not attempting to take over his body in any way, was still very much present. I see. The Sky King still had plenty of questions, but his brain was already boiling in his head. His eyes were already bloodshot. The pain had progressed a lot faster than he had expected, and Zanesha seemed to also finally take notice of it. It seems you need to rest. That is fine. I will make sure no harm comes to you. Enel gave the gigantic elephant one last look before he undid his awakening. Just as his eyes lost their spark, the Emperor fell unconscious. Chapter 237. Strained Mind and Fever. The next time Enel's eyes opened, he was in a rather comfortable bed of leaves and fur. The Emperor yawned before he rose from the bed and stretched his back. The second he got up, he immediately felt dizzy, his vision became blurry, and he stumbled a bit as he fell to one knee. That's new. It was only then that he noticed his body burning with a strong fever. He slowly closed and opened his eyes repeatedly before supporting himself on the bed to his side and slowly standing up again. He took his time as he did so, wanting to avoid the dizziness. The moment he rose to his full height again, he tried to do something that had almost become instinct to him, and that was to use his observation haki. He wanted to know where he was exactly. He wasn't worried about his safety anyway, since Zanesha had promised his safety. It was difficult to concentrate while his brain was quite literally boiling inside his skull due to high fever. Hell, the Emperor was sure that any regular human would have died long before waking up if they were the ones suffering from such an ailment. Usually, a high fever could turn deadly, and Enel was quite sure he was sporting the highest recorded fever, with the exception of Akainu's victims in the past maybe. Still, he did eventually manage to concentrate enough. His entire mind fixated on one point in order to ignore the searing pain as his senses spread out to his surroundings. As usual, a rush of information assaulted his mind. Normally, he would have been able to process that information with ease at inhuman speeds. But now, even the information he received felt blurred and incomplete. Still, he managed to make out where he was at the very least. The Makomo dukedom of the Mink tribe? Huh? He was on the island which resided on Zanesh's back. His hut was protected by several mink tribesmen, all of them wielding strange weapons and looking at the hut with weariness. He was somewhere off to the side of the island, not really close to the center, but his blurry vision spread out everywhere on the elephant's back regardless. He could sense several notable figures within the island. For one, he could feel that several of the red scabbards of Wano had yet to start their journey towards Wano. They were still on the island. Inuarashi, the dog-human mink hybrid, and Nekamamushi, the car-human mink, were both still leading their people. They seemed to be preparing for the journey, however. Reizo, the ninja and retainer of the Kazuki family, was also still with them. Jack was obviously not around anymore to terrorize the island of Zo as he had in the original, so they were mostly safe now. The beast pirates in general had bigger concerns than dealing with a bunch of animal people or looking for the red scabbards, who were weaklings to someone like Kaido anyway. The island of Zo was also rather difficult to reach for outsiders anyway, as log poses typically didn't lead others to it. It didn't really have a magnetic field at the end of the day, on account of being on an elephant's back, but despite being hard to find, Enel was surprised to realize that there were still pirates on it. Well, pirates besides himself anyway. It was none other than the Heart Pirates. Now, Enel didn't remember much about them, but they did seem to have a mink as a member of their crew, so that was likely how they reached the island. Still, it was a group of pirates that he didn't remember much about, but he was able to recognize them only thanks to the fact that their captain was also around. Trafalgar D. Waterlaw. Enel felt the Nomi user's presence from the other side of the island. He seemed to also be preparing to set sail alongside the remnants of the scabbards on the island. I did have it in mind to meet with him for a while now, ever since killing Doflamingo in fact, but I guess I somewhat forgot about him. Well, I've been quite busy in all fairness. Law was certainly a prospect for a rather useful ally thanks to his abilities, but Enel had completely focused on literally everyone else but him for a while. Why? Well, it was pretty much set in stone that Law would want to ally himself with Enel. The young pirate and, apparently, current warlord was someone that Doflamingo had essentially taken everything from. Law was certainly going to be thankful to the man who had killed his sworn enemy. The only misgiving that Law might have had was the fact that he hadn't gotten the chance to see it with his own eyes. But in essence, Law was going to be a rather useful ally in Enel's mind. Still, this fever really is persisting, isn't it? It was starting to get on the Emperor's nerves. The pain itself was becoming more and more bearable, however. It may be a good idea to never do that one again, though. Entering his awakened form too quickly seemed to have rather bad adverse effects. If he was to be hit by a blackout so badly in the middle of a fight, any fight, then he'd surely lose it. Well, it's a bit far-fetched to think that there would be anyone capable of surviving me entering awakening once, let alone twice. Besides IMU, maybe. Even then, he already knew that he could now damage IMU, the personification of the sea, or the god of the earth. He no longer had to feel helpless against IMU. That much was clear. He now knew a lot more about IMU. The fact that IMU and the other three gods were once technically brothers was still an amazing discovery for the Emperor/archaeologist. He couldn't wait to share it with Robin and the revolutionaries when he got back home. Well, I may end up having to look for Robin in Wano to let her know. For now, might be for the best if I find out how long I've been out. The Emperor's mind was still a foggy mess. It was hard for him to tell how many days had passed. One thing he knew for sure was that Law had not been on the island before he had gone unconscious. He didn't remember if the Heart Pirates were there. Not that he could recognize any of them anyway. Still, now that he had spent some time just standing straight and struggling to see, he could finally move without getting dizzy. The moment he stepped out of his hut, he cracked his neck and realized that there were several tribal spears pointed at him. The mink warriors around him seemed to be extremely on edge, clearly afraid. They couldn't really be blamed, however. An emperor was a rather intimidating figure for regular people. The fact that they could even stand straight was commendable in itself. The Conqueror's haki that Enel was subconsciously releasing was still clearly affecting them. Enel noticed that as well, but it was hard for him to get that under wraps as he was still sporting a world record fever. The drawbacks of my awakening seemed to be quite annoying. What happens if I do it a third time in quick succession then? Does my head just fucking explode? The Emperor scratched the back of his head as he slowly moved his head to avoid stirring it up any further. Hey now, you're not supposed to be up yet. A rather high-pitched voice sounded out, forcing the Emperor to angle his gaze down to the ground. He was greeted by the figure of a small goat mink dressed in a white lab coat and carrying around a small suitcase. And you are? The goat mink immediately jumped and pulled on the Emperor's hand, trying to drag him back to his bed while responding. You can call me Miyagi. I'm the one that's been looking after you. You're also the first patient that I have no clue what to do about. Enel smiled as he let the goat mink lead him back to the hut he came from. He waved backwards at the warriors, putting them at ease with a weak smile. He couldn't disagree with the fact that he needed more rest, but he also wanted to speak more to the doctor. Can you tell me more about my current condition? I still seem to be a bit fuzzy. I am not really used to this. Although he wanted to go meet with this surgeon of death, he still felt the need to gain a better understanding of what was happening to him. And who better to give him that understanding than a proper physician? Miyagi thankfully seemed very eager to talk about the Emperor's condition. Well, first off, the great carrier of Zou was the one to put you in front of our tribe. We had all gathered at the shores of the clouded island when we noticed Zanesh's strange movements. After all those centuries, we only now find out that our great carrier has a will of his own. Miyagi spoke with a rather infectious enthusiasm. He sounded genuinely excited to have learned of Zanesh's will and free will. He likely had a lot of questions for Zanesha, who was the last member of the Narita elephant race. But Enel wasn't truly interested. He merely nodded along to the doctor's excited ramblings and waited for him to eventually get to the point. When we got to you, you were already almost dead, to be honest. You sure are sturdy. Even our strongest warriors would have succumbed to such a fever. Enel's focus immediately returned as the doctor's words started sounding a bit more concerned. So that's it, just a fever? Just a fever? Just a fever? Don't you dare call it a fever. Whatever you have feels more like a curse. Miyagi seemed genuinely offended by the Emperor's seemingly innocent question. It wasn't hard to tell that Enel was missing some context, and again, Miyagi was more than happy to give it. We housed you in 4 different buildings in the past month. All of them burned to the ground because of the temperature your body exuded. Hell, even when the Heart Pirates came here, we moved you to their ship/submarine, but the walls were starting to slowly melt around you. So we had to take you back out. Enel blinked a few times, shocked and rendered speechless. How the hell did I even survive that? He then looked to the side, noticing that the ground around the room was wet. I can see your eyes wondering. Yep, we stored a lot of ice in this room, which certainly helped a lot in cooling you down. Of course, we don't have unlimited ice, but Zanesha seemed to be expecting this, so he moved us closer to some icebergs. Miyagi shook his head as he walked over to the bed and jumped on it just as the Emperor sat down. He immediately started using a small stethoscope on the Emperor's bare back, touching upon the drum disc tattoo that still resided there, causing it to shine a bit. The goat mink didn't even seem surprised, likely already used to the Emperor's body acting strange. Enel relaxed as he felt the cold metallic stethoscope touching his spine. So it wasn't really just a fever, was it? Or well, it might have just been a fever, but hot enough to melt steel? Even with prolonged exposure, that's a bit much. It was excessive, sure, but now he got the message. Never awaken twice in a row again. Always deal with everything the first time you awaken. In the first place, he had a long time to spend in his awakened form anyway. The point was that he needed to avoid playing around with it too much. For now, he still needed to train with it, but he would have to wait for the fevers to settle down in between training sessions in the future. Enel and Miyagi spoke at length about the difficulties they had with cooling down the Emperor's body and how many times they thought he had died. Miyagi also mentioned a few other symptoms that happened while Enel was out. One of them was the fact that his back apparently glowed constantly, and it was mostly the only thing that kept him alive. Whenever it glowed, his temperature would settle slightly. They managed to make a proper arrangement to cool him down with ice, though, so it glowed less and less over time. Still, Enel was taken aback by the fact that he had been asleep for an entire month. There wasn't much he could do to make up for that lost time. He still had plenty anyway. At least he hoped so. He hoped that Luffy hadn't made it to Wano yet, and that he hadn't tried confronting Kaido. The Dragon Emperor was now on a completely different level from before. A level that Enel himself doubted he could have defeated were it not for his awakening. Besides talking with Law, I need to check up on everyone as soon as I leave this place. I need to be brought up to speed on everything. It's so frustrating. Chapter 238. New Ally, Protection and Bad News. Enel's fever slowly receded as Miyagi finished his checkup. The mink doctor was rather astonished to see it going away so quickly, but to Enel, it was in fact too slow. It took a goddamn month for my fever to go down? How is this in any way fair? He didn't remember much from Luffy's awakening, but he knew that the sun god simply seemed to look older for a while, before reverting back to his usual form in a few minutes and being able to use his awakened form again. It was simply unfair. The only good point about his fruit's awakening in that regard was that he seemed to be able to go for much longer than Luffy, and his destructive power was a few tiers above that of Luffy too. Although Luffy somehow still had him beat when it came to absurdity. The power that the sun god was going to gain was rather versatile as well. Having the ability to alter reality was very much broken. Well, he could rubberize everything essentially. Even things that logically would never be rubber, like lightning. Hell, the Emperor was sure that Luffy could even rubberize the sea and create a large tsunami by flipping it if he put his mind to it. Although Enel was sure Luffy's power had its own limitations, downsides and upsides, there was really no use in comparing the powers of two gods. They were both in leagues of their own. But there's another fruit on this island that is arguably just as strong as mine and Luffy's, the Ope-Ope-no-Mi. It was certainly a fruit that was suffering from a lacking owner. Well, Law himself was able to use it effectively. Some would even say he grew in a significant threat for even Yonko. But at the end of the day, he suffered greatly from his lack of mastery over any form of haki. He also lacked the Conqueror's haki that most of his competitors among the supernovas had. Even so, his fruit was so strong that it put him near the same level as them. It was to the point where he was enough to put Kid, someone with mastery over all forms of haki, to shame by the end of Wano from what Enel could remember. Still, Enel was sure of one thing. Give that devil fruit to someone like Garp or Francisco, and they'd become the strongest alive in a damn instant. Well, maybe the devil fruit was difficult to use. They would certainly need a lot of time to gain mastery over it. But if someone with the haki of those two had Law's mastery over a devil fruit as powerful as the Ope-Ope-no-Mi, well, they'd simply be unstoppable. Enough about that. There's no use in thinking about it now. There's no way that someone would have Garp's mastery over haki and a devil fruit mastered to that level. There's not enough time in a lifetime to get to that level. Well, maybe IMU and the elders are at that level? I mean, some of them have been alive for a while from what I can remember. Still, the chances that any of them had a devil fruit as broken as that of Law were low to zero. Enel's only real concern was still IMU. Even if the elders turned out to be extremely powerful, he was confident that he had built up a force large enough to take them down. Even if somehow his fate was to die, he was sure that he could still overcome it somehow. He was, at the end of the day, the one who jump-started the change, the one who had gathered the world to fight the world government. He had completely shifted the fate of the world and changed its direction. Who's to say he couldn't shift his own fate? But he would have to think more on that later. He still had plenty of time. For now, let's check on the Heart Pirates and the group of minks preparing to leave the island alongside them. Enel bid his farewell to Miyagi, the mink that had taken care of him all that time. He was certainly grateful, but he was unsure if he even had the time to linger. So, he put on his white coat, covering his back but leaving his chest exposed, and grabbed his gauntlets. They had been ripped off of him as they were melting as well during his high fevers, but they were still in the same room he woke up in. He had just been too befuddled to notice them before. In but a fraction of a second, he appeared on the other side of the island, his legs crossed as he stood on the yellow railing of the Heart Pirates submarine. All of the people around the submarine and on its deck were startled by the sudden flash of light and the appearance of the tall emperor. Some trembled in fear, and others seemed glad to see that Enel was moving around. Most of the mink around Enel still seemed to be on edge, Inuarashi and Nekomamushi included. It wasn't just because of his reputation. He simply gave off a feeling of danger that their heightened instincts couldn't even handle being around the Emperor. This was mostly because his mind was still not completely focused, and a bit of his conqueror's haki was still leaking. Many of the people present would have even passed out were they any weaker, or Enel's haki any stronger. But he mostly had it under control now, and the mink were able to relax after a few seconds due to the Emperor forcefully reeling in his will. Well, seems someone's lively after waking up. Law was the first one to speak up. He looked up to Enel, who was still resting on the railing of his ship. As lively as can be. Seems I owe you all quite a bit seeing as you've helped me through that fever. Enel crossed his gauntlet arms and nodded towards the Heart Pirates, who all relaxed now. Seeing their captain interact so casually with a renowned emperor was certainly a mood booster for them. Calling it a fever's certainly downplaying it a lot. In all my years as a doctor, I've never seen anything like it. I'd recommend further observation and study if I didn't know you're a busy man. Although Law was speaking casually to the emperor, he still kept his words respectful. He didn't show any hostility at all, which was to be expected, but he even went a step further in showing a bit of reverence when speaking. Enel blinked a few times. He was a bit taken aback by Law's friendly demeanor. He remembered the man to be a lot colder at first, especially with people he just met, but it seemed that the death surgeon was in an extremely good mood. To him, meeting Enel on Zo was a good opportunity. In helping treat Enel and keeping him safe, Law felt that he was paying Enel back for helping Dressrosa and ridding the world of Doflamingo. While it was true that Law didn't like how he hadn't gotten to see Doflamingo's last moments, at least he could take solace in the fact that the world was rid of him. And the man responsible for that was Enel. Busy indeed. Still, I must thank you all before I go. I'm assuming you all are headed to Wano? Enel smiled as he slowly stood up. His arms crossed as he looked over the group of mink and heart pirates still around the submarine. WL, you're welcome. How did you know where we're headed? Surprisingly, it was Inuarashi who responded this time. Inuarashi was a large canine mink. He wore a small pair of blue sunglasses and had shoulder-length black ears, a white beard, with a large and bushy tail. He wore clothes that closely resembled a musketeer from what Enel could tell. He also had a sword at his waist. Enel tilted his head as he simply turned his gaze towards Reizo, who flinched slightly and looked away. You seem to be bearing the crest of the Kazuki clan, so there's really only one place you ought to be headed. And you best start making your way there. I doubt things are going too well for Wano right now. Enel ended up shaking his head by the end, remembering the sorry state of the land of Wano, which got hit by that strange flame. Well, they weren't hit by it directly, thankfully. Kaido blew most of it towards the sea, but he still remembered the raging flames at the corner of his consciousness. Are you aware of the state of Wano? How is it? Reizo, the big-headed ninja, seemed to gain courage now that Enel spoke of his homeland. It was already telling enough that the Emperor knew of the Kazuki family. The only ones left who knew of the Kazuki clan outside of Wano were either allies or enemies. And if Enel was an enemy, then he would have already wiped all of them out. I only know bits and pieces. My observation spreads out quite far while I am in my awakened state. I was able to catch a glimpse of Wano. It was burning. Kaido himself seems to be much stronger than before. He fended off a strange attack, and the flames spread from it. Enel smiled towards the retainer as he spoke out. The other two retainers present, Inuarashi and Nekomamushi, both seemed to grow concerned when hearing of that. Wano is in danger. The remnants of the red scabbards were clearly all showing great emotion at the thought of that, but Law had very different concerns. Kaido is even stronger? Enel's smile trembled a bit as it became forced. Yeah, I'm not really sure how exactly, but he's become a lot stronger. He may have awakened his mythical Zoan. Enel dropped that bomb on them without any hesitation. He could see both Law and the three red scabbards present all losing their hope for a moment. Fret not. You will all have strong allies waiting for you in Wano. A revolution is likely already brewing. And who knows? Since you've already helped me, I owe you all a debt. Know that in your darkest hour, You all may find a sanctuary beneath the shadow of my dark clouds. You just need to look towards the skies for assistance." The Sky King spoke with great confidence, boosting the morale of everyone who listened to him. The thought of Enel helping them was beyond comforting. Even if they didn't fully know how strong Enel was, they still knew that he was an emperor. Someone who had once been able to hold back the entirety of the old navy single-handedly. Even if Kaido was now stronger, they still had hope. "We thank you for your assistance, Lord Enel." Inuarashi spoke out, giving the emperor a formal salute as the other scabbards also muttered out their thanks. Enel smiled and just laughed a bit before cracking his neck. "I should get going then. I wish you all a safe journey." Enel gave the crowd one last grin before he turned into a flash of lightning and took to the skies. He didn't wait for them to wave him off. He still had plenty of things to handle. He had no clue how the state of affairs back on the Sky Archipelago was, for example. And well, it didn't take him long to reach it. Certainly not now that his mind felt fully rested and he could concentrate properly. What he didn't expect was to find everyone gathered up in a meeting no Skype. All of them looked at Shiki, who was holding a piece of paper with a grave expression. Enel blinked a few times, his eyes sparkling with lighting as he decided to make his entrance, crashing their meeting with little care. All eyes were already on the place that he was going to appear at. Everyone seemed glad to see him. Well, everyone except Garp, who was just angry. "Where the fuck have you been, you brat?" The old marine hero's voice certainly sounded frustrated. What's with the aggression?" He turned his head to the side of the other marines present. Most of the former admirals shrugged. Tsuru just sipped her tea and shook her head. Sengoku sighed deeply and Zephyr laughed out loud. "Well, you missed quite a bit." Dragon was the one to answer his question in the end. "Can't help it. I was out for a month. A drawback of using my awakened form continuously." Enel crossed his arms and looked around the room. "Well, I hope you were at least safe. But we have a bit of a predicament on our hands." Gonfal sighed as he looked at Enel with a tired gaze. He placed his glasses on the desk in front of him before rubbing the bridge of his nose. "And what would that be?" "Bring me up to speed on everything." Enel nodded in greeting to the old god of Skype. But it wasn't Gonfal that responded in the end. It was none other than Garp, whose anger had somewhat receded now that he knew Enel wasn't off on a vacation. "Well, first off, Francisco went and got himself caught." Chapter 239, Captivity, Rescue Squad, and Setting Sail. Rubbed his earlobes together in frustration as he laid back on the couch by Garp's side. Why the hell did he have to go and do that? The Emperor swore loudly. Garp by his side also grumbled, swearing under his breath much in the same way. Shiki rubbed the bridge of his nose and shook his head, his blade scratching the ground underneath him slightly as he lost his concentration. The Golden Lion had just finished reading out the message they had received from Francisco. It appeared that the swordsman was grievously injured and was currently being kept in some slave camp that labored somewhere within the land of Wano. It was only thanks to Morgan's that Shiki ever managed to get that message. It was essentially an emergency snail transmission that the big newsbird had intercepted by mistake, and Morgan's immediately contacted them, translating the SOS signal over to them. It was brief, but it was essentially summarized as, "Got captured in Wano, lost sword arm and legs. Be careful, Kaido is stronger." He wasn't really asking for help, he seemed to be merely informing them of the situation. At the end of the day, it wasn't in Francisco's nature to ask for help, but it was plain as day that the situation was dire. He had lost both legs and his sword arm, and it was obvious that it had happened whilst he was fighting Kaido. As to why the Dragon Emperor didn't just kill him, that was honestly beyond the comprehension of any of the people present. They could speculate a few things, like the fact that Kaido was likely trying to lure the rest of the army over by using Francisco as bait. It was certainly working, especially for people like Shiki, but in truth, no one within the army was going to ever act without Enel's instructions. Not even Shiki, who was Francisco's best friend in the army. The Golden Lion was on the verge of rushing into Wano himself, crashing a few islands into it along the way and bringing Francisco away. But they all knew that Enel had quite a few plans for Wano especially. The Sky King hadn't gone into much detail, but he did claim that Wano was going to be the stage for the awakening of a god fruit user, and that the time for said awakening was coming near. The last thing Shiki wanted was to screw over the very thing that had a chance of winning them the war. He already knew that the god fruits were legendary objects, on par with the strongest of ancient weapons. Having one on their side was vital. Now, if Shiki had been older and more senile, he likely would have already been well on his way to Wano. But now that he could think more clearly, he knew that there was no way in hell that Enel was going to ever forsake Francisco. The Sky King surely had a plan to free Francisco, although he was more stuck swearing at him for now. What the hell was he even thinking about? The Sky King ran his hands through his golden blonde hair with an exasperated expression on his face. And who could blame him? Really? Why does he always have to get into trouble when he goes out? Still, at least this does confirm something. Enel wasn't the only person in the room to come to that conclusion. And in hindsight, it was already obvious. Kaido was already on a level of his own, well above that of the current Yonko and even the old Pirate King. Hell, he was likely even stronger than Rox D. Zebek, although Zebek's potential hadn't ever been reached. As a Lunarian, he was infinitely weaker with his wings clipped than otherwise. In a sense, Kaido had likely now risen to the strength of a prime Zebek with his wings still intact. I can still manage something like that? But it seems that Francisco alone couldn't. Enel himself was unsure if he could win against Kaido without entering his awakened state, and that spoke volumes already. Enel didn't need to awaken to defeat Big Mom. He could have done it just as easily in his regular form. This already meant that Kaido was well above Big Mom, but that had always been true. Kaido's awakening, however, made him a significant threat to the upcoming war if he chose the wrong side. This is no longer a matter of Luffy's awakening. I need to do something about Kaido before he manages to ruin all of my efforts. After all, if Kaido interfered while Enel was busy with IMU, then the tides would shift completely. And since Enel remembered how he didn't plan on taking any sides, it would be pure chaos. But the world government would benefit most from that chaos. The Dragon Emperor had a lot of grudges with Enel's army, from there being former Marines to people that he fought in the past, and even the fact that he had been held captive in their headquarters after being humiliated. If Kaido got involved during a stalemate, then he would surely strike at the side he had more grievances against. I can't afford to have Luffy half-ass killing Kaido. I can't let his fate be ambiguous in a lava pit. He's already proven himself to be too large of a threat. I will make sure to turn his body into smoldering ashes and watch it with my own 2 eyes as it scatters in the wind. The room was silent for quite a while as everyone gave Enel a bit more time to process everything. Eventually, however, Shiki spoke out. So, any plans? The Golden Lion was by far the most concerned out of the people present. To him, it was only a matter of time before Kaido decided to kill off Francisco. He didn't want to wait for long enough to find out if Bonnie's powers worked on mutilated corpses. By her own admission, they didn't, so he didn't want to even think about it. Bonnie herself hadn't yet found out about the matter, but she was surely not going to react well. And Enel also understood that. Unfortunately, they couldn't really spare Bonnie the heartbreak as she was the one who would ultimately put the old swordsman back together. Well, the plan's quite obvious, isn't it? Can't really let Francisco die. Enel sighed as he finally arranged his thoughts. At that point, he didn't know if the small headache he had was remnants of his awakening kerfuffle or just frustration at the situation at hand. But his mind was clear enough to construct a plan and a rescue team. We'll be setting sail to Wano soon. Me, Shiki, Bonnie, and... Enel looked around the room for a second. He wondered who else to take with him. Thankfully, he didn't need to wonder for long. Don't even think about leaving me out of this, you dumbass. Garp crossed his arms and huffed. Garp was obviously unwilling to admit that was even slightly concerned for Francisco, but that was to be expected. Even if the old Marine hero didn't fully trust Francisco, the two of them had still spent a lot of time at each other's throats. And that was essentially bonding in Garp's dictionary. The old Marine hero was already feeling weird not arguing with the old swordsman on a daily basis. Still, his tagging along was likely going to be problematic for a number of reasons. like the fact that his temper would certainly lead to a fight with just about everything that moved. But Enel didn't seem to feel like refusing Garp's participation. So, Sengoku sighed deeply and rubbed the bridge of his nose. He was about to object to that, but another voice joined in. It was someone who had been just observing previously. If he is going, then I am too. I need some action, and someone needs to keep good old Garp in check. Black-armed Zephyr, one of Garp's companions from back in the day, one of the leaders of the Neo-Marines, and currently one of the leaders of the Marines within Enel's Grand Fleet. Sengoku wanted to reject the notion at first, but he knew better than to even try. At that point, the battle was already lost. Garp alone maybe I can handle, but no one can change the minds of these two when they're together. Tsuru smiled as she guessed at Sengoku's internal struggles. She also couldn't help but remember their heydays. The Black Arm and the Fist. Two of them always made a nice team. Hell, they had even teamed up and went against Shiki's Grand Fleet back in the day. These two have always been stubborn mules. Nothing's changed, so no point in trying to dissuade them. The old crone crossed her arms and nodded at Sengoku, who only sighed. Enel did notice their small exchanges as well, but he didn't react much to them. Good. The five of us will be leaving at night. I'll inform Bonnie of the situation and tell her to pack her things. Enel nodded at the people in the room before he slowly got up. Hey, I can tell her what's going on. It's more fitting since I'm training her too. Garp voiced out as he also stood up. He didn't even get to take a step before Sengoku appeared in front of him and placed a hand on his shoulder. No offense, but subtlety has never been your strong point. Please leave this to Enel. The former fleet admiral nodded to Garp. The old Marine hero seemed to want to refute that, but he also realized that he couldn't really argue against it. Not like anyone in the room expected him to be able to anyway. Enel smiled as he left, turning into a flash of light as soon as he closed the door. In the next second, he reformed himself in midair, floating in place as he stared down at a large training field. Well, it was more akin to a mountainside. Countless holes and broken rocks littered the place. Enel's ears perked up as he heard the grunts of a woman. Looking down, his eyes finally found her. Bonnie. The same woman he remembered. The same long pink hair now caught into a ponytail. Same clothes for the most part as well. Even when training, she still wore extremely tight outfits in order to facilitate becoming younger. The Emperor touched Earth, and as soon as he did, Bonnie took notice of his presence, her head immediately turning to the side as he met the Emperor with a tired smile. Ho, look who decided to show up again. The gluttonous pirate slowly walked towards the Sky King as she reached to the back of her hair and undid her ponytail, leaving her long hair to flow smoothly. Yeah, bet you're no longer used to seeing me around. Enel smiled at the de-aging pirate, but his smile was quickly wiped off as he scratched the back of his head a few times before sighing. Listen, I'll just get to the point of my visit. There's no good way to go about this anyway. Francisco's been caught by Kaido, bit of a role reversal if you ask me. But things aren't looking too bright right now. Enel kept his gauntlet arms closed as he spoke, his shoulders not sagging one bit. Although the subject matter was gloomy, his confident tone managed to somewhat calm down Bonnie too. Well, at least slightly. What do you mean caught? What's his condition? And why aren't you already there rescuing him? Bonnie crossed her arms as she immediately started asking questions. Well, we don't know how he got involved with the land of Wano, but he fought Kaido there and lost. We only know he's missing a few limbs and is essentially kept alive for slave labor. We suspect Kaido just wants to mess with his mind and humiliate him, maybe use him as bait. There are many options, but we can't know for sure. Also, I've just returned from a long trip. There's not even been a full hour since I came to Skype. Enel shrugged as he managed to answer all of her questions uninterrupted. She seemed to be intently listening to anything that was related to Francisco. It was quite obvious that she cared for him, as if that hadn't been obvious enough from their previous interactions. Still, Enel decided not to waste any more time, and just told her to postpone her training and pack her stuff. She readily agreed, also immediately understanding her purpose on the team. So I'll be the onboard doctor. Huh? It was pretty obvious at the end of the day. The mission was not to rescue Francisco. It was to heal him, and she was vital for that goal. She knew what she needed to do. So that evening, she was well and ready to step on the departing island. Shiki was tagging along both as a navigator/ship and extra muscle, but they also had plenty of muscle in the form of Zephyr, Garp, and Enel. Well, Enel was the captain, but he was essentially an all-in-one package. With this crew, I doubt we'll run into much trouble. Now, let's set sail to Wano. Chapter 240. Wano, State of Affairs and Clash. Shiki's flying mansion island moved relatively fast, while above the clouds. The journey towards Wano was still taking a bit longer than expected. It took around 3 weeks. Now, Enel didn't idly wait while hoping for Francisco to still be alive when they arrived. Instead, he went ahead and checked on Wano first. He made a few trips. It was a weekly checkup, in fact. He observed how the people of Wano dealt with their current situation, the famine, the slavery, the unfairness. He also eventually found Francisco, of course, the main reason why he was even coming to Wano so soon. The swordsman was indeed looking a lot worse for wear. His limbs weren't cleanly cut off. They were mangled and crushed, broken off. Both of his legs were missing underneath the knee, and he was moving around in the slave camp while walking on wooden peg legs. His sword arm was a bit different. It was seemingly crushed from the shoulder blade down. Enel was quite sure that Francisco was missing a good part of his lung as well. It was quite grim, but the swordsman was seemingly unbothered. He was already more than used to torture and physical pain thanks to the accommodations that the government had graciously prepared for him after God Valley. He was just walking around the labor camp, hauling around large stone slabs while being bound and shackled by sea stone. He had a thick collar around his neck, connected with a thick chain to his only remaining wrist. It certainly didn't look comfortable, but Enel was sure that his jailer didn't care for comfort. Regardless, Francisco was relatively safe. He was whistling while prancing around unsteadily and working. I guess Kaido doesn't want him dead at all. If anything, Francisco's wounds were bandaged up perfectly. He had received proper first aid after losing his limbs and had even been given a pair of wooden legs, even if they weren't the most reliable. Still, he kept up his weekly visits, and eventually, someone else appeared within that same camp. A red-haired man with a missing arm and a nasty attitude. Eustace Kid. It seemed that, despite common sense and logic, he had still tried to take on Kaido by himself, while he wasn't even strong enough to take a single hit from the Dragon Emperor. Hell, Kid likely would have died if Kaido didn't feel like he needed more recruits after the mess against Whitebeard. He was indeed quite low on troops. The many beast pirates he had gathered now couldn't even count up to 6,000 pirates. He was down to less than half of his troops, and he had lost most of his stronger subordinates with the exception of Ultai, Black Maria, and a few others. Enel had already surveyed their forces and made quite a few notes of what was left. It wasn't much, not even close to comparing itself to the grand fleet that the Sky King had amassed. If one were to put all of his forces and allies together, then Enel's army far exceeded 150,000 men and women, from revolutionaries all around the world to Marines, to pirates and their allied fleets. The Marines alone counted for around 40,000 members, and they also had a lot of heavy hitters. The revolutionaries were not to be outdone either. There were somewhere around 60,000 of them scattered throughout the world. Their numbers were rising constantly as well thanks to the brutal response that the government showed to the protests. The rest of their numbers were made up of pirates, Shiki's fleet, Whitebeard, and Shanks's fleet too. Shiki had by far the most pirates under him, but they weren't all that powerful. Whitebeard had more powerful allies, but there were only around 10,000 of them at most. They were all veterans of the New World. They were strong enough to face off against 100,000 Marines back at Marineford. Shanks's crew was also around 6,000, but they were all relatively weak, even weaker than the men under Shiki, although they were all sailing on the New World. But together, they still made part of Enel's army, and it formed what was possibly the largest unified army in the world. Not only the largest, but also the strongest. Kaido had a long way to go before he could ever match such a force. Hell, even with his current power-up, Enel was quite sure that his army could whittle the Dragon Emperor down with time, although casualties would be too great. In the end, the Sky King could only resolve himself to take down Kaido before the war happened, to prevent any mishaps. Thankfully, the stage was already being set. By the time Shiki's island floated through the skies above Wano, the Straw Hats were already prowling around. Law and the other Red Scabbards had also gathered in their homeland. It was only a matter of time before Luffy confronted Kaido. Enel could tell that things were going quite well. The Straw Hats had already clashed with other supernovas, people that Kaido had already subjugated. It's a waiting game for now, huh? Enel still wanted Luffy to get captured and taken to the slave camp. It was after all the place where he could get much stronger than before and even learn Conqueror's coding. Of course, things weren't going to play out the same. However, the Sky King didn't have to wait long at all. His ears twitched slightly as he lay down on a beach chair above the clouds. We've been spotted, huh? It wasn't hard for the Sky King to feel a pair of eyes on him, and he already knew who they belonged to, Kaido. And in that same instant, Enel's future sight activated, only for him to sigh as he slowly stood up. All of you, hide within Wano. Stay away from Onigashima for now, Enel shouted, his voice breaking out in an authoritative manner as he stepped onto the edge of the island and looked to the horizon. Garp and Zephyr both grumbled, not quite keen on following the Emperor's instructions. Why should we? Even if that dragon brat comes, we'll just take care of him. Garp rolled his shoulder with a haughty look on his face. Zephyr also nodded, cracking his knuckles with his mechanical fist while smiling slightly. Yeah, that bastard has got to pay. I don't know what tricks he used, but I can't wait to tear him a new one. Shiki also seemed quite keen to clash with the Dragon Emperor. Bonnie was the only one who wasn't quite excited at the prospect of fighting Kaido, but she couldn't just jump off the floating island by herself. I don't want you all facing off against Kaido just yet. Remember our mission. We're here to rescue Francisco. Enel's cold voice washed over them, and it was more than enough to kill their excitement. The former Marine hero finally noticed the serious look in his captain's eye, which made him grab Zephyr by the arm and jump off the flying island without a second thought. Shiki followed suit, grabbing Bonnie and dragging her off, flying away while Enel crossed his arms and sighed as he finally felt it. Heat. Huh. It seems some ants have snuck in. The heat came from the hot breath of the gigantic dragon that crawled through the clouds in front of Enel, a shining azure dragon that seemed to dwarf Onigashima in size. Enel's eyes could see the dragon's tail flowing through the clouds kilometers in the distance. Kaido's head was larger than the island that Shiki had flown over. His horns were much larger than before, his teeth sharpened to the point where they seemed like gigantic blades. All of the hair on the dragon's body was flowing in the wind like a flickering white flame. The dragon's eyes also shone a bright azure light as it stared down the Sky King. Ants, huh? You've sure grown arrogant and big. Enel scowled as he tilted his head to the side. His senses could spot the others that had been with him quickly getting away. Wororo, you'll find that my size is the least of your concerns, Worm. And confidence always looks like arrogance at first. You're about to find out on your own skin whether or not I am arrogant. Kaido's voice thundered through the entire land of Wano. Enel could feel the fear of the people below. They had likely already experienced the wrath of their ruler, the wrath of the king of the beasts. Well, you've not gotten any less talkative, that's for sure. Enel scowled as he turned his gauntlets into a long staff and tapped it on the ground. Let's end this charade. Kaido huffed once more, his white hair flowing through the wind as his eyes lit up even more. Wouldn't have it any other way. Veins appeared on Enel's forehead as he spoke. Sparks rose from all over his body as he held onto his staff. At that moment, both of them made a move. Blast breath. Elthor. A gigantic blast of black flames washed over the skies, matched by an equally gigantic burst of lightning. The two lights met in the middle and created an explosion large enough to shake the entirety of Wano. What the hell? Down below, the Straw Hats couldn't help but look at the skies in shock. The clouds had been blown away, allowing the sunlight to shine through in the land of Wano. And at the same time, it also revealed the gigantic body of Kaido. We're supposed to defeat that? Zoro and Sanji both had the same thoughts, as their minds filled with anxiety. But they quickly dispelled that anxiety. They were part of the crew of the future Pirate King. They couldn't afford to back down against anyone. not even an emperor. But as interested as they were in Kaido and his explosive strength, they were just as interested in the one that had just clashed with him. Was that Enel? Luffy scratched his chin with a strange look on his face. Robin, who happened to be by his side at that time, also looked up at the sky. The blue flash of light was just dying down. It was possible that it belonged to Enel, but it just didn't seem right. After all, that blue light seemed to have been pushed back in the end. Whirrororo. A peal of laughter shook the skies as Kaido seemed to fly off, his tail swatting away pieces of burnt debris from the flying island he had just turned to ash. Robin's eyes narrowed as she noticed something else, something peculiar. Falling melted pieces of a golden staff. This isn't good. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in part 9. Peace.